I don't know, scored yours was this one. Ray, Malik and Wiley for Yates, Shaken and Norway. Did I use Jack Haynes? I was James Haynes.
Jack Haynes and James Hayes are both playing.
Right, so James has come out from the game the other day, and Clifford has come out and carried him.
Hayes, Petman and King.
Yeah. James and Clifford. Dave Brakewood won the toss and ready to go back as their intern.
Come back to Sorrento.
Yes.
That's what we did say.
Yes. Which I think is probably a bat person in August. In my experience of going with everyone.
No.
Tell me about it.
He played last year in the other team.
Oh, yeah? Yes. No. It has been quite full of water today. Yeah. It sounded like it. No, not in the loop. Yeah, of course.
Right, having to clue with Warwickshire. Barnard, captain, Saw in the middle. Will Rhodes?
Will Rhodes.
Yes.
There we go.
Alright, Barnard, Rhodes, Burgess, Benji, Smith. Got all of those. Booth, Kevin Miller. Again. Right, still haven't had anything resembling a drink yet this morning, so we're heading Right, do you want anything?
I'm alright, Jason.
Want anything? Milk, no sugar.
Right, 3-2-1, 3-2-1.
yeah.
Kirsty McCall.
Yes.
You never have enough Kirsty McCall.
Well, hello, it's Mike Taylor here, doing your cricket today. I've managed to connect to your public team, but I wonder if you can actually take you away from it for the moment. Because the team coming down the line before it's back the hour. Okay, yes, of course. If they can just take you away from the next team for the time being, that. Hopefully they'll take that cue away and start.
Well, with the time coming up to 11:15, this is Mike Taylor from BBC Radio WM introducing commentary on today's final group game in the Metrobank One Day Cup between Warwickshire and Nottinghamshire. We're at Rugby School and the game is starting just 15 minutes late. There was a fair bit of overnight rain in this part of the world and it persisted until nearly 10 o'clock, but the ground staff have done a pretty busy job to get the ground ready almost on time. So we will have a 48 over game starting at starting just now. So 48 over game with Notts having won the toss and put Warwickshire in. There are 3 changes to both or to each team from their last game on Sunday, and we'll go through them during the course of these opening moments. Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham is here. Not, alas, Dave, to see Notts push for a place in the quarter-finals, but to try and finish the group stage nobly all the same.
Yes, good morning, Mike. Good morning, everybody. Always a delight to share the commentary table and the marquee with you, Mike, and also a delight to tick off a new ground. And it's a first for me. Rugby School. There's Toby Petman going to bowl, and Ed Barnard has just lifted this back over the big pace bowler down the ground for 4. So the Bears off to very fine start indeed. 3 changes to the Notts side. The absentees and the reasons behind them first and foremost. Lyndon James, have to congratulate him. He's away at New Road where England Lions are playing Sri Lanka. So Lyndon James is continuing his England Lions adventure. Calvin Harrison, meanwhile, has done nothing but carry the drinks for the Trent Rockets. He's on 100 duty again as Petman comes in and bowls wide of the pegs, and Goes through to Tom Moores, actually bounces well in front of the keeper. Looks a very damp outfield, as Mike was saying. We did have a lot of rain. And Luke Fletcher, he's resting in readiness for the resumption of the county championship, which starts for Notts next Thursday, a week tomorrow, away at Durham. So they're the three that are out. Three that are in, playing their first matches of this year's competition: Sammy King and James Hayes, and Toby Petman is also recalled, and that's why he's bowling now in the predominantly green strip of Notts, and Ed Barnard, the Bears captain, plays it out to Jack Haynes on the near side. So Notts: Ben Slater, Jack Haynes, Freddie McCann, captain Asiba Mead, Matt Montgomery, Tom Moores the keeper, Sammy King, Liam Patterson-White, Rob Lord, Toby Petman and James Hayes. Our umpires are Ant Harris and Gareth Cross. First time Gareth Cross, I think, has officiated a Notts game. Former Lancashire wicket keeper of the not too distant past. Petman in once more, bowls to Ed Barnard, who's got a very fine record against Notts. He's us into the offside, and there's no run. We are pitch level. In fact, we're just a pace or two from the actual boundary rope, and we're just behind square. If we went 2 or 3 paces to our left, we wouldn't be able to see, because umpire Ant Harris is in front of us at square leg. So not the greatest of views to have any real input on the LBW decisions, if there are any today, but very pleasant setting and view nonetheless, as this next one's pushed into the offside. So that first ball was hit back over Petman's head for 4. And there's 1 ball left in the over, Mike.
Yes, and I'm assured that the 2 previous games here, which I've watched on enviously from afar, it's been positively tropical. So everybody's told me. You were the height of sartorial optimism, Dave, when you came in this morning in shorts
and sun cream.
Alas, it's still to emerge today.
Tube of sun cream as well. Petman bowls, strikes Barnard above the knee roll. As I said, I'd have no view on an LBW, but I could clearly see from side on that would have gone over the top. So 4 from that first ball, then 5 dots to end the opening over, bowled by Petman. A glance over my right shoulder, might have the old stiff neck by the end of the day, tells me that it's 4 without loss from 1 over. I, rather than Mike, might be giving the scores more often than not, because I can see the scoreboard and you can't.
Yes, you can be scores correspondent. It is a super place to come and see, though, and it has been a big plus from the One Day Cup this season, that it's encouraged lots of clubs, including those who don't perhaps normally take in too many out grounds, to go and do so. And that's certainly been the case for Warwickshire, the first time in nearly 10 years that they've taken a first team game away from Edgbaston. And this one, despite the weather overnight, is quite well attended again, right from the beginning.
This is James Hayes.
James Hayes, a newcomer, new to the Notts team this season, but has made a previous appearance. Right arm seamer, and his first ball is pushed down the ground for a single.
Yeah, 2 appearances before, picked up a couple of wickets. Right on pace bowler. Went to King's College Taunton, and Ben Phillips played for a number of counties. Don't know if you remember him.
Yes.
He was with Notts around about a decade or so ago, so there's a strong link between Ben Phillips, who's the cricket master at King's College Taunton and Trent Bridge, and he recommended James to Notts a couple of years ago.
So Malik off the mark with 1, and now Barnard is defending out on the offside. Dave mentioned the 3 changes for Nottinghamshire. There are 3 also for Warwickshire, and Zen Malik, who pushed his first run down the ground in this over to get off the mark straight away in his first appearance for the county. Another graduate from the very successful South Asian Cricket Academy, which has done a great deal of good work and pushed some promising players into county cricket over the last year or so. And Malik is the latest to come forward, signed a 2-year contract with Warwickshire in recent days and makes his debut today as Barnard defends into the offside. So he comes in, so too does Michael Ray, and who is re-signed by Warwickshire, the New Zealand born pace bowler, and Theo Wiley, young batter who made one appearance earlier in the competition. So they are the 3 alterations, or the 3 brought into the Warwickshire team. As he's edged by Barnard wide of the 2 slips, and it's going very fine down to third man for 4 runs. There was a fieldsman in that area, Rob Lord, but he wasn't fine enough to get round to that, which travelled very quickly off a genuine nick, I think. So 4 to Barnard. He goes to 8, 9 for no wicket. And the players coming out for Warwickshire, Robbie Yates and Hamza Sheikh have been called up to play for the England Lions in a 3-day fixture against Sri Lanka at Worcester this week. And Oliver Hannon-Dobby stood down for this game. In comes Hayes, long striding approach, and he hits Barnard high on the pad. Or maybe just above on the thigh pad, and the ball trickles down close to the stumps. Barnard guards it carefully with his leg to make sure the ball doesn't trickle on.
Now, quite simply, Glamorgan top the group just on run rate from Warwickshire, don't they?
They do.
And there's Leicestershire just behind, so you could be first, second or third by 6 o'clock tonight.
Yes, Warwickshire will have an interest in the knockout stage of the competition. Hayes bowls, and Barnard just goes to defend. He runs off the face of the bat down to second slip on the bounce, and it's the end of the second over. 9 for no wicket, Barnard 8 and Malik 1. Yes, so Warwickshire could go into the quarterfinals, which are on Friday, which is a very quick turnaround indeed. Seems to present some obvious logistical challenges, but there it is. And they could be away or at home yet, we don't know. Or they could win the group if Glamorgan falter today, in which case they won't play until Sunday. So all those various permutations are possible, but Notts Alas will not be in action on either Friday or Sunday. We know that.
They won't. So 9 on the board after the first couple of overs. Not sure I've heard any announcements about any sort of reduction in the power play, if it is going to stay at 10 overs or more likely brought down to maybe 9 as Petman starts his second over, the third of the innings, and this has just run down to Hayes at long leg. We'll have a little look at the umpire. Is he going to tap his knee? Oh, he does eventually. Oh, looks like Gareth Cross is one of those that just when you think everything has finally stopped happening and the ball has become dead, then he wandered across and tapped his knee, so we'll have to keep an eye on that one. It was a leg bye. Groundsman out there in the middle said don't get too carried away yet. When I went out for the toss, he said there is still the possibility that up until 12 o'clock we may be susceptible to showers as Petman comes into Malik, drives into the offside, no run. And I say that because I think there is the odd spill spot just blowing in the breeze.
Yeah, just a little bit. So it's very grey, which is a shame. I think the forecast is for it to stay largely overcast. But it's obviously a good drying ground here, because I don't think it rained here quite as much as it had in Birmingham last night, but nevertheless enough to make it awkward at some outgrounds, I dare say.
Petman bowling with good pace, tall man bowls, and Barnard runs it to backward point, and there's no run. For those of you that like your trees, you'd be in your element here as we look round, because there's all different sorts, and I just wish I knew more about trees, the common and garden oaks and elms and willows and larches and birches and all the rest of it. I would imagine we can see all of them from here, but I can't identify them. This goes through to Tom Moore's, left alone. You any good with trees? I'm better at identifying cricketers. Yeah,
the trees had numbers on, I'd be all right.
Yeah.
But that's what it does make is a very pleasing sort of palette of colours to look across at.
But it would be nice to know, wouldn't it? Back in the day at New Road, Worcester, where they've got all different sorts, there was actually a grid that somebody had made and sellotaped on the window in the commentary box as Petman bowls, and this is just run down with an open face to third, but We must be able to see, what, 10 or a dozen different sorts from here quite easily. Decent crowd in, 1 or 2 more coming in as well. I know there were people from Nottinghamshire that had 1 or 2 slight issues. Just trying to get confirmation whether it was a complete sellout or not today, and I think a number have come along and they've clearly got in. I mean, there's room for anybody and everybody, and you're all welcome. Petman again, past umpire cross, bowls. This is Malik, turns it on the leg side, fielded by Haynes. So we've got a Haynes and a Hayes in the not side today. End of 3, and it's 11 without loss. And of course, the only thing I knew about Rugby School up until yesterday was this is where that young scamp William Webb Ellis should have got a clip round the ear and told to put the ball down and kick it like the rest of the boys. Picked it up and ran with it.
Yes, you can't miss it. If you didn't know the story already, you know it just from the signs on the lampposts driving in, pointing out that it's 200 years ago. Let's check exactly when. It must be close to the exact anniversary then. It's Hayes quickly to start the 4th over, and that's run off an outside edge as well, and it's wriggled through low on the bounce between the keeper and slip, and they're going to get a run, but it was a rather edgy run for Malik.
Yeah, it's 2 runs. Came back for 2.
2 for 2, so 2 to Barnard.
Yeah, it was Matthew Montgomery at slip, and it just scuttled along the ground, as you say, between Tom Moores and Matthew Montgomery, and the fielder just jarred his knee. I don't think the ball clipped it. I think it was falling to the ground, but he just rubbing his knee. 11 to Barnard, who's had the majority of the strike so far, and he drives and elegantly through extra cover this time. He's going to get 4. It bumps and plugs under the inflatable cover just to our left. And it's a flourishing stroke. This is former teammate and good buddy Jack Haynes, who's had to go and fetch it. Every time I look at a Warwickshire scorecard, there's Ed Barnard 155 not out or something ridiculous. He's having a real old season, isn't he? In this competition especially, he scored 2 centuries in the last 3 games of last season competition to finish with over 600 runs. He was the top scorer, and 173 not out at Chelmsford and 152 not out at Bristol in this season's tournament. McCann's come out a second slip to go in the covers. Try and plug that gap, and Barnard hits it straight to him on the bounce. So he stays 15 out of 17 for no wicket in the 4th over. Warwickshire has to bat first in what, if you've recently picked up the commentary or found the pictures on YouTube, it is now a 48 over game. If you are looking at the pictures and you know your trees, then help a couple of townies out, will you? These things. Right, we're dropping us an email. I'll give you the address in a minute. This is run off the outside edge by Barnard, and he's going to get 1 down to 3rd man. You can email me if you want to at mike.taylor.02@bbc.co.uk. mike.taylor.02 at bbc.co.uk. You can tweet at sportbbcwm if your heckle is briefer. Or at Brace Cricket if you just want to say hello. That's about all I can contend with. Hello. Just have the thrill of having your name read out on the radio. Still me and Dave are doing this after all these years. This scuttles through, and they're claiming a catch at the wicket to dismiss Malik, who looks very, very disappointed. I think he's caught behind. It's it was to go through low to Montgomery and to Tom Moores rather, and it is a catch. And Malik looked very disappointed to be given out, but he is the first to go in the 4th over. Taken low by Moores, but ended up in a slightly awkward position there, Malik, with one hand off the bat. He's gone for 1, and it's 18 for 1. Thought I heard a snick. Now that's not condemning him. You know, we all hear bats hitting pads and ball clipping pads and whatever. I thought I heard a snick of some sort, but behind the wicket all appealed, and it was very noticeable that James Hayes, Stuart Broadlight, just carried on running down. He, you know, I don't think he even looked back. And Harris raised the finger to send Malik on his way. It may just have been complete and utter disappointment. He's gone for one. Malik caught Moores bowled Hayes for one. 18 for one in the 4th, and Notts getting that early breakthrough.
Yes, it was no great surprise to hear that the team winning the toss had chosen to bowl first. It's damp, although the pitches here have played very well. Is this the same surface, can you tell, Phil?
Yeah.
From the other day?
It is. I was talking to the ground staff, and out there you can see the creases. Yes. And the bowlers' marks have been filled in. Yeah.
So it is the same one, and they've played pretty well here in the 2 previous games. First game was a really high-scoring one against Surrey. In the 2nd, on Sunday, Warwickshire only got to 240 or so against Yorkshire, but who knocked it off reasonably comfortably. 18 for 1 in over number 4. And Will Rhodes, who's expecting at 3, I think this is him, who's come out to the centre. The left-hander, who former Warwickshire captain, of course. Heading away from the county at the end of the season. Hayes bowls to him, and Rhodes is turning this away on the leg side and doesn't get a run. So the end of the 4th over, and a first incision made by Hayes, having Malik caught at the wicket for 1. Barnard is 16, now joined by Rhodes, and it's 18 for 1 in 4 overs.
Yeah, it's nice to see Gary Barwell out there in the middle. Of course, head groundsman at Edgbaston over here. He no doubt been here overseeing things with his team. I don't know if all the equipment, all the covers, the hover cover have been sort of brought from Edgbaston or supplemented, or whether it's Rugby School's own, but
yes,
the ground covering would be better than you'd find at maybe 5 or 6 of the first-class counties this morning.
It's been very good.
Yeah, I wasn't in any doubt that once it stopped raining we'd quickly get on. Petman to start the 5th over bowls, and it's defended by Ed Barnard, who's made a fast start, 16 of the 18 runs.
Of course, Edgbaston's still been in use for the 100 games, so I shouldn't imagine they've been able to bring all the kit, even though Edgbaston's pretty well appointed. Yes,
I think the fees to send son or daughter here might well have supplemented those excellent covers that have been in use. Petman bowls, nice looking shot by Barnard, and just stands and holds the pose just for the photographers that are around the ground, just to get a nice snap of him driving that elegantly through extra cover for 4. Lovely looking shot. And already Ed Barnard has 20 to his name, 22 for 1.
Yes, that was a flourishing stroke, and he's hit one off from either end in the last few minutes. So into the groove already. Barnard at over 350 runs in the tournament.
Petman stung by that, comes in past umpire cross bowls and just turned towards us, won't reach us. Combination of Liam Patterson wide and James Hayes converge at the same time. It's Hayes, beg your pardon, it was Haynes and Hayes, just an end between them, converging on the ball, and they get 2. 24 for 1. And on striker's end, Will Rhodes, who, as Mike was saying, is leaving the Bears, is heading up to Durham in the close season. Nottingham born, of course, Will Rhodes. Petman bowls, and again into the offside, indeed through the offside. Sammy King's after that, but the ball will win the race, and it might be very damp out there, but the ball's still lightning fast on its way out to that bright blue rope over on the well, all the way round the ground, but this one runs square of the wicket on the offside. Another boundary. Runs coming quite freely from the bat of Ed Barnard.
26 off 23. So yeah, into the groove nicely, Ed Barnard, who's captaining Warwickshire in this competition and taking the new ball as well. Does it all on his own.
Seba Mead has just received the ball from bowler Toby Petman, and he's run over to Gareth Cross to show him. Notts will be hoping they can persuade umpire Cross to change the ball, but he hasn't. Maybe just something needed just snipping off it.
Be quite like a dry one, I suspect.
They would. There's Petman. Of course, between overs, it sits in the umpire's pocket for 6 deliveries. Ooh! Now this was played down into the ground, struck the body of Barnard, and then began its journey rolling back towards the stumps, and he just had to kick it clear of them. The danger. 28 for 1 in the 5th.
A couple of those already. A couple of spectators have just arrived and they're setting up the camping chairs. They're particularly well-appointed camping chairs. They're not the cheap ones, they're nice ones. But they're setting them up right in front of that inflatable cover. So if we do get a sudden shower, they might get steamrolled.
They're going to be well hooked, aren't they? There's Petman, bowls, and Barnard guides it out onto the offside. And I think that's the end of the 5th. It is 5 gone. Excuse me. 28 for 1. I tried to press the mute button, but I think I failed. I think that that possibly went out on air. But sincere apologies. It's the middle of winter here in the middle of Warwickshire. 28 for 1 after 5.
Sorry, you won't catch much of it. I'm much in debt to Nev, who no sooner the word has sent a photograph, a beautiful photograph of cricket being played here at Rugby School, and it's a sepia tinged photo, and I'm looking at the headgear in it, and I'm going to guess that is a photo from around 100 years ago. It's a splendid picture, and as a caption he says the lime trees have been there for a while, and so they have, because they're very much in the
So which of the lime trees do you think, Mike?
Well, I'm going to take a punt that they're along the ones. They're the ones to the. I don't know, but anyway, but the one I'm judging by this picture, the ones in sepia and white. Anyway, here is Hayes running away from us and bowls the left-handed Rhodes, ball that scuttles a bit, and Rhodes misses it, and it goes through to the wicket keeper. Start of over number 6.
Again, I don't know, and my good name Mike here. I'm asking this rhetorically. I wonder what the name is for a tree expert, somebody who does know the names for all the trees.
I did know that.
I mean, flora and fauna, isn't it? The animals and
there is
foliage, but there must be a name for somebody who knows his trees. That's what we need.
I think I've worked something out from this picture. Hayes bowls. It's driven hard down the ground by Rhodes, and he's going to get 4. His first runs, and a stroke of some authority from Will Rhodes.
I'll tell you what, I know you're doing the scoring, and straight away you wrote down 4, but meanwhile I was looking at Ed Barnard, who must have feared, or just a little worrisome there, that Hayes might have just touched the ball onto his stumps. And he went to reach for his ground and almost did the splits, and he got up initially clutching his hamstring, but he's okay. He's clearly okay, but just for a fraction of a second I thought that could have been a little nasty. It's a lengthy approach from Hayes, isn't it?
It is. He charges in, long straight approach, and he has Rhodes a little awkwardly pushing this away uppishly on the leg side, but short of mid-wicket.
Now then, trees. I know. I know a bit of Italian, a bit of Latin, and you get arboreum and arbor with the tree. Phil Britt has come to it an arborist.
An arborist. See,
yeah, should have got that.
I'm halfway there. I'm tough on just a ball. I have worked something out from this picture.
You're a bit of an ist.
Yeah, well, yeah. On it weekend. He's bowls. He's down the leg side, and Rhodes wristily turns it down to long leg for 1 run. That's 33 for 1. There's a sight screen in the picture, which means I think that these must be the trees that are running behind the end from which James Hayes is bowling. Actually, that's because that would seem to. Because they certainly haven't moved lately, unless they've turned the square around. So anyway, Nev, it's a splendid picture. Thank you very much indeed for that. It is a lovely place. Hang on. This is guided. I wonder if it looks almost though Barnard was trying to leave that, and it's run off the face of the bat, wide of slip, and he's got 4 runs, but I'm not absolutely sure that was what he meant.
T, one of my regulars, just at the same time there as Phil was passing a note to us both to say it's arborists. T said tree experts Dave are called arborists, so thanks T.
A dendrologist, says Nev. Okay.
Oh.
Don't know. I haven't got time to Google that to make it. To make
we
a
actually
decision.
have, Mike. We actually have. We've got about 9 hours.
You can. Yeah, I know. But Nev, I appreciate the picture. It's a lovely picture. I'll show it to Phil in a minute because he likes his photographs. That's super. Well, if you sense any more useful things or contribute to the commentary in any way, then you can email mike.taylor.02@bbc.co.uk. It'd be lovely to hear from you. Here comes Hayes on his way, passes umpire Harris, and Barnard drives into the covers, and there's no run, and that is the end of the 6th over. 9 from that one, so Warwickshire, although they have lost Malik, are going along at a nice clip at 37 for no wicket. Barnard is 30 and Rhodes 5.
Mark the Mod, in reference to my sneezing, says, "Bless you, Dave." He says it's actually cloudy down in Sevenoaks this morning in Kent. Rob Lord coming into the attack to replace Toby Petman. Mark continues, "Tidying up my stock for Bexhill Record Fair on Saturday. Thoughts on Notts maybe having a different captain for white ball stuff next year?" Well, that's a long way away, Mark. I don't know. We don't know where we'll be this time next year. We don't even know if there'll be a 50 over competition next year, says he. Big question mark coming out my head. Tidying up my stock for Bexhill Record Fair. So yeah, presumably Mark the Mod is a seller as well. He's going to be flogging his vinyl at Bexhill on Saturday. So here's Rob Lord. This is his 4th game now, 4th or 5th, something of that order. Took 5 wickets in the win against Surrey down at Guildford. He was a product of Lancashire's academy, and they decided that they were going to let him go. Here he comes. Bowls to Rhodes. This goes through to the keeper. Has been playing his national county stuff for Cheshire this year, and following a tip off to Notts. Notts took him on trial and have had him in their side. He's been bowling very quickly. And then Rob Lord, yeah, this is his 5th game. Figures of 1 for 68, 5 for 45 against Surrey. Bit of a chastening experience on Friday at Trent Bridge against Gloucestershire, none for 70, and then 2 for 42 against Essex on Sunday. Bowled Tom Westley, a delivery that sent the off-stump cartwheeling. Would have been a delicious sight. This one through to the keeper, and there's no run. A little bit of pace, sorry Mike, a little bit of pace to start with from Notts here. Petman, Hayes and Lord. Genuine pace there with the younger brigade on show.
Yeah, having seen a little bit of Lord on the video from the other day, he does rattle it through, doesn't he? It's a slightly more gentle approach than Petman and Hayes are both real sprinters, but there's a lot of energy coming from the last couple of strides here from Rob Lord, but he's generating plenty of pace.
Where's squad number 4? In again and bowls, and good enough to get one again past the outside edge of Will Rhodes' bat, and Rhodes and Barnard both go down and just have a little bit of a suspicious glance at the track. It's nothing more than nervous energy, I guess, and just a little prod, a word between the two of them, and then Will Rhodes, the left-hander, back into position. If you're not looking at the pictures, what else can we say about our view? There's a rugby ground away to our left, and then presumably the main college buildings or school buildings. It's another drive, beats the dive of Hamid at mid-off, and that will go for 4. Nice shot from Will Rhodes down the ground. As we said, pace on the ball, but of course if you play your shots, find the middle of the bat, it's going to race away. A nice old-fashioned pavilion there with some lovely hanging baskets, a double-decker effort, so the players that just waiting for their turn, and the coaching staffs can go up on the top and have a look. And we're in one of many little do we call these a marquee? It's just really an overhang, isn't it? A gazebo, yeah. A bijou gazebo, as Rhodes pushes it back to Lord. In fact, he leaves it for Patterson White to pick up.
Yes, I think you would have to be an estate agent to call this a marquee. Although it's very well. I mean, it's doing the job marvellously, because it's keeping us shielded. But it is I don't think it's big enough for a market.
Just been sent a picture by Harry Butler Daft of Wester losing his off stump to Rob Lord on Sunday. I'll just retweet that at Brace Cricket if you want to see that fabulous photo. Lord bowls and goes through to Tom Moores, the Notts wicket keeper. We're in the 7th over, 41 for 1. In fact, it's the end of the over, the end of the 7th over, 41 for 1.
Yeah, it was a good start by Lord. See, the one over almost directly opposite us, where I suspect there may well be refreshments of some kind available. That one, I think, you could count as a marquee. I bet it's got sides that can drop down. I think that would go in the small marquee category. This is in the sort of large garden gazebo category, but there's 3 or 4 of them under which His Majesty's Press are operating, and also Riff Raff like Dave and myself. We should raise the tone here from Phil Britt after 12 o'clock. But Hayes is going to start his 4th over, and there's a run here, not for the first time. Barnard playing it very late and getting a single down to Lord at 3rd man.
I understand former Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain was a former pupil at Rugby School, and a couple of fine authors, Lewis Carroll and of a more recent generation, Salman Rushdie. This was their seats of learning. Lewis Carroll. Tweedledee and Tweedledum. Alice through the looking glass and all that.
I feel seen. This is flicked off his pads by Rhodes, but he doesn't get a run because he's managed to pick out Jack Haynes at square leg.
You feel what?
When you refer to Tweedledum and Tweedledee. Here we are.
As long as we don't get called that today.
Two fellows whose most athletic days may be behind us, sat here burling away to one another. I don't want anybody getting any ideas.
I'm late for a very important date.
You're very well read.
It was a White Rabbit, wasn't it?
42 for 1. Oh, and that one kicks up at Rhodes. And he ended up playing it with one hand off the bat and did well to keep it down away short of the fieldman at backward point. But that was an awkward delivery that really jumped at Will Rhodes.
I'm also told the Flashman, I don't know if I remember those, the Flashman stories were either true or imaginary, but were centred on Rugby School.
Okay.
Anybody knows more on those?
In charge is Hayes again, and this time Rhodes is managing to guide it down to 3rd man. He'll get 1. It's just the odd delivery that's bounced a little bit. That one earlier in this over was the most extravagant so far, but I've seen Barnard hit on the thigh pad a couple of times. It's just a little bit of bounce here and there, but still reasonably quick scoring conditions, even though there has been some rain on the outfield overnight. And imagine if anything it's going to quicken up as it dries out during the day. 43 for 1 Warwickshire in the 8th over. Hayes in his 4th, bowls a short delivery that doesn't get up all that much, and it's called wide, yes, after a pause. And Ed Barnard trying to illustrate the point by swishing a couple of shots as to where he would have hit that if it had been a bit nearer to him. So the first extra takes the score to 44. Hayes bowls, and again Barnard allows this to run off the face, but on this occasion it is taken at slip on the bounce.
Should be a full day of Metrobank One-Day Cup action, or at least 16 of the 18 sides are competing, 4 in each group, and they're playing in 7 of the 8 matches. The one that isn't, Gloucestershire versus Leicestershire down at Bristol, start delayed in that one. Of course, that's quite an important one. Both of those sides could still go through in this group.
In he comes again, and Barnard gets down on one knee to drive, but it comes off a thickish inside edge and bounces back to the bowler. So it's the end of Hayes' fourth over, 44 for 1, 31 to Barnard, and Rhodes has 10. They lost Malik for 1 in the early stages.
The important one as far as Warwickshire supporters are concerned, indeed the Warwickshire team, I would imagine. It appears that was a slightly delayed start as well as this one, because they've only had 5 overs in Cardiff. Glamorgan batting 27 without loss against Yorkshire. The other result, or score so far I should say, in this group down at Hove, where Sussex 33 for 4 against Essex. That's a little bit of a battle to avoid being down at the bottom there with Surrey. I'll give you the scores in the other group in just a second, but here comes Rob Lord to bowl to the left-handed Will Rhodes, and Rhodes will just elegantly play this into the offside. Lancashire 42 for 2 at home to Worcestershire, who've got everything to play for really. They're in a strong position in Group A, Worcestershire, but if they don't beat Lancashire today, they could be swallowed up. Durham 63 for 1 against Derbyshire, and both those sides can qualify. Hampshire, who've lost their last couple of matches, they're 45 for 2 away against Middlesex, and Kent 35 for 4 in a nothing game really against Northants. There's Rhodes guiding this down to third man, and there's no run. I can't find. Oh, here we are. England Lions versus Sri Lanka. Start delayed rain. That's at New Road. That's why I couldn't find the score of that one. 45 for 1 here in the 9th. There's still only 2 fielders outside the circle. We'll have to keep our eyes out in the next over. Knots over the years, and I'll mention this because they haven't got many winning records, but Notts have won more contests in the one-day fixtures against Warwickshire. As Lord bowls to Barnard and pushed into the offside. Notts have won 34 one-day fixtures and lost 25 against the Bears, with 6 rained off. All the previous 34 meetings that Warwickshire have hosted have been at Edgbaston. 17 Notts wins, and their last win there was in 2021 when Asiba Mead scored a century on his Nottinghamshire one-day debut. And came again in 2022 when Will Rhodes scored 113, and the Bears won that one. Barnard stuck on the pad, asking, given. Barnard has gone, and that's a really important wicket, and Rob Lord strikes again. Good pace from the youngster, 45 runs on the board, and Barnard would have been seen as certainly one of the big fish that Notts would have been wanting to send back early on. He's got a start here with 31 out of 45 before being trapped LBW by Rob Lord in the 9th over.
It's a bit fuller than Lord's length up to now, and pinned Ed Barnard without really having gone anywhere. So 31 off 32, a sprightly contribution for Barnard, but both the openers are out inside the first 9 overs. And Warwickshire's innings here the other day against Yorkshire, everybody got started, but only Rob Yates went on to a significant score, and they ended up on 240 odd, which wasn't enough. And there, Barnard, having been going along nicely, he's knocked over to mean 2 early wickets. So they'll certainly be wanting more than they got here against Yorkshire.
Yeah, from afar, I should say, many congratulations to Rob Yates. He's always a player I've thought should come into the conversation when they're looking at players for international representation. Good to see him called up, and I hope the weather relents at New Road so they can get a game. Rob Lord making a mark in this competition now. That's what that is. That's his 9th wicket. That's an important one. Who's this wandering out
Michael
to the middle?
Burgess, who's coming out, who I understand will keep wicket today. The gloves have been passed between Chris Benjamin and Michael Burgess, swapping not quite from game to game, but nearly through this competition. But Burgess, I am told, will keep wicket later. They do also have Kai Smith, who did keep wicket in some of the games last season in the team. So taking the field with 3 specialist wicket keepers, which is quite a luxury. But Burgess is batting at 4, so a little bit up the order this time in the absence of Yates and Sheikh.
Certainly got one big 100 against Notts from his Sussex days. I half a mind he got one in a championship match for Warwickshire, but that's all in the past here. And now he pushes his first delivery from Rob Lord up to mid-off, and there's no run. The Bears in an all blue combo, a pale blue front to their shirts and darker blue backs and the yellow numbers, and then very dark pants. Michael Burgess has got red, presumably the Velcro straps on the back of his pads, bright red, and they stand out a little bit in the gloom. There's Lord in again to Bolton, and this is eased up to mid-off, and that's the end of the 9th over. Successful one for Notts, successful one for Rob Lord, just a single from it, but the wicket of Ed Barnard. 45 for 2 as the end of the 9th over. Thank you very much, sir. We just handed
Oh, they're marvellous.
drinks for all sorts of things.
Splendid,
so
thank you.
We can get a bit of tiffin a little later on.
Can't be bad.
So we're beginning the 10th over here. No release of fielders, obvious release of fielders from Asiba Mead. So
I wonder if it might be midway through the overs. Sometimes they are, aren't they? There's
9.1 overs or
so
whatever.
many overs. So I'm going to take a guess that it'll be after 4 balls this over. It might or might not be. As long as the captain and the umpires know, that's really, I suppose, all that matters.
And it's the same for both.
And it's the same for both. Yes, I dare say it will be.
Yeah.
Here's Hayes is going to continue into his 5th over, bowling brisk right arm over the wicket from the end to our right. I don't know off the top of my head the exact names. For now, the lime tree's end, and it's defended by Rhodes out on the offside.
Yeah, we'll go with that. The lime tree end and the rugby. It's a bit like heading. A bit like heading. Yeah. We've got the rugby end.
Yes.
Or at Knoll. Last week at Neath. You've been there as well.
I have, enjoyed it last year. This is on the leg stump, and Rhodes is going to get a run. Tosses the bat to himself as he's going through to complete what I think is going to be a leg by. It is. So 46 for 2. Yes, there are not all that many similarities between here and Headingley, if I'm honest with you.
Or Neath.
Or Neath, which, but... yes, no, I'm glad they've got games in at Neath, and was made very welcome there last year. Enjoyed it.
They parked me at the rugby ground, so I sort of walked along the terracing of the cowshed end, looked wistfully on at the ground.
Haynes bowls. This is miscued on the offside by Burgess, and it falls short of the fielders. He ended up with one hand off the bat and played it very awkwardly, but it fell short of extra cover, so it survives that. Yet to score, Michael Burgess. 46 for 2. We're in the 10th of 48 overs.
Not played here all that much, have they, Warwickshire?
No.
This was a return to this venue this season.
They played a few 2020s here several seasons ago. This is hit into the ground by Burgess, didn't time it, out to extra cover, no run. There were, from I think 2 or 3 years in a row, they played a T20 game here, but the last was in 2015, and all the county games have been at Edgbaston since then, until 3 of the 4 home one-day cup games have been played here. This is the 3rd this season, and they've been well attended. There were 3,000 tickets available for all of them. Hayes bowls, and Burgess goes back and hits this into the ground in a similar direction. It's fielded by Hamid.
Back in the day, this would have made a nice setting for the old John Player League match on Sunday afternoon. Yes. It would have been absolutely spot on.
Yes.
Not been to a Warwickshire away game or an outground away from Edgbaston for a while. I think in the COVID season we were actually due to play one of these matches just down the road at not far from Edgbaston. What's that ground called?
Oh, Portland Road, isn't
Yeah.
it? Well, yeah, they haven't yet had a sort of a full county game there, although I think that was envisaged at one point. This is driven out to extra cover, and it's the end of the over. So it's a maiden from Hayes, just the leg by, 46 for 2. And Rhodes is 11 and Barnard no score. Just to say in about 90 seconds I'll have to just nip in and do an update for local radio listeners.
Okay, yeah.
But,
and now the fielders are presumably going to be spread, because they weren't in that over. Not actually being spread at the moment here just yet. Let's have a look.
well, protecting the boundary is quite difficult, isn't it? Because it's not a big ground and it's been quick. So if you put a fella on the boundary, unless it's quite close to him,
well, there's
it's
3
quite
out,
possibly going to be 4 anyway.
All behind the wicket.
Yes. So Lord, I think he's going to press on, isn't he, for now?
Yeah. Are you going to press?
Yeah, I've got about 60. There's about 60 seconds to go. So yeah, I might just get through this, Dave, if you don't mind.
Yep.
Then it's a bit less complicated. And then when Phil comes back, you might want to come and talk for a bit. Lord is moving back towards the rugby field. There's a small black sight screen behind him with Lord bowls. This is edged in the air but wide of slip, and it's almost straight to James Hayes on the boundary at third man, and so they get 1 run. I was looking at that little sight screen and I thought for a moment it was a large goal that had landed on top of it, but I think in fact it's the camera, isn't it, with like a
the analyst camera
polythene bag wrapped around it, possibly to keep the rain off. But yes, it would be a very big goal. But right, let's do this update. This is Mike Taylor at Rugby School watching Warwickshire's final one-day cup group game against Nottinghamshire, which started 15 minutes late because of the overnight rain. It's a slightly reduced distance over 48 overs. Warwickshire asked to bat first when Nottinghamshire won the toss with a bit of dampness still around. Lost the debutant Zen Malik in the 4th over, caught at the wicket off James Haynes for just 1. Ed Barnard made a brisk 31, driving attractively through the offside until he was LBW to a full delivery from Rob Lord. Will Rhodes and Michael Burgess now in possession. Warwickshire in the 11th of 48 overs of 48 for 2. This is Mike Taylor at Rugby School.
And here's Rob Lord from the rugby ground end, bowls to Rhodes, and this is played square of the wicket. Just in front of us, Jack Haynes doing the fielding.
I'm going to ease delicately to one side during this over, and Phil Britt will come and join you for a bit.
Thank you, Mike. More from Mike Taylor.
He knows his trees. He knows everything about them. Leaves and everything.
Sounds like you're setting him up for a fall there. Jack Haynes playing some textbook forward defensive pushes in front of us as Rob Lord bowls to Michael Burgess. Works this to wideish mid-on, and they take a single. Toby Petman doing the fielding. The Bears are 49, no, that's the 50 up in fact, 50 for 2, hence the ripple of applause in the 11th over, with Burgess on to 2. Will Rhodes has 13, 2 to fall. Ed Barnard for 31, and before that Zen Malik for a single. We'll welcome Phil in just a moment, but Rob Lord's already pounding his way in to the crease to bowl to Rhodes and just run it down to Freddie McCann at backward point. There's no run, it remains 50 for 2. Yeah, hello Phil, how are you?
Hello David, good morning everybody. Well, good afternoon.
Is it? Where are we?
It must be.
Just,
Yeah, just
beyond the yard arm, as they say.
Just be precise, 5 minutes past.
Don't know if you heard, your mate was setting you up there for a big fall. Unless there is some truth in it, you can spot your elms from your yews and your birches from your elders.
No.
No.
I'm not that good at it.
Rob Lord to bowl to Will Rhodes. Turns it gently into the onside, takes a single, 51 for 2. We should though, really, shouldn't we? Again, it's a huge gap in my knowledge, and you know, was sort of brought up in the countryside and really should know the difference between all the trees, but I don't. But then you come to a lovely ground like this, and as I say, there must be, what, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 different sorts, species is the probably a better word, all around us, and I can't properly identify any of them.
Those are lime trees, aren't they, at the back there?
Well, so Mike says, and our correspondent that got in touch earlier.
But getting a bit closer to them might be able to identify a few of them, because they're right over the far side of the ground, so it's very difficult, Dave, for us. Let's give that reason. They're a long way away. They're quite big and they're green.
It's going to be James Hayes to continue. I think this is this was Mike's end, if you want to.
Okay, fine. So Hayes on his way in to Rhodes, who is turning that one away square on the onside for a single. He moves on to 15, 52. They had little spurts here, Warwickshire, that when Barnard was in, he looked aggressive. He had a couple of overs where, particularly with Haynes bowling, where he took a couple of boundaries off him, but it's steady progress against in the last match here, which they lost against Yorkshire. They really didn't get enough runs quickly, and in the end they got 240, but it was a long way short of what was needed. This next one from Haynes is cut away square on the offside by Burgess for a single out to the deep cover point, which is Jack Haynes. Is that Haynes?
To our left, the fielder is Jack Haynes, number 30, and it's James Hayes who's bowling. So,
thank you, Knots, for making it so easy for us. Two guys we haven't. I don't think either of them have been sides I've commentated on before. This one is glanced away fine down for a single by Rhodes.
Well, Jack Haynes was from Worcestershire. He's one of the three that came from Worcestershire in the
right. He's the
Worcestershire Haynes, son of Gavin, who used to play for the all-rounder. He used to play for Worcestershire in the 80s and 90s. Came with Dylan Pennington and Josh Tong in the close season.
That's right, because you had that little group of them come over.
Buy one, get two free, or whatever it was.
It's in again to bowl, and this one is played away. It's a full toss and played away. Probably got away with that one. Just turned away to deep mid-wicket for a single. It was Burgess there. Probably may feel he missed out on that one, because it was a full toss on leg stump, and he just flicked it away rather than being able to get it neatly away, but takes total to 55.
I know you've been here over the last 2 or 3 days. Is it, apart from that, is this a first visit, or do you and Rugby School go back?
We're back to right the way back. There's this one driven up to mid-off, where Sam King does the fielding there. Well, sort of stops the ball and then hurriedly picks it back up and prevents the run. No, with all the games we've had at Rugby School, we've covered. But I think it's fair to say that the way we've been treated this time and the way they've looked after us is absolutely outstanding. It's they really couldn't do enough for us.
Lovely setting.
This one is turned to mid-wicket, and Billy McCann does the fielding. End of another over. That's 13 overs gone. It's 55-16 to Rhodes, 4 to Burgess, and Warwickshire lost those 2 wickets. The captain Barnard, who went for 31, LBW to Rob Lord, and Malik, he didn't seem to think he'd touched it with a little catch behind, but then quite often batsmen never do they?
No, you don't. You never know.
Matter really. The umpire did, and that's all that matters.
You never know if it's disappointment or if it is a genuine feeling that he didn't nick it. I heard something. That's not a defining.
I heard something as well. It was a definite noise.
So Burgess on strike. Rob Lord to continue, comes in now and bowls right arm pace bowler with a rather interesting haircut that I'm very envious of. This ball's pushed into the offside. It's a bit mullety from Rob Lord.
So you've read Tom Brown's School Days, have you?
I assume so. Was Flashman in there?
Flashman was a character in there,
right.
and then Flashman got his own. They wrote books about Flashman then, but Tom Brown was the original one.
And that was based here as Lord comes
yeah.
in, bowls to Burgess, digs this one out up to Hamid at mid-off, no run.
It's a beautiful setting, and I don't know whether I would like to have been a boarder in those days, though. I think life today may be a bit easier than it was in Tom Brown's days. I think they probably look after the boys better.
We're beyond 12 o'clock. The ground staff were telling me that after 12 we should be okay, should develop into a nice afternoon. Lord to Burgess. Ken just helps it into the offside. Freddie McCann doing the fielding. And there's no run. 3 changes to the Notts side today, with Lyndon James away with the England Lions, Calvin Harrison with the Trent Rockets, and Luke Fletcher resting up for the return to county championship duty next week. Into the side for their first appearances this year, Sammy King and James Hayes, and a return to the starting 11 for Toby Petman. We've already seen him have a spell. And Hayes, and now it's Rob Lord bowling from the rugby ground end. Bowls and Burgess pushes into the offside. Rhodes had to be quick, but easily accrued single in the end. Board continues to tick along. 56 for 2. The Bears, who were put in by Asiba Mead on what was a very drizzly grey start to the day. Toss took place about 10:45, got underway 11:15, so it's not too bad. It was quite heavy rain between sort of 9 and 9:45, something like that. And it was cold as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it's warmed up a little bit actually since we first sat down. Either that or we've got acclimatised.
Lord bowls and it's taken down the leg side by Tom Moore, so it's a leg side wide. Glamorgan are 40 for 3 after 8 overs. They're playing Yorkshire down in Cardiff. That's a really important game for them and for Warwickshire, and indeed for the chasing pack.
Ben Cliff has done the damage there. It was he's taken all 3 wickets to fall this morning. Sam Northeast has gone, but he's been getting quite a lot of runs. He's 2 for Glamorgan.
Lord bowls in the left-handed Rhodes, plays this up to mid-off. Yes, it's Kent who are having the most disappointing morning of any of the batting sides. They're 50 for 6 at home to Northants in the other group, but of course that's all irrelevant in terms of qualification. In fact, Sussex are now 50 for 5 against Essex, also in the other group.
Yeah, there's wickets tumbling around, aren't there, this morning? That's favourable conditions for the seam bowlers.
Lord with good pace, past umpire crosses left shoulder, and Will Rhodes will drive down the ground. That's a good diving stop by Toby Petman, I beg your pardon, single only. That could have been easily a boundary for Rhodes. He'll keep strike. Yes, it is the end of the over. 57 for 2 now after 13, so that's a run of what, 3, 4, 5 overs there with not too many runs going, and Notts just keeping the pressure on.
Are you into your 100, Dave? The 100 cricket?
No.
Oh,
I think it's fair to say.
Okay, you're not interested in that Sutton Brave are 48 for 7 against the Welsh Fire?
Are they? Toby Petman's coming back.
The women's game, that one?
No, I've not managed to catch up with it.
Right. We won't push that one any further then, Dave, I think. So, Toby Petman from the Collingwood end. We've
got an end name, have we?
Yeah, only because it's where I park my car. And it's we didn't know anything else, so we gave it that on the first match, and that one has stuck a bit.
I think Mike was calling it the Lime Trees end, and we went with the rugby ground end for the other one.
That's the school end, the other one. There's Bettman's first ball is played by Rhodes to mid wicket, and there's no run.
Yeah, as I was finding the way in with the car, I went past a statue of the great man. Would that be at the far end? I say the great man. He was a scamp, and he should have been scolded and told to put the ball down and kick it. But there is a statue of William Webb Ellis, isn't there? And I presume that's away to our left. And there's also a public house, isn't there? The William Webb Ellis.
There's a Webb Ellis Palace. Did you come in past that on the road?
I saw it, so I must have done. Yeah.
Didn't stop and have a quick one there.
I didn't know. No, it was.
There's a Webb
just after 8:30 this morning, Phil.
Yeah, well, this next one is played back, and it's again by Rhodes. You've just come back from Sorrento. I should have thought you'd been used to having a quick 8:30 drink.
You're just letting a little bit of sunshine into your holiday arrangements, Phil, but they're very different to mine, I'm afraid. If you're on the source at 8:30 in the morning.
Oh, just coming up, just finishing, Dave. It's Bettman in, bowls, Rhodes looking to work it away through mid wicket. Will get a single. That's all it will be.
Not to say there aren't places on Sorrento where you can get a drink at 8:30 in the morning. Kent have lost another one. They're 50 for 7 playing against Northants. That's in the Metro Bank half-day cup competition, obviously.
That's a good one when you just settled in for your day, but you hardly had a chance to even open your sandwiches, let alone eat them.
In fact, they're keeping pace with each other because Sussex have just lost another, so they're 50 for 6 against Essex.
It's the end of season.
Yeah.
Big,
get it done with. Have a week off.
Bettman in and bowls to Burgess, who defends back up to mid-off, and there's no run. Crowd's still building up as the morning's gone on. I was a little bit doubtful as to how many would come in to watch the cricket today with the weather. But it's not as big the crowd as we had on the previous 2 days, but still there's a fair few on the far side. Bettman comes in again and bowls, and Burgess steers this one away. It's square on the offside. To Haynes, who does the fielding. Another single. So Warwickshire ticking along. That no express pace here, but they've got wickets in hand. They've just lost those 2 wickets. 60 for 2. We're in the 14th over. Remember this match, 48 overs per side, so it's just lost a couple of overs each. There's Bettman in and bowls, and Rhodes again steers this one down, and McCann does the fielding. End of another over. 15 overs gone, 60 on the board, so going along at 4 and over.
Yeah, 14 gone, isn't it? I think they beat us
2 yesterday. Yes.
Yeah, because Bettman opened the bowling from the rugby end. Yeah, so it's 14 gone. I think.
Yes, he did. Yep.
Just looking at the groups then, ahead of today, the other group, Group A, Somerset have finished, so they've played their 8. They've got 12 points. Second place Worcestershire, 10 points. Third place Durham, 9 points, and then Hampshire and Derbyshire, who could still both qualify, have each got 8 points. And right now, I think any of those 5 could be opponents for Warwickshire on Friday, as this is pushed up to mid-on, and there's no run. And in this group, Group B, Glamorgan top, 11 points from 7, slightly better run rate because Warwickshire are the same, 11 points from 7, and then Leicestershire 10 points from 7. Glamorgan and Warwickshire definitely qualified. If Leicestershire lost, and they're playing Gloucestershire, of course, Gloucestershire would go above Leicestershire. I think it's still a delayed start in that one, isn't it?
Yeah, they still haven't started.
And Yorkshire, come back to that, because Lord is bowling and Burgess tries to knock the skin off it and proceeds to knock the ball about 9 inches. I guess mathematicians might be able to work out a formula whereby Yorkshire would qualify, but it's so remote. We'll assume it's not going to happen. But Warwickshire, essentially, they've got to better what Glamorgan do to top the group, and in that case they wouldn't be playing Friday. They'd have an Edgbaston semi-final on Sunday to go straight through to. Lord again to Michael Burgess, wears 61 and drives this into the covers. Chance for 2 there with fielder over on that far side. I'm guessing it's Ben Slater, absolute mile away from as it is. Couple of runs, 62 for 2.
Yeah, it doesn't leave you a lot of time to arrange your stewarding and stuff, does it, when you don't know until late on Wednesday whether you're going to have a game on Friday.
And that was same with
and the catering and all everything.
With Worcestershire, they're the one that might be most inconvenienced. Lord bowls and Burgess defends, because it is possible that Worcestershire could come second, which is where they are in Group A. And if Worcestershire did come second, they would qualify by right for a home eliminator stroke quarter-final on Friday. But of course they can't play at New Road because England Lions are playing there, so heaven knows what arrangements are being made, whether they're going to forfeit home advantage or
well, they wouldn't
have to play somewhere else.
They wouldn't play at Kidderminster.
Maybe it's too short notice.
Yeah.
Maybe they would be asking Edgbaston, but again that would depend on Warwickshire not playing there. Bouncer, is it down the leg side? We'll have a look at umpire Cross. No, what's he given? Has he given a no ball? It's difficult to pick out. Yeah, I think he's given a.
Yeah, I think he has
a no ball. And is it a free hit? Very, very difficult to make out what he signalled there, both with a lack of animation from the umpire and the backdrop of the spectators at the far side.
He sort of tapped his shoulder and put one as if to say that's the one for the over.
Don't think the board has advanced.
Just signals the score.
Right, so,
okay.
So it was a no ball.
Yeah.
I don't think the score had gone on. That's why I still don't think. Shouldn't it be 64? Anyhow, there's Lord into Burgess, and well, he just plays it down to backward point as if it was a regulation ball. He didn't swish at that like it was a free hit.
I don't think that was a free hit.
No, I think he was just maybe saying one for the over. Was that a free hit, Jack? Was that a no ball?
No.
He was just going one for height. Yeah. Jack Haynes just fielding in front of us.
Isn't it nice to be able to talk to the players? It's not even better that he's prepared to talk to you, Dave, I think.
And there's another fine Nottinghamshire player, Tom Loughton, on drinks duty today. Pushes it up to mid-off, and there's no run. Already had a dig at Tom today as he wanders past. End of the over, so it is.
Yeah,
well, it's
you know, there's 2 runs. Yeah, he signalled the no ball, but it wasn't a free hit.
Right.
That's where it is. So it is 64.
64 after 15 overs. We've got 18 for Will Rhodes, and Michael Burgess is on 8. Just about managing to keep up as Kent lose another one there. 52 for 8. That's against Northants. We're at the point where I'll actually click on the scorecard to see who's doing all the damage if it's one player. Chahal, the Indian spinner's got 4 for 10.
This is runs here for Rhodes, turning it away to deep square leg for a single.
Bit of mystery spin from Yuzvendra Chahal. 5 overs, 4 for 10, running through the Kent side. Crikey.
Hayes turns to the right-handed Burgess. This is into his 7th over now. Hayes, he comes steaming in. And pushed out. Actually, it's not his Petman, isn't it?
Yeah,
sorry. Who's bowled and this one pushed out. into the offside, bringing Hayes back into action. It's 66 for 2.
So these are really the only 3 seamers in the Notts lineup today. And Lyndon James away with the Lions, who would normally be the 4th. So spin options is where Hamid will be looking to next, you'd imagine.
Pepman in bowls. This is chopped away to backward point, but by Rhodes, but no run.
Frontline spinner, the left arm spinner, Liam Patterson-White, and then a couple of off spinners in Freddie McCann and Matthew Montgomery. Interesting to see.
Josh Tongue been injured most of the season?
All season. Not played a game. He got injured whilst with England in the winter.
Right. This next one coming in, bowls and chopped away into the offside by Rhodes, but can't beat the infield. And again, another dot ball.
Notts haven't seen Dylan Pennington for quite some time. He was in the squad for all 3 Test matches against the West Indies, but didn't play. But has now picked up an injury. And his place in the squad for next week against Sri Lanka has gone to Ollie Stone, so we won't see him either.
This one is turned behind square by Rhodes and get down to the backward square leg for another 1. So how did Pennington get injured then?
That's a very good question. I don't know if it was on England duty or he came back and he was due to join it with one of the 100 sides. But not good all round. Not's down to the bare bones essentially. Dane Patterson, South African overseas, is in the Caribbean. South Africa are playing the West Indies.
Yep. Burgess runs this one away down into the gully. There's no run. Good tight over there from Toby Penman. And we've now had 16, and Warwickshire moving along steadily. No great pace here. 67 for 2 after.
Don't know what. Whenever, Mark,
16 overs.
You went or what time you're coming back, but whenever you want.
Yeah, I'll come back in a bit then if you want. I'll come back in a minute, yeah.
One good thing though, Dave, is that Ollie Stone seems to be having, from a fitness point of view, the best season he's had for a long time.
Yeah.
In fact, probably since he was at Northampton, I would suggest. Because he was like a walking sick note when he played for Warwickshire. You know, the poor chap kept breaking down.
Here's Lord, bowls to Rhodes. He's Durham bound at the end of the season, turns this to mid-wicket. And there's no run. Good crowd in, can just see the odd deck chair or white plastic chair here and there that's not got anybody sat on it. But a good attendance nonetheless. Got the obligatory ambulance over on the far side just in case anybody requires any medical attention. We can see the burgers and the bars with queues already as this is chopped to Matthew Montgomery at backward point. No run.
Did I hear Mike Taylor say that the chip van wasn't here? The fish and chip van wasn't here? Well, somebody's complaining, and perhaps it wasn't Mike. But we had the fish and chips here on the first day, but they disappeared on Sunday, so it was burger or burger. That was.
Oh right, that's the. I've been handed a food token.
Yeah.
So that might be exchanged for a burger, might it?
Yeah.
There's Lord to Rhodes. Again, very elegant from the former Yorkshire player. Up to mid-off, no run.
But I think it was a surprise to quite a lot of the Warwickshire members when the announcement was made that Rhodes was leaving the county. It was very popular with the Warwickshire membership.
Seems a very decent fella. I can remember in his Yorkshire days, Dave Callahan, our old buddy, brought him up and he sat in and did commentary with us for an hour.
Yeah.
Very engaging fella. This is just chopped behind the wicket. Tom Moore's fields, but not before they take a single. As mentioned earlier, he was born in Nottingham, so telling us all about his background, and then I think he moved up to Humberside and as a youngster, and from there he became part of the Yorkshire Academy, and like so many, he had to move counties really to get a lengthy run in first team cricket, and found himself as the club captain at Edgbaston, as Lord now bowls to Michael Burgess. He's another one who had to move counties for a lengthy run in first team cricket. Is that going to be a boundary off the batter?
Yeah, I think it was. Must have been an inside, thick inside edge, which
took it past Moores and away for 4.
We're not in the greatest position here to actually see that type of what happens there.
No,
we don't have the benefit either of a replay, so
went away to fine of Tom Moores and away for 4. Of course, Burgess, like Tim Ambrose before him, found himself unable to nail down a regular spot at Hove and made the move to Edgbaston. Lord in again to Burgess, who's moved his score on to 13, pushes this back to Rob Lord. That's the end of the 17th. Warwickshire were put into bat by Asiba Mead, 72 for 2, with Ed Barnard making a fast start. He was out for 31 LBW to Rob Lord. Before that, Zen Malik caught behind by Tom Moores from the bowling of James Hayes for 1. It's 18 for 1 at that stage. 72 for 2, must-win game for Warwickshire. Notts would just like to end the campaign with what I think they call it a 50% record at the moment. They've won 3 and lost 4, trying to get their 4th win today. More from Phil Britt, then he'll be joined by Mike Taylor.
Thanks, Dave. Dave will be back with us in half an hour or so as Toby Petman continues on his way to the left-handed Will Rhodes, and Rhodes goes back and aims and thinks about cutting that one just behind square on the offside, and at the last minute the ball rising outside the off stump, he decides not to go through with the shot, and it goes harmlessly through to Tom Moores, and there's no run. Welcome back, Mike Taylor.
It's lovely here, isn't it?
Sorry?
It's lovely here.
Oh, it is.
See why everybody's been so excited about it.
No, it is. And it's been so well done as well. Petman in bowls, and this is helped down to fine leg. Hayes comes running round and does the fielding, and a direct and a given out. Well,
it was a direct hit.
It was a direct hit. Rhodes stops and looks back at the umpire. Well, on this one we can give an opinion, and I thought he was home, but he is given out, run out from a direct hit from Haynes, and it was a good pick up and throw, but anyway.
It was very tight. I wonder whether he quite had the bat down, but it was a tight one.
Yeah. If you got that one, perhaps let us know if you can see that. We haven't got the benefit of a replay here.
It was a super piece of fielding, and it gives Warwickshire a problem to lose a 3rd wicket now.
Yeah.
And this has the slight sort of shape of it of the game the other day, where a lot of batters got going but didn't really follow it through, apart from Rob Yates, who got 70 odd. And now 3 down in the 18th over. Rhodes out for 22.
And Warwickshire don't have a huge amount of experience batting. They've got batsmen in the side, but not ones with a great track record. Chris Benjamin, I'm assuming, was the new batsman coming in to replace Will Rhodes, but as you say, batsmen getting going, and just as they start to look like they're beginning to go, they got out, and this is exactly what happened in the Yorkshire game. Yorkshire got on top, and Warwickshire, it was obvious right from the start of the reply that Warwickshire didn't have enough runs on the board. They were 50 or 60 light of where they needed to be. It's a small ground, and wicket playing well. One of these has got to get in and make a significant score now, because really, after Burgess and Benjamin, these are the last two, from Warwickshire's point of view, really established batsmen that they have in the side. So, Rhodes given out a run out from a direct hit, a good piece of pick up and throw from Haynes and Jack Haynes, and hit the bottom of the stumps. Rhodes stopped in amazement, and he must have thought he was in. Anyway, doesn't matter what he thought, he was given out. This first ball, which is faced by Benjamin, is played back to Petman, following through Fields.
We've only seen the three seamers so far, but they've all done a pretty tidy job and bowling with a reasonable pace. As there's been a mixture, and Warwickshire themselves have had bowlers of different pace with the new ball, not as quick as others. Three fast medium for Notts.
Petman in, defended by Benjamin. Again, there's no run. 73 for 3. We are in the 18th over.
Just the occasional delivery has bounced a bit.
Yeah.
Rhodes got one that he actually played quite well to sort of take one hand off the bat and guide it short of the fielders. And Barnard was hit on the thigh pad a couple of times. Just a couple of awkward ones.
It's Petman in bowls, and again Benjamin defends to the offside, and there's no run.
But the scoring rate has slowed in the last little while. They were 44 after 8 overs, and now it's 73, and we're in the 18th. So there's been something of a break put on it.
Running at just about 4 and over, which remember, it's a 48 over per side game, so Warwickshire will need rather more than 180, I think, 190, which this would take them to. Petman in bowls, and Benjamin will get off the mark with this one, cut down to deep square. Point for a single. Haynes does the fielding, and the final ball of a very tight over there. Good over from Petman. His 6 overs so far for just 22 runs. Hasn't got a wicket yet, but restricted. So I think we're going to see the first spin here, and you've probably heard that on the announcer. Liam Patterson-White coming into the attack at the school end.
Yeah, replacing Rob Lord, who got the wicket, important wicket of Barnard, with one that was a little bit fuller, and might feel a little bit unfortunate not to pick up more than that. He was has had a good competition, Rob Lord, one of many young players who have had the benefit of playing in this competition over the last couple of years to develop their careers. It's suddenly got a bit brighter in the last few moments. We peer out from under our awning here. The sky's lightening a bit. It's still quite grey, but just a bit brighter as Patterson-White bowling left arm spin from the school end, and that hits Benjamin high on the pad. And there's an enthusiastic shout for the first ball from the new bowler, but it's too high.
I think it might have been lucky for Benjamin, because he went across his stumps there to play that, and White saved him.
Round the wicket comes Patterson-White, and he's fizzing this through a bit. Benjamin goes to reverse and misses.
They've started now at Bristol, where Gloucester are batting. They're 11 for no wicket in the 3rd over against Leicestershire.
Yeah, that game's still got interest for both teams to try and qualify. Back goes Benjamin right against his stumps and takes a short single out into the covers. 75 for 3 Warwickshire in over number 19 out of 48. Against the Notts team whose interest in the competition will end today. They've had a difficult season in white ball cricket and got nowhere near it in the T20s. lost 4 of their 7 games in this one so far. This is played very late by Burgess, guiding it down to short third man. And there's no run.
Yes, Warwickshire stumbling a bit as we get to the finishing line here in this competition.
Won their first 5. Patterson White bowls and takes a little bit of the pace off the ball this time, and Burgess dabs it down towards third man. There's a slightly untidy piece of fielding by Hayes, who arrived and slid almost past the ball and had to wait for the ball to catch up with him again, and they get 2. 77 for 3 in the 19th over. It's been a very good looking outfield here. It's played briskly, even with the overnight rain. It's dappled by some leaves starting to come off the trees now that we're about halfway through August. Where did the summer go? Round the wicket comes Patterson White, and that turns past the outside edge of Burgess as he plays forward, and it's the end of the over. 3 from that one. Patterson White's first, and it's 77 for 3 Warwickshire, having been inserted by Knotts when play started at 11:15. Burgess is on 15, and Benjamin 2.
Yes, those leaves on the first match, which we had against Surrey, there was quite a strong wind blowing, and they were falling like an autumn day off the beech trees. So,
my wife was saying the other day that it seems as though the leaves are starting to come off the trees a little bit early this
maybe I think it may be the dryness as well drops them.
Perhaps.
Going to see a bowling change at the what they call the Collingwood end, the opposite end to the school, and we can see Freddie McCann coming into the attack. Toby Pett is out. He's had a couple of spells, one from each end. He's been very economic so far. He's 6 overs just for 22 runs. He hasn't got a wicket yet.
Yeah, but 3 overs for 7 from this end.
Yeah.
When after he changed, done a good job. Because Barnard was pinging he got these drives away through the offside for some attractive boundaries.
He sort of went a bit stop-start, didn't he? 1 minute he was really getting after the bowling, then he went back into his shell. But as you say, it's another similar innings to the one which happened in the previous game, which got batsmen get started but can't go on and make the big score. So McCann's first ball is played solidly up through mid-on by Benjamin, and they will get a single. And he can't get there to stop it. The ball goes past him and up to King, who's out on the long arm boundary.
Off spinning all-rounder, just 19, Freddie McCann. Bowling right arm round the wicket, the Moseley line in white ball cricket this year.
It's a bit short, and Burgess just steps inside and helps it on its way down to deep backward square leg for another single.
I mean, that's always been considered a very sort of negative thing to do, isn't it? Bowling off breaks round the wicket in one ball, in one day cricket. I mean, if you go back to years and years, it was different.
Bit of extra bounce there, which deceived Benjamin, and he goes back. That was a fuller delivery, and Benjamin went back and it wrapped him on the thigh pad.
But we've seen Moseley bowl that line a lot, and he's taken a lot of wickets.
Yeah,
that
he
way.
has. He has. It doesn't work so much in Championship cricket.
No.
But one day it does. This is down the leg side, and will be signalled a leg side wide, and just push through a little bit quicker. So McCann turns. He'll get through his overs quickly, and he's in and bowls, and Benjamin goes back and then just chops it back down to Hamid, who's at mid-on. He does the fielding. There's no run. There's McCann in, bowls, and this one is worked away down to fine leg. They think about a second, but having seen the result of the last time they tried a second quick run, they decided against it. So one more to the total for Benjamin. He moves on to 4, and the total goes to 81 for 3 rather, in the 20th over. Seeing McCann, so bad shot for LBW. That one whipped through on him, bounced, and Burgess there was completely deceived by that one. A bit of extra, it was fuller, and just sprung up, and Burgess just having a look there, because it got up quite quickly. He was back as well, so give him the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, he's coming from round the wicket, McCann, so he's got to straighten it a little bit. But
Gareth Cross and Ant Harris are our umpires today, and I have to be honest, I'm not that familiar with either of those two gentlemen as umpires.
Gareth Cross was with Lancashire. I haven't seen him as an umpire.
No,
I don't think
umpire,
previously for Warwickshire. I don't think he's previously done a Notts game either.
And Ant Harris, I don't know at all.
He did one of the games I was at recently at Bristol, I think. So it's not the first time in this competition he's umpired. That's a connection between Notts from his playing career, I seem to remember. Anyway, this is first ball of a new over from Patterson White, and it's guided with a straight bat by Benjamin to backward point. So spin at both ends now as Patterson White goes fuller and Benjamin drives firmly back to the bowler. And it's hard to lift the scoring rate now, or it seems to be, for Warwickshire, who've scored just 26 from the last 12 overs. This is swept, 36 from the last 12 I should say. This is swept fine by Benjamin, and he gets one this time down to long leg. It's not a tiny boundary here, but it's not a huge one. It's certainly smaller playing area than you'd expect at Edgbaston. Yeah. Patterson White bowls, and this is guided fine by Burgess. Fine a third man, and Hayes goes back and fields, and they take two. That was very delicately played. Burgess up to 18.
Glamorgan have lost a fourth wicket in their match against Yorkshire. They are 88 for 4 after 17 overs, and it's the big wicket there of Ingram, Colin Ingram.
If Warwickshire win and Glamorgan don't, then Warwickshire can go to the top of the table, which would mean they don't have a game until Sunday, and I think would give them home advantage as well, wouldn't it?
Yes, they'd be at home in the semi-final.
Round the wicket comes Patterson White, and this is guided by Burgess to backward point, no run. So unlike the 2020 where it's the top two get sort of home advantage, there really is a premium on winning the group.
Yep. You only play one to get to the final.
Save yourself a fair bit of logistical grief to get a game in on Friday as well. As a fuller ball from Patterson White to finish the over. He's turned to mid-wicket. There's no run. 3 from that one. 83 for 3 in 21 overs. I don't want to sort of, play an old violin about the fixtures, the county cricket calendar too much, but to have the last group games on the Wednesday and the quarterfinals on a Friday, when two teams are going to have to travel potentially quite a long way from after being wherever they are today, and then a semi-final on Sunday, seems unnecessarily tight. And I know that it's difficult to fit all the things in, we can see that, but I find it hard to believe that there couldn't have been a way around it, because it presents so many logistical difficulties. I know cricketers are used to travelling, but you can't do any planning.
Especially when your final's not till the 22nd of September.
Yeah.
Here's McCann, starts a new over, and this one is driven up to long on for the single. Fielded up there by Sam King. Benjamin goes on to 6.
Warwickshire have a genius like Keith Cook does a lot of their logistics, but however they do it, it's if they end up going away, it's still going to be awkward.
This one outside the off stump kept very low, and Burgess sort of reaching across for that one was nowhere near it in the end. It was fairly wide, but it never got up at all. Just a little bit of unpredictable bounce at the beginning here. This one, Burgess turns up to Mead. There's no run. Again, another dot ball. Boundaries really have dried up here. It's a while since Warwickshire got a boundary, as This one is tries a reverse sweep, Burgess, but ball wraps him on the pad and just runs out to square leg. Patterson White does the fielding. There's no run.
He had one boundary since Barnard was out, and that was in the 9th over.
We're now in the 22nd, and Burgess drives, and there's no run. So these two spinners keeping the ball up to the bat. That's the other good thing. They're not giving any hit balls. This one is driven, and driven well, and this one might just break that shackle. Having talked before, it does. It evades mid-off and goes up to the unprotected long-off boundary, and Burgess just almost on call, having said that it's so long since we've had a boundary, it's almost he responds to us. He must have an earpiece in, Mike. I think we'll get that for them. 22 he goes to. Warwickshire moved to 89 for 3 after 22 overs.
Yeah, it was a good stroke. It was just straight enough to beat the diving fieldsman, Rob Lord, and push the score along just a little to try and lift Warwickshire's momentum, because it hasn't been easy of late, either against the seamers or the spinners. Here's Patterson White starting a new over, his 3rd from the school end, and his first ball round the wicket. He's pushed firmly back by Chris Benjamin.
Kent 63 for 9. Northampton.
Been a short day there, you'd imagine. Back goes Benjamin and cuts, but without beating backward point.
You'd be eating your sandwiches now, wouldn't you? Because
yes,
if you planned on making a day of it, arrange for somebody to pick you up at 6 o'clock, it could be a long wait.
Patterson White bowls. Benjamin goes right back against his stumps again and pushes into the offside fielders. There's two fielders quite close together there. Extra cover and cover point, and one deep set almost halfway between them on the boundary if he gets it through the gap. This one beats Benjamin on the forward push, and he has scuttled a couple past now. Patterson White bowling at a brisk pace for a left arm spinner, as tends to be the case.
They've got Sam King doing. He's out at long off this time. He does long on at the one end, and now they've sent him down the other end as long off. So he upset the captain.
Patterson White bowls back, and Benjamin goes back, and again doesn't quite manage to force it through the gap. A tumbling stop at extra cover by McCann. There seems to be a slight rise on that part of the ground. Is it just me, or
it just seems to just go up.
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
Top of a slope where King is at the moment at long off. Benjamin goes to drive, and he comes off a thick edge and goes to backward point, and it's the end of a maiden over. Patterson White has bowled 3 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 6, and it is 89 for 3 after 23 overs now.
So getting to the halfway point. Remember, it's 48 overs per side. As the Warwickshire coaching staff walks round the ground in Westwood. And Mark Robinson, as new over starts, and Burgess looks to pull this one away through mid-wicket. He didn't quite get hold of that, got off the bottom of the bat, but he'll get a couple of runs. The ball squirted down to deep square leg for 2, so it takes on to 91. Dave's just gone. We'll get Dave back in a minute and on commentary, but in the meantime McCann bowls, and this is lofted away and out to deep cover mid-wicket. Evades the field out there, who is our friend Sam King, who's out at long on this end of the ground. He's had to run from one end to the other, but he couldn't quite cut that off. So another welcome boundary for Warwickshire, taking them on to 95, and Burgess moves on to 28 This next one he's forward to and running that one away into the offside.
First time any of the batters got that slog sweep away to the spinners.
Yes, it is.
We've already got through. This is the 6th over of spin already. They're squeezing them through.
McCann in, bowls a bit shorter, and it deceives Burgess, who in the end just gets permission and picks the ball up and throws it to the wicket keeper.
The slight unpredictability in the bounce, such as it is, he's more up than down, isn't
Yeah, it is. This next one, Burgess goes back and runs to deep backward point, and but straight to them. They think about the single, but the loud no. It would, having lost that 1 wicket to a run out, they don't want to lose another one. This one is a reverse sweep, but it will pick out Haynes, who is out at the backward square leg. He was on the cover boundary to the right hand, but it becomes deep backward square leg for the reverse sweep. End of the over. We're at the halfway point of the innings. 24 overs gone. And Warwickshire are 96, so they're going along as exactly
that's 4 and over.
Yeah. Which they're going to have a break here for drinks. Dave's disappeared at the moment, so otherwise we'll make way for Dave to come back on.
Yeah, 96 for 3 is less than it looked like they were heading for, though. And the way they started, you thought it might be a 300 day, notwithstanding the fact that it had been a bit damp early on. I mean, I think winning the toss, you'd have put the opposition in today in almost most circumstances, I think.
They're going to have to get, I think, this second half of the innings, I think they're going to have to pick the rate up a bit. They've got to be looking certainly around the 250 mark.
You want 250?
Minimum 250.
Well, the batting available for that, Kai Smith, who has batted with a degree of enterprise and his chances so far.
Yes, he has.
So he'll be available. Theo Wiley presumably will get another chance. In fact, I wonder if he'd be next in ahead of Smith.
Yep.
Could be either.
Yep.
Then Jake Lintott, Michael Booth, Tazim Ali and Michael Ray, the bowlers.
I don't know whether Michael Ray, what his batting's like. You've seen him in the T20.
So in one of the championship games, but I think he would be a tail ender.
Tail ender, right.
So yeah, I think it's we'll slightly change sides so Dave can get on his power lead here while they're still at drinks.
Okay.
And I'll update local radio listeners in a few moments at 96 for 3.
Okay. Could you
switch over to Dave again as well, or they're not playing. It's quite a leisurely pause for drinks. The umpires enjoying that. These are long sessions, aren't they, in these games? With 50 overs straight through, or 48 overs straight through. So you see, if your fish and chip man was here, he'd have gone cold. So they'd have turned the chips off. It'd be after lunchtime by the time you got round there. Done a good squeezing job in the last few overs, haven't they?
They have indeed. They have. Yeah, just keeping a lid on things. There's still plenty of time for Warwickshire though to put a substantial score on the board and get the win they desperately need. Yeah, there's no real rush out there to get the players back underway again.
We were speculating that you'd want 250. Yeah. 250 would be great. That'd be a 5 and over chase, roughly speaking. It's 48 overs. But they haven't found it easy to accelerate in the last little while. Spinners have kept some control until the last Burgess, but 2 boundaries in the last few moments.
You get greedy, don't you? If you get 250 and wish you'd got 260, it's just play the game to the best of your abilities, try and get some wickets in hand for the last 10 and then push on. So
the players are moving back towards their positions. I've got a local radio update to do in a little over 2 minutes, so I'll probably take this first over, Dave, when they get going again. And the skies are lightning. I have to say, I've still got my coat on, which I think was a good choice. I might say one of your commentary team entered the ground today in the most optimistically dressed frame of mind, and may have had to retreat to find further layers. I will leave it open to your imagination, but I've still got my 2 jumpers on. Anyway, here's Patterson White to start the first over after drinks, and he's bowled through the forward push of Burgess, so he struck immediately after drinks. Liam Patterson-White takes the first wicket with spin, and Burgess was just late on a quicker delivery that was pushed through his forward defence. And Burgess gone for 29, and Warwickshire further pegged back, now at 96 for 4 in the 25th over.
You say it in club cricket all the time, don't you? Drinks, one straight after drinks, brings a wicket. And it's happened here. First ball.
And now there is a bit of an opening, because Kai Smith coming out at number 6, although he's a very capable young player. He's a young player, and likewise Theo Wiley, who I think will probably be next. So there are opportunities here for Nottinghamshire, with only Lintott and the bowlers to come after that. And Burgess, just before the drinks break, which, as you say, had come at a pretty bad time for him, it looked as though he was going to start to push the score along. But he departs, and Kai Smith, who was batted with a degree of freedom in his opportunities so far in this tournament, made a very good 44 in what turned out to be a tense, low-scoring game at Hove, when Warwickshire won by 1 wicket. 33 last time out here on Sunday. I'm just going to do the update for our local radio listeners in the next few moments. Well, Warwickshire are finding that it's hard to progress quickly, having been put into bat by Notts in a game that was reduced to 48 overs by a slightly delayed start because of overnight rain. They're 96 for 4 in the 25th over. They've just lost Michael Burgess to the first ball after drinks, bowled by a quicker delivery from the left-arm spinner Liam Patterson-White, and nobody's really been able to progress after making a good start. Ed Barnard, LBW to a full Rob Lord delivery for 31, and Rob Yates run out by a throw from the deep from Jack Haynes for 22. So 48 overs available to Warwickshire. They're 97 for 4 in the 25th over. This is Mike Taylor at Rugby School. Kai Smith taking a single from his first ball, and now Benjamin sweeps to get one down to long leg. Another of the young players getting an opportunity in the One Day Cup. Played a few games last season, Kai Smith, when he kept wicket as well, but he hasn't done that in this tournament. And he is waiting for Patterson-White and defending out on the offside with 2 slips now in order.
Yeah, just going to say, Notts going for the squeeze right now. Seeing if they can winkle out a couple more of the middle order.
Handily placed. Patterson, he fizzes that one through as well, and that's gone past the outside edge as Smith pushed forward. So this is there's 1 or 2 shouts of get another close catcher in there. He's got 2 slips. I wouldn't think Patterson-White does often bowl with 2 slips at this stage of a 50 over innings. Smith sweeps right off the toe end of the bat. Oh, and it took a spin, a handy spin on the bounce as it went past the square leg umpire, and that took it between 2 fielders, Petman and Haynes, and away down to the long leg boundary for 4. So Smith's first boundary in 25 overs. Then Warwickshire 102 for 4, 5 to Smith and 7 to Benjamin, having lost Burgess in that over.
Yeah, just elsewhere, Kenter are 70 for 9 against North Hants. The Indian spinner Yuzvendra Chahal has bowled his 10 overs. 10 overs, 5 for 14. That's not a bad return at all, is it? Down there at, I don't know if they're playing at Canterbury or at, yeah, they're playing at Canterbury. They played 1 or 2 games at Beckenham. Here's Freddie McCann then to continue. 102 for 4 here. The Bears. No slips for McCann, the off spinner going round the wicket, bowls, and this is heaved away on the leg side aggressively by Chris Benjamin. Looks as if he's going to try and go up the gears very quickly here. He's helped that one bounce down the ground for 4.
Good strike that, but that's the second time we've seen them now try and slog sweep McCann, young off spinner.
See if that was just act of defiance at the start of the over. Now he's gone again. He's helped this one out onto the leg side and come back for... No, he won't. There's only a single. Good bit of fielding out there in the deep on the leg side. Just one. Burst onto the scene, what, 3 years or so ago now? And Chris Benjamin was immediately picked up to play in the 100 competition. Struggled to sort of continue that upward curve. Very fine player, but not been picked for this year's competition. Smith on strike now and goes deep into his crease to play McCann to mid-wicket, where the Notts captain Hamid does the fielding. Yeah,
his momentum maybe just stalled a bit. Chris Benjamin in recent months, not been featuring in the championship team.
There's Freddie McCann, got a wicket on Sunday, his first in the 50 over competition, single taken.
Benjamin had a difficult time in the 2020s when he was always seemed to be coming in the last few balls of an innings and got a run of low scores, but has made more solid contributions in this competition. 75 against Surrey, a couple of 30s and 40s.
108 for 5, goes on the reverse and executes it nicely. Now will it go for 4? Jack Haynes I think will cut it off. It will indeed. 2 more then to Chris Benjamin. Takes him on to, don't know if the board's beaten me or not. Now it pops up onto 14. 110 for 4. Yeah, that's 75 against Surrey, was on this ground of course, and the returning bear, Dominic Sibley, getting a, was it 149?
Yes.
Highest score on this ground in first team cricket. Next one's turned by Benjamin behind square, fielded by LPW, Liam Patterson-White, end of the 26th, and Warwickshire 110 for 4. There's 48 overs aside, remember, so Notts will, with the 2 spinners in operation, just try and winkle their way through a few quick overs here. Just try and get to within the last 10, almost 10 overs or so before Warwickshire notice. That would be the ideal way of going about it. Just get through these overs very quickly.
Do see that happen sometimes, don't you? The batters get so tied up with the spinners and the overs are raced past so quickly that it does seem to almost catch them out. But they were a bit more aggressive against McCann in that over. And now Patterson-White again. 1 for 12. From 4 is on again from the school end, and Smith reverses, and it's very well fielded by Slipfield and Montgomery, just flopping across to his right. He's not afraid to be inventive, young Kai Smith. Patterson-White bowls to him, and Smith goes back and cuts hard with a flourish out through extra cover, and there's a run round the boundary and he'll go for 4. So his second boundary already, Smith.
Yeah, Ben Slater out there on the far side, where all the spectators are heavily populated. 3 so rows deep in the deck chairs on the far side. Just a little bit, no descent, just a little bit of elevation out there.
This is swept in the air by Smith. Came off a top edge, but it falls safe again. When it bounces, it spins viciously, and that almost deceived Petman as he came in to field it. But they get 1, and Smith has gone up to 11, and it's 115 for 4. Patterson-White clutches the ball, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 scuttle paces. Then Benjamin goes to reverse sweep, and he's taken on the pad.
So interesting right now, isn't it, that Benjamin's certainly decided whatever you do, whatever you're going to bowl to me, I'm going to try and play an aggressive shot, either conventionally or a little bit unorthodox.
Try and disrupt this pattern from the spinners. Oh, that's fizzed through from Patterson White. That's pretty much medium pace and goes past Benjamin on the offside.
Yeah, reverse sweep that, if you will, you said.
Spins the ball hard from one hand to the other as he gets ready to come in, Patterson White. Then clutches it up towards his chin and runs into bowl to Benjamin, who's right forward, looking to smother any spin that there might be, and defends, and it's the end of a 5-run over for Warwickshire. 115 for 4 at the end of it. Smith 11 and Benjamin 14.
Yes, 3 of the 4 to have been dismissed have all got what you'd say were reasonable starts. Ed Barnard made 31, Will Rhodes 22. He was run out by a direct hit from the deep, fully 55-60 yards by Jack Haynes, and Michael Burgess out first ball after drinks for 29. Zen Malik the only one to miss out. He was caught behind off James Hayes for 1 right at the outset of this contest. Here's Freddie McCann, not bowling the spinners in tandem. This is turned away fine, fielded by Patterson White, no run. Might also see a little bit of Matthew Montgomery, depending on how successful pace off proves to be. This is again turned behind square and fielded by Patterson White. There is the possibility, of course, that if Chris Benjamin goes, Seba Mead might think, well, is this an opportunity to try and bowl Warwickshire out, and he might bring pace back on rather than Montgomery. That's a low full toss, it straight down the ground, but Sammy King doing the fielding, and it's just a single.
Yeah, we've seen 6 overs from Petman and from Hayes and 5 from Lord, from the 3 seamers who started and bowled at a pretty brisk pace.
Kent have been bowled out for 82 by Northants. Give you the other scores in a moment. This one's helped into the leg side, fielded by Slater out there, 117 for 4. Elsewhere, Lancashire 130 for 4 after 31 against Worcestershire. Durham 186 for 4 after 35 against Derbyshire. Hampshire 150 for 4 after 33 against Middlesex. As McCann comes in again to bowl to Smith, he'll just push it onto the onside, and Mead will field. Sussex 117 for 7. That's at Hove after 31 against Essex. Late start at Bristol. Gloucestershire 50 for 1 after 10 against Leicestershire. I think they're playing just 40 overs aside there. McCann bowls, and it's defended by Kai Smith. End of the over. 117 for 4 is the score, and Glamorgan 110 for 5 after 23. That's 47 overs aside. Glamorgan, Yorkshire 110 for 5. Glamorgan here 117 for 4 after 28.
Yes, there's not too many big scores knocking around in the final round of one-day Cup group games, with the group winners going through to the semi-finals on Sunday, and the second and third in each group playing a quarter-final, an eliminator, if you want to call it that, on Friday. The start of a new over from Patterson White. His first ball, he's pushed through and it's full, and on the sweep it has Benjamin hit on the pad. There was a loud appeal.
For those not involved, like Notts, they've got a week off, but then all the sides involved in the return of the county championship a week tomorrow.
Patterson White bowls, and that was very full, and a slight hesitation on the single as Benjamin plays a sort of reverse paddle to short third man, and Hayes picked up, but Smith was already committed to the run, and they've completed it. So Benjamin to 16, 118 for 4. That'll be the first round of championship games since the end of June, won't it?
Yeah, something like that. No,
it's been long enough anyway. Patterson-White round the wicket, and Smith drives and he's beaten on the offside. He's gone past the outside edge quite a lot now.
Yeah, end of June, and it ran into July, didn't it?
Right.
I think it started 30th of June, yeah, because that's where it's Southport. Finished around about the 3rd of July, something like that.
Warwickshire still without a championship win. Round the wicket comes Patterson-White, and this is paddled reverse stroke again by Smith, and again it hits Hayes at short third man, and again they take a short single. So Smith up to 13. 119 for 4, but it's cautious progress being made by Warwickshire at the moment. And this time he drives firmly. Benjamin on the onside, there's no run.
Yeah, just the 5 bowlers used by Nott so far.
Back, this is a bit shorter, and Benjamin goes back and hits it through mid-wicket right up to the picket fence in front of the pavilion and gets 4. His second boundary. So it's a disappointing finish to the over from Patterson-White, who'd kept it very tight again up to that point. 123 for 4, 20 now to Benjamin and 13 to Smith.
Yeah, it was actually fielded by Freddie McCann, who was just on his way out of the dressing room to come onto the field to do a spell of fielding. It's Ben Slater going off for a little comfort break. So Petman, Hayes and Lord, the 3 seamers who rotated at the start of the innings, bowled 6 overs apiece, and now Patterson-White's had 6, McCann has had 5, and we're going to get a 6th bowler. It is going to be Matthew Montgomery. So it's like for like. It's right arm off spinner replacing right arm off spinner Montgomery, and again, like McCann though, he's electing to go right arm round the wicket, even though it's a right-hander on strike, and his first ball is short, and that's pulled away out to Ben Martindale, who's immediately involved. We'll be able to spot Martindale from the moon because he's got fluorescent orange footwear on. Single, 124 for 4. Takes Smith on to 14. Benjamin's 20, and now he lifts this down the ground. Can Sammy King cut it off? Sliding stop from the Nottinghamshire fielder. Still looks very damp in the extremities, doesn't it? But it's a good stop. They get 2.
Martindale's shoes are the second most luminous garment inside the ground today. There was a lady with a pink coat you were most taken with that day when she walked in.
Yes,
use that for floodlighting at the city.
In fact, I can just see it.
Well, you can hardly miss her by the lime trees. Yes, splendid.
You can only just see where she is, but yeah, once you see it, you won't miss her. Again, lifted out onto the leg side and caught. Nicely judged catch out there at deep mid-wicket, and a wicket in his first over for Matthew Montgomery. That's a really important blow struck by Montgomery. Warwickshire trying to press on. And certainly there was no hint of having a little look there at Montgomery. Let's try and take him on. Let's play some shots. But Chris Benjamin has gone, picking out deep mid-wicket with a sliding catch on the rope. We'll just confirm the catcher for you in the fullness of time. 126 for 5. Benjamin played some good shots, but he's gone for 22. Another one getting a start. You probably heard that. It was Freddie McCann getting the all-important catch. 126 for 5, and there's another player that I'm not too familiar with, Theo Wiley, making his way out to the middle.
Well, he's another in the early stages of his career. Has had a little bit of England under 19 cricket and played in one of these games at the start of the tournament. In 2 of them, I beg your pardon. He didn't get to bat at Chelmsford, where Ed Barnard on the top order chased down a big score. He opened at Leicester, but made only 4. And this is his first chance to play since. So, a chance for Theo Wiley. And after him, really, it is down to the bowlers. So, 2 young players here, Smith and Wiley, with the responsibility as the last recognised batters to try and get Warwickshire up to a score on a day like Sunday, where lots of them have got started, but nobody yet has really gone on to a substantial score. Rob Yates made 72 on Sunday. Nobody's gone past 31 yet.
There's Montgomery to the new man, beats him on the outside, goes through to Moores. Montgomery striking with just his third delivery. From here, I mean, it's difficult to tell because we are at ground level. I was a little surprised it carried all the way to deep mid-wicket. There's another aggressive approach. Second ball up, Wiley playing a reverse sweep for a single. A little surprised it carried all the way out to Freddie McCann.
Yeah. We're seeing again that it's not necessarily hard to score runs, but it's hard to score quick runs.
There's Montgomery to conclude the over, bowling to Kai Smith, and he's hit it out towards Freddie McCann. And will that one carry it? Well, indeed, he's got two in the over. Identical, absolutely identical. That's a really good catch again by McCann, sliding in, and as with the previous one, very, very low to the ground. And Kai Smith throws his head back, and well, perhaps sometimes you have to just be aware what's going on at the other end and learn from it, because he played the same shot that Chris Benjamin did and has picked out the same fielder and got the same result. There's a little bit of a saying about that, isn't there? Doing the same thing and expecting a different result, but it didn't happen. 127 now for 6 at the end of the over.
It's rather belied inexperience of a capable young player there, Kai Smith, because there might be a time to really indulge in the slog sweep, but with 5 wickets down and nearly 20 overs left on a day where it's been hard to accelerate the scoring, that might not have been the moment. And it's left Theo Wiley to bat with the lower order, and although Jake Lintott has scored some good runs for Warwickshire, there isn't a great deal of batting depth after him. So now they look vulnerable.
Matthew Montgomery, up until that previous over, hadn't taken a wicket in this season's competition, and then 2 in the space of the last 4 balls. It's a funny old game, Saint, as they say. 127 for 6 after 30.
Well, we were talking earlier about whether Warwickshire would want to get to 250. They would be happy to get anywhere near 200 at the moment, as Wiley comes forward to play at and miss the first ball of a new over from Patterson White. And it's suddenly looking very awkward. Wiley goes to reverse. He's hit on the pad, and he's LBW. He was hit on the back leg there. The umpire had a long think about it to make sure he was confident that he'd seen what he thought he had. And the 3rd wicket to fall in the space of just 6 deliveries. Wiley's LBW to Patterson White for 1, and it's 127 for 7.
Well, the wheels have certainly come off. There's 3 wickets going down in the space of 6 deliveries now.
Having gone to reverse and then been hit on the back leg, even from this angle, you got the feeling he was in trouble.
Yeah, I wasn't entirely surprised when the finger went up. He does like to take his time, Gareth Cross, doesn't he? There's nothing wrong with that, of course, but
no.
Once you get to know the idiosyncrasies of each umpire, you're all right. But there's been a time or two today where you thought, well, he's not going to signal, and then he does.
No, I think you'd rather an umpire take his time than rush a decision. But yeah, it would be an unnerving moment. I think there was a slight moment of disbelief among the fielders as well, because you could tell from the appeal they were pretty confident about that one. Well, Michael Booth out to join Jake Lintott, and the lower order have found themselves left in a fix here at 127 for 7. And on a day where a win could put Warwickshire into the semi-finals, things are suddenly looking a great deal more difficult. Glamorgan, their rivals at the top, 119 for 5 in the 26th over against Yorkshire in a slightly shortened game like this one at Cardiff. Here's Patterson White round the wicket to the right-handed Booth, who is getting a run, just squirting it to backward point. And he at least is away. Lintott is going to face his first ball.
Just a couple of players to come that have not yet had the privilege of seeing.
Yeah, Tassim Ali, the young spinner, and Michael Ray, an experienced New Zealand bowler, signed up for the second time this season by Warwickshire. Lintott goes to turn that into the leg side, and it comes off a leading edge and flops out on the offside, short of the extra cover fieldsman, Hamid, moving in. He didn't know where that was going, though, Lintott. He might be encouraged if he sees the ball spinning. Now he goes back to a quicker delivery and almost plays it onto his stumps. It bounces down next to the stumps and up to the wicket keeper.
126 for 4 became 127 for 7 within 6 deliveries.
Patterson White round the wicket, and Lintott is forward and might have been taken on the pad. It runs down on the offside behind him, and there's no run. So another successful over for Patterson White. 128 for 7, Booth 1, Lintott 0. The wicket of Wiley for 1 fell in that over.
Yeah, Matthew Montgomery then to continue, no surprise there, 1 over 2 for 4 for him. Patterson White 7 overs 2 for 24. The other wicket takers, James Hayes 1 for 28, Rob Lord 1 for 22, McCann 5 overs none for 26, and Petman 6 overs none for 22. They've all been reasonably economical today. There's Montgomery. Be bowling then to Michael Booth, another player just making his way in the game. He's right-hander, standing with his legs fairly well apart, sort of a crouch stance, lunges forward, pushes it back to Montgomery, who's developed his action over the winter now, hides the ball behind his back, then brings it down. It's whipped away behind square on the leg side, and there'll be at least one. They're coming back for 2. They'll get back for 2. That's Ben Slater, who's back on the field.
The England Lions game at Worcester against Sri Lanka has now started, and looking at the Lions team, Lyndon James is captaining that Lions side, and the Warwickshire players Rob Yates and Hamza Sheikh are both in.
This is into the pads. Looking the other day that made the point that a captain hadn't been named. That was one of the things, and the other just described as a 4-day game against the tourists, as it's pushed into the offside. And I don't know if that means that they're going to be playing. I think the Lions have named 12 players, and I wonder if all the Sri Lankans are going to get a chance to bat and bowl, and whether it won't have first class status. Montgomery bowls. This one's hit in the air, but down to long leg and safely. The couple of runs there by Michael Booth. I've actually written him down on my bit of paper as number 22. He's actually 27. Michael Booth. Lintott is 23. Montgomery bowls, and again there's going to be a run on the leg side. That might be off the pad. Antares, no, he's happy to let it go. So that was a better over for Warwickshire. Montgomery not getting the level of success as he did in the previous one. 133 for 7, so 5 runs from that particular over, and Warwickshire in a bit of a hole. Top scorer Ed Barnard, the skipper, who was second out for 31. 29 for Michael Burgess. There's been a couple of 22s as well, but those 3 wickets in the space of 6 balls have certainly derailed their charge towards 200 plus.
Yes, the 200 looks a long way off at the moment.
I know Lyndon James' family have actually gone to New Road, so whether he knew in advance or not, that'll be nice for them and for him, of course.
Yeah, it's a great honour for him to lead the Lions team. It's showing only 11 against 11 at the moment. That's coming through on the listings as Patterson White starts a new over and gets that one past Booth.
Yeah, and at the top it does actually say a men's domestic first class match, but we'll see as it goes on. We have bowed to pressure from tourists in the past before for that sort of game.
Patterson White bowls a Yorker and it's squeezed away. Lintot's called him through for a single. Oh, it was a very tight one as the throw went to the non-striker's end. Lintot's safe, but it was a very short one.
Ricky Ponting wouldn't have been amused by that because the throw was from the subfielder, Ben Martindale. He had his issues with subfielders, didn't he, Mr. Pratt?
On famous occasion, it was a Trent-Bridge, wasn't it? Yep. He's pushed away back on the leg side, fielded by King. Lintott still yet to score and waits for Patterson White and meets him with a defensive bat. There's still 15 overs available to Warwickshire to try and squeeze out at least some sort of competitive score. Patterson White bowls and again Lintott defends. There has been a little bit of assistance in the pitch, it seemed, because there have been a few awkward strokes. A few balls have bounced unpredictably. Not many, but a few. Patterson White bowls and Lintott dabs this away on the leg side, and they only very briefly think about the possibility of a single, and it's the end of the over. 2 for 25, Patterson White from 8 overs, and Warwickshire 134 for 7.
It's been an innings, if you like, from the fielding side of 2 halves so far. We had Seam for the first 18 overs as Petman, Hayes and Lord shared the first 18 overs, 6 apiece, and since then Patterson White, McCann and Montgomery have operated with pace off and with great success as well. The spinners picking up 4 wickets between them. Tom Moore's the keeper and Asiba Mead just having a lengthy chat about the situation as Montgomery bowls, and this is worked by Booth onto the leg side. That's captain Hamid, a couple of centuries in this season's competition, does the fielding. Ball back with Montgomery, and again comes again and floats it up, and this is driven through the offside, and that will go for 4. That's a fine looking shot. Rob Lord in pursuit, not getting a great deal of assistance from the spectators on this side of the ground. Actually let the ball go between the deck chairs and let Rob Lord also have to intervene to reach in and get the ball back.
Yes, he's getting paid and we're not.
Yeah. Single taken to this next delivery by Booth, who's going. He's on 12. Is that right, showing on the ball? But Lintott hasn't scored yet.
That's right, yeah.
He's on strike now, so here's his opportunity. As and when. Hamid still tinkering with the field. Still grey overhead, though we haven't seen any sign of rain, thankfully. We haven't seen any sign of the sunshine either. Single taken, just a little dab round the wicket to get Jake Lintott underway. Taunton born Lintott, who was a school teacher, played a little bit for Gloucestershire, and then his career really took off. Montgomery in again to Booth, who's actually looked as positive as anybody else since coming to the crease. Nudges this into the offside, no run.
Yes, there isn't a lot of form to go on from Michael Booth. He's
again works it out as far as Hayes, end of the over, 34 gone. Warwickshire 140 for 7.
Still very early in his career, a slightly later starter than others. He's 23, coming to Warwickshire out of Durham University, but originally from Harare in Zimbabwe, and has made a few runs down the order in the limited limited number of first class and List A games that he's played. But he's got time to bat here, bat for an hour if he wants.
Yeah.
With still 14 overs available, 140 for 7. And we've had 34 overs. Patterson White has bowled 8 straight through and looks as though he's going to carry on.
That was actually his dad that was just.
Oh, was he
just
really? The
talking to
chap
me a
just
bit.
waving
Yeah.
behind us. Yes, he was just trying to get your attention. That was Patterson White Senior, was
Yes.
it? Oh. His boy's having a good day. He's taken 2 wickets for relatively minimal cost, and with 2 slips in position, he starts in again round the wicket, and Lintott is defending on the offside. 2 for 25, Patterson White. He's there again, left arm round the wicket, and Lintott sweeps a very full delivery, and he gets 1 down to long leg. Here's Jack Haynes, whose boundary throw defeated Will Rhodes. Looked a bit disappointed to be given out. It was a tight one.
I have had 1 or 2 correspondents who've wound it back and slow-moed it and everything, and yeah, he was short of his ground.
Well, there we are. This is edged, well taken at second slip. A 3rd wicket for Patterson White. King grabbing it low down. The second of the slips. It was pretty full, and Booth just pushing forward. Edged it very low, and he's out for 12. Caught by King off Patterson White, and it's 141 for 8.
Yeah, good catch, wasn't it, by Sammy King. Mainly been doing his work out in the deep up until the last couple of overs. Brought him in as Notts tried to attack, try and break this partnership, and a good catch low down at slip. Booth had played nicely, attacking cricket for his 12, and as you perhaps heard on the tannoy, Booth is going to be replaced by Tazeem Ali out there in the middle. We're in the 35th over here, and as Mike has just said, help yourself if you want to go out there and bat for the best part of an hour, but Michael Booth couldn't. Liam Patterson White now has figures of 3 for 26.
Tazeem Ali has made a few runs, 12 in the very tight finish at Hove when he didn't quite see Warwickshire all the way to the line, and 16 the other day here at the end of the innings against Yorkshire. But anything Warwickshire can chisel out from these last 2 wickets, give them a chance. They have been good at bowling teams out in white ball cricket this season, in both the 2020s and in this competition, as Nottinghamshire of course found to their cost in that extraordinary game at Trent Bridge. But Warwickshire bowled 6 teams out inside the 20 over distance in the T20 tournament, and they've done it a few times in this competition too, but they probably have to today. Patterson White round the wicket to the right-handed Tazeem Ali, who is beaten as he pushes forward. Didn't really commit to playing at that, he just placed his foot forward.
I'm also hearing that it's Dan White's 50th today, so if we can catch up with him later on, I'll wish him all the best.
Well, family's having a good day so far.
Yeah.
Back goes Tazeem Ali, guides this on the bounce to backward point.
T in touch again. It's been great to watch this bowling this morning, Dave, but where's it been for the last few weeks? It's always the way, isn't it?
Patterson White bowls, and that's run off an outside edge as well. And that's gone in the same direction down to short third man. It's the end of the over. 141 for 8. Lintott 2 and Tazeem Ali no score. The wicket of Booth for 12 falling in that over, and giving Patterson White figures now of 9 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 26.
Yep, he'll get a well-deserved break in the not too distant future. Be hoping to add another wicket to his tally if he can. Meanwhile, Matthew Montgomery to continue from the Collingwood end. Philbritt assures us. Way to our right as we look from our position at deep extra cover. It's Montgomery bowling, Knots in the predominantly green strip with the gold sleeves. First ball turned to Hamid and there's no run. The Bears in a combination of light and dark blue. And there's, again it's turned on the leg side. Did make the comment, I know we were in separate commentary boxes at Trent Bridge, Mike, for the blast game, and also at Edgbaston as Montgomery bowls. This is pushed into the offside. I did like the yellow blast shirts of the Bears this year, but you just couldn't see the numbers.
No, no, they weren't great for that.
I suspect you might have mentioned it as well, as again a dance down the track from Lintott. For the third ball in a row, he turns it to mid-wicket to Asiba Mead. My
colleague Clive Eakin was very taken with them, though, commentating on Coventry City in the football season. He felt like he was looking the same team.
And it's turned on the leg side, and there's no run. Oh yes, it was pale blue, wasn't it? With the yellow numbers, that was it. It just didn't make for easy viewing from somebody that didn't see the side on a regular basis. It's blocked. You know what it's like when you see them regularly at a team. Yes, you can make out the silhouettes and the mannerisms and what have you. As you said this morning, I think that was the first word you greeted me with. What was it you said? I came through the gates and I could make out your silhouette in the distance.
I could, yes. It was a vision. I thought that can that be the sylph-like figure of
that was a maiden, by the way,
of Dave Brace-Girdland. So it was.
We weren't quite flustered to arrive at our commentary table, but we were a little alarmed because there were electrics in the vicinity, and it was raining quite heavily at the point. But you dived in head first, didn't you? You plunged your plug in there. Let's see if it goes bang.
All is well. 141 for 8. Patterson White starts a new over, and forward comes Tazim Ali to defend.
KM says, reference to where they've been every week. He says if they had a wicket to bowl on like this one every week, it'd be a bonus for the spinners.
Yeah, I wonder how much assistance they've had. They do seem to have got a bit out of it this time, as Tazimi's, I think he did play at that one, and that one's gone past the outside edge.
And then he says menacingly, all they've had to do is put it in a decent area, big turning wicket, but what are the Warwickshire spinners like? Well, we know about Lintott.
Yes, Lintott will find any spin that's there. Tazim Ali defends back up the pitch. We don't have the pictures here or the means to look at them, so we're not. You can tell by how many times the batters have played and missed, and there's been occasional awkward bounce as well. That one scuttles past the outside edge as it's pushed through a bit by Patterson White.
Any other spinners? There's a number of this Bears.
Yeah, well, Tazim Ali will bowl wrist spin.
Okay.
So he'll bowl right arm wrist spin. Lintott left armour. Round the wicket he comes, and Tazim defends on the leg side. Rob Yates has been bowling some spin, but of course he's away for this game, so they haven't got him. So they'll be looking at Lintott and Tazim Ali prominently. Tazim's forward, driving up to mid-off this time, and that's a second successive maiden. Two maidens rattled off in about, it felt like about 90 seconds flat. 141 for 8. And
Liam Patterson White has. There we go. 3 for 26 for LPW today. And he's looked to have bowled every bit of those figures as well. Is really impressive. But first, his first wicket, first ball after drinks. Here's Montgomery. He's got a couple of wickets, bowls, and it's another dot ball driven up to Rob Lord at mid-off. So that's at least 13 dots. You're
we haven't had a run since the last wicket, so that's 17 scoreless deliveries.
17 dots. This partnership then is frustrating and denying and defying the Outlaws, but not doing anything to boost the total from 141 for 8. Now a reverse, and it's been missed, maybe missed by everybody. We'll have a look, see if it's buys or there was a bottom edge. There's 2 to the total anyway. Let's have a look at Ant Harris. No, there was some bat involved with Lintott attempting the reverse. 143 for 8 it'll go up to. And now does. Lintott on to 4. Now close to the wicket catches. He comes down the track as a result and guides it down the ground for a single. Sammy King doing the fielding. He wears number 1, and I guess that tells you every little thing you need to know about Sammy King's character. There's not too many shy lads that wear number 1, is there? Good lad, good player. Been itching for an opportunity. He's been in many of the 50 over squads this season without getting a game, and when he hasn't been playing, he's been away playing for Norfolk in the national counties. Montgomery bowls and Tazim Ali cuts it to backward point. Lintott comes all the way down to discuss it with him and is then sent back, and there's no run.
The last thing they need now is a mix-up like that.
Yeah, it's back to your very first cricket lessons with your schoolmaster, isn't it? If it's behind the wicket, it's the non-striker's call, etc, etc. Not always like that, but I think Lintott thought they should have gone for a run, and Tazim Ali felt that one should have gone out of the ground. He thought it was short enough to pull and just bottom edged it, just grazed it into his pads rather than hitting it over deep mid wicket for 6. Montgomery bowls and Tazim Ali back on the block, so there was a break to the run of dots in that over, but just 2 from it. It's 144 for 8 after 38.
Yes, it's going to be difficult. I wonder, having seen how this innings has panned out, the spinners have obviously found some assistance. The seamers got the odd ball to go up and down, but the spinners seem to have found more. Whether Warwickshire will turn to their spinners a little bit quicker. Although they've had the 2 previous games here, there obviously isn't a great wealth of knowledge in how the game would play. Mark Robinson, the Warwickshire coach, said before the first game, he said it's great to come and play here. They were really looking forward to it, but one of the things about it is that you sort of concede some of your home advantage in a way.
Yep.
So they have had the 2 games. The first game it was a high scoring one. The second game not so much. And this one less still.
Yeah. Freddie McCann's back on to replace Patterson White, so still spin from both ends.
Yeah, bowled 5 overs from the Collingwood end, now coming to the School end and bowling his off spin from round the wicket to Lintott, who defends. And if these 2 have tried to set themselves and say, look, well, we're going to make sure we bat 48 overs if we possibly can, that's not such a bad policy. Given the crash of wickets in the last hour, McCann was a little bit shorter and Lintott reverses, and again the ball spins awkwardly over the outfield and almost deceives the fielder, but they get time to come back for 2.
Liam Patterson White's just popped off for a comfort break. Again, we've got Ben Martindale on the field, and we can clearly see the brightness of those what are we going, fluorescent orange or red cricket shoes.
You wouldn't lose them in the back of the cupboard, would you? 146 for 8. Back goes Lintott off one leg, plays it with a straight bat up to Hamid. He's 7. And Tazim yet to score. Oh, that one's popped off an edge, and are they claiming catch? No, they're not. It's come off the pad. Come off the pad.
Yes, contrasting shirt arrangements for the 2 batters.
Lintott's he's hanging loose as he goes to reverse again, and he's had mixed results with that. He's taken on the pad.
My grandma used to say, you'll never be a scout with your shirt hanging out, and his is, but Tazim Ali's is tucked in.
Round the wicket comes McCann, and it goes to pull and goes through full 360 degrees and manages in the middle of that triple Salco, or single Salco I suppose, to intercept the ball and pull it down to Haynes at Deep backward square leg, 3 from the over, and Warwickshire creep along to 147 for 8, with Lintop now 8.
Yes, 48 overs aside, so there are 9 overs left to bat in theory. Yeah, triple Salcos there, that's the old ice skating, isn't it? I think we've seen all sorts of different sports over the last couple of weeks. I don't know if you caught sight of the old rock climbing and the break dancing and all the other stuff. This is turned behind square by Lintop for a single, 148 as the flies land on me. I don't know what that suggests, but invasion of flies in our Bijou commentary. What did you call it? Gazebo.
I did.
Tazim Ali yet to score, and a play and a miss outside the off stump as it goes through to Tom Moores.
I'm quite missing the Olympics, Dave. You enjoyed it thoroughly.
Yeah. Montgomery in again, and this one is pulled out onto the leg side, and Hamid can't hang on to it, and Tazim Ali's happy with the slight misfield because it means he's off the mark and a single. Yes, it's been really good, the swimming to start with, and then the cycling and the athletics. This ball's turned on the leg side, and of course we've all become experts, haven't we, in the different sports we only see once every 3 or 4 years. The 150 is brought up, 150 for 8 in the 40th. Montgomery off 3 or 4 paces, and Tazim Ali's got the bit between his teeth now as he doubles his score from 1 to 2 with another single.
Played that quite elegantly, waited for it, going at it backward of point.
This is Montgomery's 6th over. Oh my word! I can't recall seeing a bowler in a county cricket match bowl one of those for a long time. That slipped obviously and went, sometimes they go straight up in the air or behind the bowler, and we all laugh and have a chuckle. That went 15 feet higher than Tom Moore's, and they went through, what did they go through, for a couple of byes, and it's going to be a free hit?
They've taken 1 bye, and it was a signal no ball as well, so that's that'll be scored 3 altogether.
Yeah, and a free hit. and he'll probably get a warning for it as well.
Yes. So
he doesn't do it again.
Well, he tried to, but yes, it was a proper moon ball job. That was really, went 15 feet over the top.
Trying to do something different maybe with the fingers. I was going to say, I guess we'll never know. We will, because I'll ask him, but
he'd be delighted that you picked that out.
yeah.
Two
Trying
wickets.
A little something different with your fingers there, man.
Did you not see me get 2 wickets in my first over, Dave? Ask me about that.
So the field has been allowed to change because a different batter on strike. Here is Montgomery bowls, and Tazim Ali does slam it down the ground with lots of energy expended, but will only get a single, and that is the end of the over. An unusual one in many respects. 154 for 8 after 40. 7 from it. That's the best over for a while. Is that Oliver Hannon-Dolby who's just run onto the pitch?
Yes, I think he's on his 12th duty today. So as they make sure he's rested up, ready for the championship games, because they're going to need him.
Yeah, Lintop's over clubbed with sweaters, and he's just discarded one, and Hannon-Dolby's taking it away with him. Liam Patterson-White back on the field, and Freddie McCann goes back to doing his 12th man duties from the sanctuary of the pavilion away to our left. Lovely building it is as well. Can see the Bears flag, can't see a Nottinghamshire one today.
Yeah, visiting teams bringing the club's pennant with them has gone a little bit out of fashion, hasn't it?
In short format.
Yes. Yeah.
Always stands loud and proud, I think, for the county championship.
Good. So it should. 8 overs available to Warwickshire at 155 for 8, and this is McCann, and they're claiming a very thin edge, if it was, from Tazim Ali. I mean, a little dab at that, but they don't get the response they were looking for. 155 for 8. Ali has 3, and he's waiting to see where the fielders are drifting to. He can see out of his corner of his eye Patterson White shuffling round at fine leg, and he avoids him. Umpire Harris made I have to say, a meal of getting out of the way of that. Very nearly fell over it, and as the ball came close to him, he's looking rather accusingly round at the harmless fielding disc that marking the 30-yard circle. I think he thought he was going to trip over that, but they get 1 after a bit of involuntary cabaret. Taslim's up to 4. Now Lintott, who's rather jerkily playing this to fine leg.
Glamorgan are 158 for 7 in the 35th against Yorkshire.
So they're not a whole lot better off.
No.
Both teams lost on Sunday, having set the pace in the competition. They both won their first 5 games, and then when their head-to-head was a rain-off at Edgbaston last week. This is defended by Lintott, back on the leg side, and now he's down the pitch driving on the bounce and half fielded by the bowler, but he does enough to prevent them taking a run.
I think Yorkshire need to hammer Glamorgan and hope Gloucestershire only just beat Leicestershire. I think that's their only route in.
They'll have the calculators out. Forward comes Lintott and drops this into the leg side, and it's the end of the over. 41 gone, 156 for 8. At 10 to Lintott and 4 to Taslim Ali, and 7 overs now available.
Yeah, Montgomery's going to continue. 6 overs, 2 for 26 for him. Freddie McCann's had 7 overs, so Hamid can bowl 3, 7. He could bowl out with his spinners. Should he elect to do so? I was expecting the pace to return, actually, I must admit, for this over, but no real reason to change it in terms of the performance of Matthew Montgomery, apart from that moon ball in the last over. First ball's helped into the covers, fielded by Hayes. Second ball is to the left of James Hayes, so they will take a single. 157 for 8. So Notts have certainly identified that pace off is the way to go.
Yeah, I wonder whether it will affect the way Warwickshire approach it.
Umpire is Ant Harris. At this end, down the track comes Lintott. Fine shot out to Sammy King at long on. Single taken. 158 for 8. Lintott has 11. Taslim Ali has 5. We're in the 42nd over. Next one is just pushed back to, well, I was going to say back to Montgomery, and I don't think he took it cleanly. Ended up shaking his fingernails. Montgomery bowls. Another single, nicely played by Taslim Ali. Seems to have found himself in a comfort zone now against the spinners. It was all awry to begin with, that succession of dot balls. Lintott sweeps, he'll get a single. 160 up now, 160 for 8. Means they've added 19. And again, Montgomery just racing through the overs. 160 for 8 at the end of the 42nd as Phil Brick comes back to give Mike a well-earned few moments off. 160 for 8. It's been a clatter of wickets since you
I tell you what, I won't leave you in charge of the shop again. You go away, and I've just been talking to some of the Warwickshire supporters who it's not very pleased with the way things were going, especially some of the dismissals they were watching.
This Freddie McCann is Phil Britt.
This one is clipped away by. Just looking in, I've just stood in quickly here for.
Sorry,
it's Ali, isn't it? Yeah, who's just played that one away with Lintott, who's just pushed it away through mid wicket. Yeah, Mike will be back on in a second. He's got to come back and do his news update.
I'll get in the.
Yeah.
Not news, is it? The 2 o'clock news.
Yeah. So, kind of in again to bowl, and Tasmali drives down the ground for a single. Kind of feel this score is well short of what's needed, though, Dave.
Yep, you'd imagine so, but certainly Lintott and co are going to enjoy bowling on it.
This next one, Lintott turns and just behind square.
We were just saying before you came back, though, I mean, Notts could have brought back the pace bowlers by now to bowl out, but they've certainly identified that it's going to be spin and spin and spin for as long as they can.
Just bring Mike back in again here now.
Thanks to Phil for just popping in. Freddie McCann firing the ball through there. Lintott trying to get down the track to him without any great reward. Goes on the reverse, just lollops it up on the leg side, and they'll come back for a couple.
That's what happens when you've done an hour and a half in a row. Do our local radio update in a few moments, and then Phil will come and talk to you properly. Squeezing out some useful runs down the pitch again here, Lintott, and picks off one to fine leg. 63. If they can squeeze out even another 20 or 30 in these final overs with a bit of a running, might yet make a game of it, who's to say.
There's a lot of chats going on from the side in green and gold. It's going to be Montgomery.
Yeah, after building such a good position, they would like to bowl Warwickshire out now and make sure that things don't wriggle away, especially if the pitch does turn out to be a bit awkward. Only 5 overs to go. They are going to press on with the spinners. Right, I'll do this update and then get out of the way, Dave. And Warwickshire have found it very difficult, having been put into bat by Notts, and looking now to just try and survive all the way to the end of their 48 overs. They are 166 for 8. We're in the 44th over. A real crash of wickets against the spinners. 3 fell in the space of 6 balls when Benjamin, Smith and Wiley all fell. Wickets for Liam Patterson-White with his left arm spin, 3 for 26. And Matt Montgomery with his off breaks took 2 in the same over. Jake Lintott and Tazeem Ali now playing carefully, just trying to at least see out time for Warwickshire and squeeze out a few more runs in the hope that they can make it tricky for Notts when it's their turn. In the 44th of 48 overs, Warwickshire 167 for 8. This is Mike Taylor at Rugby School.
And a big blow down the ground from Jake Lintott. Clears the ropes, and Matthew Montgomery is hit for the first 6 of the innings. That was nice use of his feet from Lintott, but an even better and clean connection, this time back in blocking defensive duties. Pushes it just in front of him and Tom Moore's fields. 173 for 8. Lintott on to 23. There's Montgomery again. Comes once more, this time flat and straight to Sammy King, who does really well. That was going like a shell, but he took it on the bounce and with a tumble turn quickly got to his feet, threw the ball in.
Ooh, that sounds like a term picked up at the Olympics.
Swimming, yeah. I didn't think it was right, but you know what I mean. He dived and came up with the ball in his hand.
Like that.
Next one is played into the offside, and James Haynes sees the ball just run up his leg and into his hands obligingly. End of the over. 174 for 8 after 44. First show of real aggression there from Lintott. 9 from that over. There's 4 to go. 174 for 8. Can they get 26 runs from 4 overs to get up to 200? And a return of pace with Rob Lord coming back into the attack from the School end away to our left.
Back again, Dave. Well, 174. They've rescued it a bit after that clatter of wickets.
Might be the end of Freddie McCann then. 8 overs, none for 35 for McCann. Only one of the spinners today to not get a wicket, but he's taken 2 terrific catches to give Matthew Montgomery his 2 wickets, catching both Benjamin and Smith in the deep. There's Lord bowling, and Lintott pushes it into the offside.
Well, Jake Lintott, a useful 24 he's got so far. But Warwickshire looking for a home tie if they can. They're qualified, but they're hoping to get a home tie, so they're going to be looking for results elsewhere perhaps if they want that home tie, either on Friday or Sunday,
or both. This is
both.
guided down to third for a single.
No, they can't be both.
Yes, if they
win on Friday, they'll be away on Sunday.
Yes, they would. Yeah. They well, if they finished second and had to be at home on Friday, almost certainly they would be second behind. Well, they'd be second behind Glamorgan.
Yep.
And I think the winner of this group would go to the. I'll come back to it in a second. As Tazim Ali holds his bat out. Whoever wins the match
should go to Somerset.
Yes. We'd looked up at the draw, and if Notts finished third, they would go to the winner of this group, be it Warwickshire or Glamorgan. So whoever came second in this group, if they got through, would go to the winner of Group A. It's turned on the leg side, if that makes sense. But yeah, if Somerset won the other group,
which it looks like they should do.
Let's Worcestershire get a big win today. Worcestershire in second place in that group. 175 for 8. So interesting that Hamid has brought Rob Lord back first. Comes in again to Tazim Ali. Thickish outside edge, down to third. Single taken.
It's Warwickshire struggling along here at 176 for 8. Glamorgan also struggling, 166 for 8 against Yorkshire, so not going well.
Yes, it will be consolation, I guess, to the Welsh County and their supporters looking at the score from here, as this is almost tennis battered or tennis racketed to lead off on the bounce for none to end the over. 176 for 8.
He'd come down the wicket and the ball's dug in a bit short, and as Dave said, he sort of played it tennis style in the end, because he was a bit stuck in no man's land for the way the ball was delivered to him.
Michael's been in touch. Dave, half listening to you earlier when you were talking about the quarterfinals on Friday. If Worcester beat Lancashire and get a home tie, where will they play it as the Lions? I don't know, Michael. That's a question that you'd need to ask the authorities at New Road. I presume they've had some sort of discussion about it, but clearly it won't be played at New Road.
It is going to be an issue, though, isn't it? Because I can't think they'll do it at Kidderminster, Dave, because it wouldn't give them time to get it all properly sorted out.
I know Notts played a game at Derby, a group game a few years ago, and I know there was another potential clash, and if they got through to the knockouts again, it would have been staged at Derby, but I guess they couldn't. Their nearest and dearest, of course,
Bristol,
would be. Well, I was going to say either Bristol or Warwickshire, and neither right now could make any commitments to it because they don't know themselves. Certainly Warwickshire don't know if Edgbaston's going to be required or not.
Well, we've got a game there tomorrow anyway, so it's the 100 there tomorrow. So
it's a difficult one. Toby Petman's coming back 176 for 8. You've got 3 overs left, Phil.
So he's still looking for his first wicket. Petman, he's bowled 6 before, 0 for 22 as he comes in and bowls, and this is down to third man over the top of the non-existent slips, down for a single. So one more to Ali.
You know, it's just. Mike made the point earlier on, it's just not ideal for anybody. Even for the home side, are you engaging however many, 200, 500, 1,000 stewards and St John's Ambulance and etc. to be on duty in 2 days' time or not? Do the ground staff prepare it? Need to, have they got a wicket ready in 2 days' time or not?
Petman comes in, bowls, Lintop turns this one away behind square on the onside, and they get through for a single.
The away team and fans, they've got to travel presumably the day before. The fans, there are fans.
There are
love them who will go to every game. They've got to make arrangements at short notice. Are they going to the north of the country? Are they going to the south of the country? Are they going to miss out altogether? There'll be a lot of people with arrangements to make starting this evening.
Fortunately, we have not the ones who make that decision. There's this one, Ali turns to mid-wicket, there's no run. But you're absolutely right, it's getting these matches sorted out, and the combinations at the moment, there's a number of teams which could or could not qualify, could be at home.
Well, what's the worst thing for Warwickshire? Finishing third and maybe having to go to Durham on Friday or tomorrow?
In theory, here's Batman in and bowls, and this is worked nicely. Ball, rising ball, Ali just turns it away to mid-wicket for another single. He goes on to 11.
Yeah, if Worcester lose and Durham win today at home to Derbyshire, Durham could be second. If Warwickshire lost this and Leicestershire won, we'd be going to Durham on Friday.
And then have to go probably to, if they were to win that, they'd go somewhere like Somerset on Sunday, down the wicket. And he gets Lintop pushes this one up to mid-on, quickly pick up and throw at the stumps by Sam King, but they get home for a single.
I think you're making all sorts of noises from one of your devices.
That's
Phil,
me. Sorry about that.
But yes, if it was Durham at home to Warwickshire on Friday, the winner of that would then have to go from Durham on Friday. To
somewhere.
Probably Taunton. The next day, Durham to Taunton. There's Petman.
Yeah. This one is pulled away by Ali down to deep mid-wicket. He'll get 2 more. So these are useful runs from Azam Ali at the end of the innings, taking the Bears up to 182 for 8. We've got just 2 more overs to go, so it's going to be a disappointing total for them, but at least they've got a little bit to bowl with.
Yeah, the ECB and all the administrators can't sort of forecast who it's going to be, and we didn't know it was going to be Durham or Warwickshire, for example, having to travel the next day from Chesterley Street to Taunton, but they have come up with this formula, this scenario, and they have come up with the short notice turnaround, and you just feel it's all a little unnecessary, don't you? And it's more than a little unfair.
I think the problem they also got in is that they've got to cram these championship games into the back end of August. They've almost forgotten the championship. It's It's so long since we've had a game.
Rob Lord to bowl to Lintott. This has gone straight up in the air. Tom Moores will Tom Moores will leave it, and it's been pouched by Liam Patterson-White, and that is the end of that very stubborn 9th wicket partnership with Jake Lintott falling. He charged Rob Lord, it went straight up in the air. We're pitch level. I thought it was going to just plop down into the gloves of Tom Moores, but it had obviously skewed away to the right of him, and Liam Patterson-White, who'd started off in a sort of gully backward point position, was underneath it and caught it. Lintott out for 27, 182 for 9 now, the Bears, and Rob Lord with his 2nd wicket.
Useful 41 partnership between these two. That was just giving it a bit of a boost at the end of the innings, but the damage has been done long before that. And Lintott taking the attitude that he was going to come down the wicket and take everything on, which was exactly the right thing to do. But he with only 2 overs to go, he wasn't going to build a great innings. But Warwickshire, if you look back through the scorecard, a number of their batsmen, just as they did in the match against Yorkshire, have got a start but then blown it. And I think the damage was really done in that little spell of 3 wickets in 6 balls, I think it was, where both Burgess and then Benjamin, who were both looking reasonably well set, both did similar style out in the outfield, and then Wiley in between was LBW, and suddenly the innings completely disintegrated and the impetus had gone.
Another fresh one on me here with Michael Ray.
Yeah, a New Zealand player who came over, again, very few people at Edgbaston had heard of him before he came.
Lord bowls, and as he nicked that, not so appealing, indeed not so almost celebrating, but not out is the verdict from the umpire cross.
I think he was brought in on the recommendation of the Warwickshire head of cricket, Gavin Larson, I think, wasn't it? Oh, it was a New Zealander. I was just checking with Mike on that, who recommended Ray as for Warwickshire.
Certainly went hard at it from his first ball. We're in the 47th over now. Tall, well-built man, and he's got hold of this one, and he's hit it up in the air, and Martindale runs round, he's underneath it, and Rob Lord gets 2 in 3 balls, and the innings is done and dusted. It's 182 all out, and Notts will be very, very pleased indeed. You fancy that the home side have left a few out there. Tazim Ali finishes 13 not out, but Ray, the last to go, 2nd ball duck, is taken on the shortish ball from Rob Lord, and he's just helped it down the ground, running back from inside the circle. Ben Martindale, the sub-fielder, just judged it nicely, pouched the catch, and it's been done and dusted with 9 balls of the innings left unbowled. 182 all out, and I guess it's going to take until around about 4:30, 5 o'clock before we find out just how good a score that is. But on the face of it, I suspect we feel it's perhaps just a few under par.
Well, I think so. We saw 310 play 303 or 304 in the first game, 240 in the second game against Yorkshire, which Yorkshire knocked off without too much trouble with time to spare. And you kind of think, Dave, that's probably 60 runs short of where they needed to be at the very least. And I think they'll look back on it and see the number of players, we were just saying, who got a start in this innings but have not been able to progress. Well done to Nottinghamshire, they bowled a good line, the spinners did their job perfectly, and it was finished off by bringing the quickies back on again. Warwickshire, obviously, with players away on the 100 and also having 2 of their main batsmen from this competition taken for the England Lions, were light on batting, and I think that was known right from the start, but they still will be disappointed, I think, to be bowled out inside 48 overs in this competition on a wicket which looks to be playing pretty well.
Yeah, Nottingham delighted to have won the toss, stuck the Bears in. They got the boost of an early wicket with James Hayes in the side for the first time in this season's competition, dismissing Zen Malik for 1. Barnard and Rhodes were going along nicely, then both fell. Barnard for 31 LBW to Rob Lord, and Will Rhodes run out. A complete fluke. Fine margins, of course, in this game as always, but a throw in from the deep from Jack Haynes, hitting the stumps with Rhodes short of his ground. 73 for 3. On came the spinners, Liam Patterson-White, first ball after drinks, removing the dangerous Michael Burgess, and then a couple of wickets in his first over from Matthew Montgomery. The Bears quickly slid from 126 for 4 to 127 for 7, and despite that late partnership offering a little bit of hope between Lintott and Tazim Ali, the innings was wrapped up with 2 wickets from Rob Lord. 3 for 24 for Lord, 3 for 26 for Patterson White, and 2 for Matthew Montgomery, and 1 for James Hayes. Notts will be very pleased with their bowling unit, and the Bears will require 183 to win, and really they need to get the victory if they're going to have any hope of topping the group. We'll see how that goes when we come back for the Notts Outlaws run chase. That'll be in about half an hour's time. Until then, from Mike Taylor, from Phil Britt, myself, Dave Bracegirdle, thanks for your company this morning. All the scores, all the updates available on the BBC Sport website and app in the meantime, and commentary available from all the other games. But we'll be back, as I say, in ample time for the Notts run chase. The Bears all out for 182.
Test message.
No, I saw him the other day.
can do anything. So we'll just bowl for it.
Yes, he's Mike Taylor at Rugby School, where Warwickshire made 182 all out, having been asked to bat first by Nottinghamshire. Struggled on a pitch that seemed to offer a little bit more aid to the bowlers, especially the spinners, who collectively shut down Warwickshire's run scoring and took 5 wickets between them. The Bears weren't quite able to bat out their full 48 over allocation, and nobody bettered Ed Barnard's 31 at the top of the order. The start of the Notts innings has been delayed. There was a very small amount of rain in the air, and the umpires asked for the cover to be put over the centre of the ground as a precaution, but that is just being wheeled away, so shortly Warwickshire will try and defend their score of 182. Commentary continues on the BBC Sport website. This is Mike Taylor at Rugby School. Well, with the time at 3:05 and a little later than expected, just checking what time it was and where the first innings ended, it was about just before 2:20, so we've had a slightly longer interval than might have been expected. Dave and I have had a moment to walk off a very agreeable panini, and the reason for this slightly extended hold-up, which you might have spotted if you were watching the YouTube pictures, is that the cover was called for. It seemed to be called for by the umpires, didn't it? You spotted it.
Yeah.
But I'm bound to say that you wouldn't have taken your washing in. But nevertheless, you can't be too careful, I suppose. And all that he's really served is to put back the end of the match slightly, because the umpires have ruled that there is no time lost. The quarter of an hour we are late starting, you just imagined it. Yeah. So no overs are lost, which is good really. We don't want any more overs taken out of it, because it might have been recalculating, and that's far too much hard work for a Wednesday afternoon for Dave and myself. So 183 in 48 overs is Nott's target.
Yes, rather than 165 off 37 or whatever.
Yes.
Nonsensical alternative would have come up with. I was struggling to think what comparison you're going to come up with there. That's a good one, not bringing your washing in. I was going to say my good lady would still have gone out afterwards and watered her tomato plants, which are producing a healthy crop this year, thanks to the heavy watering, but certainly there wasn't enough downpour there to give him a soaking. Got Ed Barnard going to open the bowling. Is he one of these that on a Saturday afternoon he pays his match fee and he wants a full match himself, Ed? He's going to open the batting and open the bowling.
And captain, yes. He push the covers on.
We all know that.
Paint the lines, yeah, all quite good.
Lead from the front, Edward.
Well, he's had a super competition. He's scored almost 400 runs, and he's the leading wicket taker as well. He's got, I think, 13 wickets.
Super competition. I'll have the soup, please.
Splendid. Well, Warwickshire, he needs 182 all out. But anyway, Barnard starts, and the first ball climbs past the bat of the left-handed Ben Slater.
Yeah, just a word on that. They're both left-handers. This is match 8. First 6 matches, Slater and McCann opened the batting, the two we've got here. The last match at Trent Bridge on Sunday, it was Ben Slater and Jack Haynes. Not why, no reason given, but they've gone back to the normal 2 today.
And he's in again to bowl Fuller to Slater, who pushes away on the offside. I'm intrigued to see how long it is before Warwickshire go to their spinners, because defending only 182, you think they're going to probably have to bowl knots out inside the distance. And although the seam bowlers did well, the spinners seem to get more assistance from this pitch. Here's Barnard round the wicket, and there's a run for Slater, guiding it down to third man. So Lintott and Tazim Ali, the 2 wrist spinners, I wonder whether they will feature earlier, because we saw the spinners in a block, didn't we, really, for knots in the middle of the innings.
So Slater's had a good competition, couple of centuries, one of them a huge one, 164 against Surrey at Guildford. Freddie McCann, in contrast, a lot of consistent 20s, 30s, 40s, top scorer 48.
McCann on strike now, the youngster we saw bowling off spin earlier, and he defends out on the offside. He would be one of those who is taking advantage of the chance to play in this competition, get some first team cricket experience.
Yeah, he's been playing England under 19s this year. Massive runs and wickets for not seconds over the last 2 years. England under 19s this year got a 170 odd and a 90 odd against Sri Lanka. Took 2 good catches in the deep as well today.
He did, 1 for none, and he carves this in the air, but it'll be wide of Booth at third man. It was in the air for quite a while, and it was not all that far to Booth's left, but just far enough going at that speed to beat him into the boundary.
One result already today, believe it or not. They didn't manage to get 50 overs in. Kent, 82 all out. Northants knocked them off, 86 for 1. 35 overs Kent batted. 14 overs it took for Northants to win that one. A game where neither side had too much to gain. Northants quickly on the road.
Barnard round the wicket, and that comes off an outside edge and dribbles through the hands, I think, of Rhodes at slip, although it was on the ground as it did so. It wasn't a chance. So that wasn't a bad first over from Barnard, but it's ended up costing 6 runs, and with Warwickshire not having all that much room to play with only 182 scored, they really can't afford too many to be leaking away. Michael Booth will take the new ball from the other end.
That match at New Road between the England Lions and Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka 80 for 5 with 3 wickets for the Gloucestershire player Zaman Akhtar. Josh Hall of Leicestershire the other 2 wickets to fall. And the England Lions side being skippered by Nottinghamshire's Lyndon James. So congratulations to him. Here, lots up and running. Both Slater and McCann off the mark. So start of the second over. This is turned on the leg side for a run for McCann. Who's this bowling? Booth?
This is Booth, yes, the young seamer, who would be one of the quickest bowlers on the Warwickshire staff at the moment. So whether I mean, Ray looks quite sharp as well, who's come back into the squad for this game. But he has been, generally speaking, the quickest bowler on duty for Warwickshire in their games in this tournament up to now, I would say.
Sets off from the 30-yard discs, comes in to bowl to Ben Slater, who lifts it up and over point. That'll run away for 4. Very deliberately played by Ben Slater. Lots of pace on the ball, lots of pace off the face of the bat, and Slater with his first boundary.
Yeah, well played.
Interesting that we're perhaps in 2 different weather zones here, because the ground staff have left a pile of sawdust, but only at one end. That's the end that Booth's bowling from now, and he turns at that pile of sawdust, doesn't kick it over as I would do, and Slater pushes it into the offside. The next delivery, and there's no run. Not deliberately, just clumsily. Seems to be right where he's setting off from.
I know what weather zone I've gone into. It's free. There's a draft coming through here. All of a sudden.
Shut the back door,
oh dear. Is it me?
Can you zip up the back flap of our bijou gazebo?
It's a bit thin over this side. It looks nicer on the other side at the moment, in the white deck, the white plastic chairs over there.
To Slater, goes to pull it on the leg side, misses it. An almighty roar in the general direction of umpire Harris, who makes some sort of gesture with his hands, which he's not obliged to do. I don't know if he was saying he was going down, or whether he was telling Michael Booth to stop running on the wicket. I'm not sure, but he was making a gesture with his hand. Get off my land.
Well, it didn't bounce as much as Slater thought it was going to. No. I don't think it kept quarters low enough to be LBW, but Slater pulled over the top of it.
Slater has 5. Freddie McCann at the other end has 6. And Booth comes tearing in again, and a lovely looking shot. Again through the offside by Slater, who not only does he not run, he just turns away, and he was adjusting his helmet long before the ball had even hit the rope on the far side. It was almost dismissed with contempt, that, by Ben Slater. And Michael Booth, a bit of a chastening lesson about where he can and can't bowl here to Ben Slater.
Yes, he's used the pace on the ball intelligently in this over, hasn't he, Slater? Not trying to hit it too hard.
He's in decent touch, and will run this one into the offside, so that's a decent start for Notts. Couple of overs in there, 15 without loss. Victory target is 183.
Yes, they've knocked the top off it, and if they are scoring runs quickly, you'd think that sooner rather than later Barnard will feel he's got to have a little look at the spinners, so that there's a fair bit left for them to bowl at. I noticed that Zen Malik, the youngster who's joined them and playing his first game, was the opening bat. I don't know whether he maybe bowls a bit of spin as well, but he was doing some warming up already. But Barnard is hurrying in to bowl the 3rd over, and off the back foot McCann forces this up to mid-off.
Glamorgan 230 for 9, Yorkshire 1 for 1.
Glamorgan did well to get up to that, didn't they? Because they looked to be on for a similar sort of score to Warwickshire for quite a while. 3rd over of a possible 48. Barnard coming in from the school end, and that one just bounces a bit, and McCann takes one hand off the bat as he tries to calm that one into the pitch and plays it well enough with the other hand.
We're still no nearer knowing, really, are we, where any of these matches, these eliminator matches, they're not really quarterfinals, are they, on Friday, are going to be played, or we'll be contesting them.
McCann is beaten here by a ball just outside his off stump. On that subject, actually, I had a couple of bits of correspondence. Michael tweets, sorry, it's taking me a little while to spot this, Michael, but he says, "You are quite right to play the violin about the List A schedule we were referring to earlier, because, and I'm quoting Michael here, I will do after this ball, this is chipped in the air and it's caught by mid-wicket. The first wicket falls. McCann is chipping that to mid-wicket inside the ring. Came right off the toe end of the bat, and Warwickshire are going to need to take wickets regularly if they are to defend this total of 182, and they've removed McCann. In the third over, Theo Wiley was the catcher, the youngster getting into the game, and McCann gone for 6. It's 15 for 1.
Yeah, a little bit of a tame way for Freddie McCann to end his one-day cup campaign. Didn't get that half century after all. Just gone for 6 today. It was, as Mike said, really a tame chip into the hands of Wiley at mid-wicket. It's given the Bears a bit of a boost. Notts were quickly out of the traps. 15 runs from the first 2 overs. But that breakthrough will just give them a little bit of hope. Here comes Jack Haynes. Really topsy-turvy competition for Jack Haynes with the bat. 0, 0, 0 and 0. Then 86 down at Guildford, but since then 11 and 17. So just that one standout score, but 4 ducks in a row.
That must be galling for a player as good as Jack Haynes.
Yep.
My goodness.
So let's see what he can do today in at 3.
I shall finish quoting Michael's tweet. He says, quote, referring to the List A schedule, it is absolutely bonkers, cramming the quarter and semi-finals in a short space of time. So says Michael.
Do a sense as a however to come? Or
no, he said something nice that I would be, modesty forbids me from going on to, but thank you, Michael, I appreciate that. Here is Barnard running into bowl, and it is defended back up the pitch by Haynes.
Are you his favourite? Is that what he's saying?
I shouldn't have thought so. Didn't know.
Thank you, Michael.
Good man, Michael. While people have been in a forgiving mood towards commentators, I said I've also had a long email shortly before the break from Andrew. This is forced away off the back foot by Haynes. He's going to score his first runs, in fact. There'll be time to come back for 2. So it's the end of Barnard's over. 17 for 1 in 3 overs. And Slater is 9 and McCann has 2. Andrew refers to the Playfair Cricket Annual, and in his email, in which you are quoted by name, it says Dave brackets Bracegirdle.
I'm in the Playfair Cricket Annual.
Well, no, Andrew is saying you should be. Not for the thousands of runs that you ought to have scored.
Is there a punchline?
No, not really. No, it's a. I won't read it all out, Andrew, but it is a very kind email. I'll still share it with some of the other commentators. But he's complimenting people like, it's been noticed you by name. Look, there you are. You see, Andrew likes you.
Thank you, Andrew.
Good man, Andrew.
Bless you.
Appreciate that.
Booth bowls. This is very, very nice indeed from Slater. Again, 4 through the offside. Wonderful stroke. 4, and Ben Slater, I think we'll get. The ball moves now on to 30. I have to say that, crikey, I bet I've got the last 40, 45 Playfair Cricket Annuals on a bookcase at home. And I haven't got this year's yet. That's a good reminder. This one down the leg side, off the pads, and it'll run behind square. And Burgess comes from behind the stumps to field. 21 for 1. It was like football. There used to be the Rothmans Football Annual every year. You used to get one of those and sort of rely on it for your fixtures and whatever. But
I think it's still going under a different name.
Yeah.
But yes, there are other means now, I agree.
Next ball. Ball pulled away by Slater onto the leg side. Now there's a chance over the head of the fielder, Zen Malik, and away for 4. Just for a second, it looked as if he'd picked out the one fielder. Let's hope he was standing where he was told to stand, because sometimes when they're 10 yards in the rope, inside the rope, the bowlers go absolutely potty saying, why weren't you on the fence? And sometimes when they are on the fence and the ball falls short of them, they say, why weren't you moving in?
Well, he stayed in the same place, so you could assume that's where he was, but it was only just over him.
This is a real old tussle here between Booth and Slater. Ben Slater under 17, 4 fours, 25 for 1. In the 4th over, at the same stage, or the end of the 4th over, Notts had just picked up their first wicket. The Bears were 18 for 1. Things might happen in a hurry if Ben Slater is there for any length of time here. Here's Booth, past umpire Harris, bowls, and just turned on to the leg side. Theo Wiley doing the fielding. Didn't last too long today, did Theo? He was summarily dismissed LBW to Liam Patterson-White for just a single. One of 3 wickets taken by Patterson-White. Rob Lord also got 3, and there were a couple for Matthew Montgomery, which tore the heart out of the Bears middle order. Comes Booth again, looks to be enjoying his work, and says edge, and it's a good catch. He's enjoying it now because Slater's gone. Michael Burgess with a wonderful catch, diving away to his left, one gloved, he scoops it up inches from the ground. Slater slaps his thigh like he was Prince Charming in the pantomime, but he's not happy. It won't be a smile on the face of Ben Slater under that lid. He's got off to a fast start, but he's been looking to take down Booth, but Booth has had the final say. 25 for 2, very much game on.
Yeah, good contest that was, as you said, between Slater and Booth, who was prepared to try and use the extra pace to his advantage, and played some very effective strokes. But that was a fine catch by Burgess. It was a good wicketkeeper. It was a very sound signing that Warwickshire made, picking him up from Sussex a few seasons ago. He hasn't played in the 2020s very much for the last couple of seasons, and in this competition Chris Benjamin has had the gloves for 4 or 5 of the games, while Burgess has played just as a batter, but he showed his value there with a very good catch down low.
Very much so. Notts captain Asib Hamid is on his way out to the middle. 2 centuries in this season's competition, 101 not out against Sussex, 105 against Gloucestershire. His last innings, though, was a second ball duck against Essex on Sunday. He'll be at the non-strikers end because it was the end of the over.
He will, which means that Barnard is coming in now to bowl to Haynes, who turns him away for runs through the leg side. Malik is after it and has the throw on the way, and they will take 2. So into the 5th over, 27 for 2. Nottinghamshire, the target, if you've recently joined us, is 183 in a potential 48 overs, after we had a slightly delayed start. Some bitty innings from Warwickshire. The spinners restrained them. There was a crash of 3 wickets in 6 balls midway through, which undermined their hopes of getting well beyond 200. And in the end, only a very sensible and patient partnership between Jake Lintott and Tazim Ali got them as high as 182. In comes Barnard. Ball's right arm over the wicket, all down the leg side, and Haynes looked a bit jerkily after that, as if he might just have touched it on its way through, but he didn't, and in fact a wide he signalled. The first of this innings. So 1 more to the total, taking it to 28. Andrew wants your name listed somewhere between the chief executive and the head coach. That's the sort of company that people like Dave Bracewood should be keeping. I'd have said so. This is passed outside the off-side. No, seriously, Andrew, or joking aside, I will forward that on to some of the other commentators, because your words are very kindly appreciated. We do. Leg pulling of Dave aside, I do appreciate that. That is kind of you. 28 for 2. Look, it's our brew. We just sit here and burble about cricket. Sometimes we can get the score right. Barnard bowls, and forward very correctly comes Haynes to defend out on the offside. It's only when Kevin Howells turns up that we have to do it properly.
The headmaster.
Yes.
Headmaster Howells.
All sorts of misbehaviour goes on the rest of the time. But yeah, it's been nice to share some new voices with you again this year. We're around the counties and on some of the championship games from next week and the week after. You'll hear some more new voices around as well. So I hope you'll enjoy those, bringing some new perspectives to the commentary from the BBC and the various counties. This is driven away through the covers by Haynes, and they're going to get 2. So Haynes up to 6, and a total of 30 in the 5th over. The only problem with having the new voices, and many of them are younger players, so some of them still playing, as the next ball goes past outside the off stump and Haynes makes plays no stroke, is that if I make a sort of random cultural reference in the commentary, it's usually but I'm afraid the same happens a lot in the BBC Radio WM office now, when I'll refer to something and half of the office will go, I don't know what you mean, don't remember that, and then I will not go home for that sort of grief off the kids. I don't need to go to work for it. Barnard bowls down the leg side, and umpire Cross is giving that a fair bit of thought. He tends to give things a lot of thought, but he decides that that's not a wide, and that's the end of the over. 30 for 2 in 5 overs. Hamid is yet to face. Haynes has 6, and Notts have lost the early wicket to McCann for 6 and Slater for 17.
You mean like Friday at 5 to 5, randomly shouting out crackerjack for no reason?
Yes. You can't, no. The kids don't get it these days. They don't. You know, the average age of, I find is that with every passing week, the average age of my colleagues seems to go down, or at least
Imagine how I feel.
Well,
I wish they'd bring Top of the Pops back. I really do. I miss that. Still miss that. We'll always miss that. At least you knew what was going on in the musical world. Anyhow, we digress, as we're prone to do. Michael Booth has a new target in his sights now. It's the Notts captain, Asib Hamid. Got rid of his previous foe, Ben Slater, but Hamid is just glancing this down the leg side, but it's stopped inside the circle by, I was going to say that's fielder number 17. We haven't got a number 17, so I'm not sure.
No, I think that was Chris Benjamin over there. No, Benjamin's here. Benjamin's come here to mid-off.
We'll try and. Might be Michael Ray.
Michael Ray, yes, he's a tall man, Michael Ray.
7. Quite a long way away from us. Booth will bowl again down the leg side, but this will be 4. Hamid has got it to the left of Michael Ray. Boundary to the Notts captain. 34 for 2.
There's a bit of a trade-off here, isn't there, with Booth's pace, in that he's been very cleverly used by Slater and now Hamid, just angling the ball between fielders and the extra pace on the ball to pick up boundaries. But he has also managed to get rid of Slater.
Comes in again, and once more on the pads of Hamid. He'll turn it away for a single. 35 for 2. Hamid on to 5. Haynes has 6. Coming here is looking at all the runs that have been scored in the couple of matches here this year. At this stage of the day, and we are at 3:30, the top score today is Ed Barnard's 31. I wonder if it'll stay that way. If it does, then the Bears have got a good chance of winning. Certainly wouldn't rule them out as Haynes pushes this back to Booth. Lintott, I think, will have a key role to play.
Yes, he has bowled very well at times in this competition without getting the figures to reward it. I saw him bowl splendidly at Bristol the other week, in which we none for 45 in 10 overs, and everybody else shared the wickets, but he built so much pressure. Only 5 wickets in the tournament, but maybe this is his day.
Comes Booth, who goes to ground, Mark Wood-like. Goes past Jack Haynes through to the keeper. Michael Booth's okay. often see the quicks, don't you, as they release the ball, losing their balance and toppling over. I could neither care here nor there really, but I hope that doesn't sound too rude, but where Warwickshire might end up possibly on Friday playing as this goes through to the keeper, but it might not be Durham, because Durham 253 all out. Samit Patel's Derbyshire off to a flyer. They're 62 without loss. The fear for the Bears, I guess, would be that they finished third in the group and would have to go to Durham on Friday, because that would mean for their supporters and indeed the team and everybody that goes with them a long journey up to the northeast tomorrow.
Yes, at short notice. And
End of the over, sorry, Mike, 35 for 2.
There are many charming reasons to go up to Chesterley Street. It's a lovely place to watch cricket, but I've already had one nightmare trip this year for the 2020 game, when I was hardly laughing at all by the time I finally got there. So
traffic or weather or both?
Traffic. Endlessly.
Yeah.
Start of a new over. Barnard bowls to the captain to captain. Hamid blocks back to him on the offside. They're going to have to keep taking wickets, Warwickshire. They've got 2 in the first few overs, but 35 runs have already been lopped off the target, so only 146 more to get. Is that right? No, 148 more to get. Barnard right arm over the wicket, and Hamid hits this into the ground, square on the offside, and fielded.
Yeah, Notts have Matthew Montgomery listed at 5, Tom Moore's 6, Sammy King into the starting 11 today. He hits the ball hard. He's listed at 7, Liam Patterson-White, Rob Lord, Toby Petman and James Hayes, the rest of their card.
This time Barnard bowls a ball that's just leaving Hamid a fraction, and he lifts his bat out of the way at the last moment. How's he getting on with captaining a big county, Hasib Hamid? Because he's still pretty early in his cricketing career. I know he's been around a long time, having started when he was a real youngster, but it's a big responsibility captaining a county the size of Notts.
Yeah, I still think he's on that learning curve.
Yeah. Getting it at a relatively young age. Barnard bowls and Hamid steps forward and allows that to pass.
He's had just 1 victory in 9 matches, but that's not necessarily a reflection on his captaincy. It's obviously part of a lot of things. A lot of good sides have played against Notts this year, and there's been occasions when the weather has intervened, but Notts have, I think they've got to pick up. They're not totally clear of the bottom, nor indeed, I guess, are Warwickshire.
No, they're not. This is going past again outside the off stump. 3rd one in a row he's let go.
And of course the sides meet the last round of the season, late September at Trent Bridge.
Warwickshire have been in some good positions. They've played well in parts of a lot of games and have had winning positions in maybe 3, but for a combination of reasons, not least the weather, they haven't won any yet in the championship. Barnard bowls and Hamid drives, and it's got through, half through Kai Smith, who tumbled to his right, and so they do get a run. That's the only one from the over, and it's 36 for 2 after 7, and Hamid's up to 6.
Yeah, so that's a resumption of the longer form. A week tomorrow. Not so. Michael Ray coming into the attack. Notts are away at Durham next week, and the Bears are at Taunton.
Yeah.
Somerset. So Michael Ray from the end away to our right, the Collingwood end.
I think Mel Smith, the Warwickshire scorer, just had a different name for that end, but I liked the Collingwood end.
Yeah.
We know where it is. It's the one slot to our right.
Warwickshire legends, wherever you look around this ground. Look, Warwickshire legends. Ant Boter, former spinner, having a bit of a wander around the boundary edge.
Yes, it's a very productive time with Warwickshire.
So here he is, wearing a headband, Michael Ray. bowls and turned onto the leg side for a single by Hasib Hamid. Don't know what the purpose of the headband is. Doesn't look to have got hair in his eyes. Let's put it that way.
No, it's his thing.
Yeah.
We saw him for 2 championship games earlier in the summer when Warwickshire, as they seem to be perennially, were in injury trouble with missing seamers. So he's 29. He's been taking a lot of wickets in domestic cricket in New Zealand for quite a long time. Was leading wicket taker of the season, the Plunkett Shield, not so long ago.
Bowling now to Jack Haynes, who just blocks this with the full face of the bat. He'll run up to the Bears captain Ed Barnard at mid-off, no run.
But he's tried with the 2 things that were obvious watching him in those were, one, he's enormous wingspan, so he rivaled Ollie Hannon-Dolby when they took the new ball together at Old Trafford. It was Land of the Giants. And secondly, he had a white headband on in the Championship, but he appears to have swapped it for a suitably coloured one.
Here he comes, and Haynes beating on that as it goes through into the gloves of Burgess. But he's not popped back to New Zealand in between, has he? He's playing club cricket in this country, hasn't he?
Yes, he's been around,
Yeah.
but they've re-signed him on a short-term contract for the remainder of this season, so potentially 5 more championship games.
Morgan 230 for 9, Yorkshire 11 for 2 in reply. Down in South Wales. Here comes Ray again, and Haynes just having a little look at the new introduction into the attack. Turns this to mid-on, no run. Been a grey afternoon all day. In fact, the clouds have been ever present. No break in them. We've not had anything resembling sunshine or brighter periods. A little bit of drizzle between the 2 innings. Again, Haynes happy to defend. Good pace. Bowled by Ray.
Yes, he's reasonably sharp and looked pretty useful in the 2 championship games that he played earlier in the season.
Power play still 10 overs. We're in the 8th. 48 overs aside, but you imagine if Notts bat anywhere near that, they should have enough runs to win. Chipped on the leg side, and that is very, very close to picking out short mid-wicket. Might just have died in front of the fielder. It was a very good effort, but Jack Haynes would have had heart in mouth as he went to turn that one away onto the leg side. Just a single from the over, 37 for 2 after 8.
If it was a chance, it was a really tough low one for Theo Wiley. He took a good catch earlier, but that would have been an exceptional one. He was throwing himself forward, and I think that it would be at best a technical chance.
Yeah, wasn't too much disappointment that it wasn't cleanly held.
37 for 2, and there's a run for the first ball of a new over taken off his pads by Hasib Hamid.
I'm laughing because Rachel says, just listening in, it's made me spontaneously shout out "Cracker Jack" far more often than should probably be expected for cricket commentary, or indeed as an actual grown-up in 2024.
I don't know.
Thank you, Rachel.
Well, I like the idea that Rachel thinks that either of us are actual grown-ups. But Phil was just walking into your earshot as you shouted that, so he thinks you have completely lost it.
Yeah.
This is defended out on the offside by Haynes, and there's no run.
Michael Hickman says, following on from what you were saying, I've looked at the Worcester website, and that says quite rightly, if Worcester win the group, they're going to play a home semi-final on Sunday. Yeah.
Okay.
And if they finish 2nd or 3rd, they're going to play a quarter-final away to the team that finishes 2nd or 3rd on Friday.
So they're just acknowledging they'll have to give up home advantage in that event. Yeah. Okay, so be it. She's turned away by Hamid for a run down to long leg by Haynes. Yeah, I mean, I suppose that's the simplest solution if Worcestershire end up in that dilemma, but it just adds to the slightly unsatisfactory things about this competition, and I say that as someone who's thoroughly enjoyed the competition. I did last year. I think the games I've seen have been really interesting and entertaining. I've enjoyed seeing a lot of the younger players in it, but I do think this situation that several of the counties are going to be put into, whoever it turns out to be by the end of today, is not really satisfactory, and there's no great need for it.
No, and like we said, there's some really important work issues around, getting all the people. Not just, it's not just about getting 2 cricket teams to arrive at the same field at the right time.
No,
all the infrastructure behind it, the media.
This is Hamid defending off back up the pitch to Barnard. Yeah, I mean, I heard you talking with Phil earlier on about just the people
security,
that it needs.
Stewards,
yes,
car parks.
Let us suppose that Edgbaston hosts a game on Friday. Now, Edgbaston is a pretty well-appointed ground in so many ways, but you've still got to get catering in for however many people you think are going to be there, even if it's only a relatively small number. You've still got to do all those things. This is defended away on the offside by Hamid.
Presumably the police have got to be made aware. I know we don't have, thankfully, many police in attendance, but there might be something else going off.
Yeah, there are things that have to logistically be done, and for the away team as well. I don't really see why it had to be that way.
No.
I know that, and I'm well aware that organising the fixture list is a fiendishly difficult thing to do. I'm not.
Is it?
So, well, it seems that way. See Hamid pushes forward on the offside, and they're content to play cautiously for the moment. They've got time. Nottinghamshire 39 for 2 in 9 overs. I'm prepared to concede that it is.
Do you reckon?
For the sake of this argument, yes, I am. But that's a slightly different argument, which we may have time to have. But for now, I'm prepared to concede that it is difficult. But I still am not quite persuaded that it has to be this arrangement that we've currently got for whichever teams are unlucky enough to have to deal with it. And it might be Warwickshire, or might not.
Final over of the power play. Michael Ray bowls. That's a pacey delivery past the bat of Jack Haynes and through to the keeper. 39 for 2 after 9. Just to put our disclaimer in, we are almost square of the wicket at pitch level, so something beats the bat or appears to beat the bat. We can't actually tell if it's within a millimetre of catching the outside edge of the bat, or is literally 2 feet wide of the off stump. But Ray in, and Haynes again goes hard at that one. There's nothing on it as it goes through to the keeper, but that one I think has been called as a wide. It has indeed. Leg side. 40 for 2. Yeah, I mean that's that's nice of Worcestershire to. Assuming that's right, I've no reason to disbelieve Michael. Assuming that's right, Worcestershire have said this is pushed in to the cover region, fielded by Zen Malik. Just feel for the Worcestershire players and indeed the Worcestershire supporters. We should have a home knockout match on Friday to enjoy. Might have to concede home advantage, making a chance of progression a little more difficult, but also might, if we want to watch our side, we might have to travel at just a few hours' notice to the other end of the country and all the rest of it.
Philly's writing me a scurrilous note. I'll come back to it in a minute.
Next ball's driven in the offside by Haynes. He'll get a couple of runs. 42 for 2.
So, just to make sure that we're right on this, so Worcestershire, we understand, are saying that if they finish second, they will, to all intents and purposes, give up home advantage because they've got this game on at New Road at the moment.
According to Michael.
And that's fine.
Yeah.
So Phil has noted, suppose, and so that they'll play it then at the ground of the team they're meant to be playing who finished third.
Yeah.
Suppose that's Warwickshire. That's at Edgbaston, yes. Well, yes, they are giving up home advantage to Warwickshire in the case. I don't know. Anyway. So there's a run down to third man there from that one. So, yes, so it could mean that Worcestershire will play a home match against Warwickshire at Edgbaston. But look, if that's the way it has to be, I suppose that's the way it has to be. But yeah, like you say, if you're a Worcestershire supporter, then I can see why I'd have issues with that.
Yeah. Would that mean that Worcestershire would get the home dressing room? It's Ray in, and this is a run to backward point, and there's no run. Yorkshire 12 for 3, not doing an awful lot to make things easier with regards to topping the group. Warwickshire, Glamorgan 230 for 9. They've got Yorkshire 12 for 3. That might be a really tough challenge now for the Yorkies.
I think it's raining, Dave, by the way, at the moment.
Yes, yeah, I think you're absolutely right. As Hamid turns this behind square, and Haynes was quickly down to the other end. And it's just checking a moment. So if we get through, well, we need to get through to the end of this over, and we have.
No, these 10 overs,
yeah. 44 for 2 then after 10. We don't know what the Duckworth Lewis is, with minimal but sufficient information on the board here. Until we're at the same stage. 46 for 1 was the Warwickshire score. So
I'd be pretty confident they're ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say not so behind and have lost 1 wicket more, but bizarrely with the way DLS works, yeah, I was just going to say may well be that they were actually ahead, but we don't know. But this, I think, is good from Ed Barnard, because he's got Lintott into the attack straight away if he gets to bowl, because I think it's getting heavier. Yeah,
it certainly appears to be raining more now than it did when they had the covers on during the break, but it has often been the case that if you're actually playing, they tend to sort of stick at it a bit longer. And it's not raining heavily by any means, it's just sort of, we can see a steady drizzle.
I should say that's heavy enough to take them off myself, but the umpires are trying to crack on with it. But we will have a result now one way or another as we're past the 10 over mark.
Lintott to bowl over number 11 then from the school end. Left arm wrist spin over the wicket to Hamid, who is defending in his usual wristy fashion out on the offside. Can be a very stylish player, Asib Hamid. Lintott tosses the ball from one hand to the other, be trying to keep it dry as much as anything else. And Hamid goes back and turns the ball away for a single through square leg, despite 1 or 2 oohs from the Warwickshire players. I think that might have been about to scuttle through. 45 for 2.
Just thinking about it, it is still 10 overs in this, isn't it?
Yes, it's a minimum, I'm pretty sure of that. Lintott bowls very full, and down early Haynes to, in an almost premeditated paddle sweep, gets him a run down to Ray at long leg, and he truly lives up to that billing, Michael Ray. He's about 6'5". And a gentle drizzle just continues to waft over the ground. Lintott takes a moment before bowling what might have been a full toss and hitting it along to long on for a run. Yeah, I was. So 1 for Hamid. We're in the 11th over, and Warwickshire now really searching for wickets if they're to try and win this game. Back goes Haynes and cuts hard, and he's going to get 1 out to the deep point fields, and he might get 2. No, they've changed their mind. 1 is adequate, and it's 48 for 2. It might be that if Glamorgan do roll over Yorkshire, and they're certainly going the right way about it, then Glamorgan will win the group anyway, but Warwickshire would still like to be second, so at least they won't have too much travelling to do. Lintott bowls, and that's edged and caught low down. Or is it? They're appealing for the catch. Hamid is going to stand his ground here and ask the umpire Harris, the square leg umpire, to adjudicate on that.
I don't think they're going to give
I
it.
don't think they're going to give it, no. The umpires are coming together. Gareth Cross doesn't seem the bowler's umpire as though he's too convinced. Hamid is within his rights to ask the umpires
Does Hamid think he played it into the
make
ground,
a decision. I thought it's whether it's carried in or whether it's bounced in front of the fieldsman. And they're giving him out. He has been given out. So Hamid is out, caught at backward point, and he looks pretty disappointed with that. But he has to go, and it's 48 for 3. I think it was a very low catch, and it looked as though the fielder was trying to scoop it up. And in the opinion of the umpires, in the end, they think it has been scooped up, and Hamid has got to go. But he's not very happy about it.
We've had one or two decisions today which the batsmen haven't been entirely convinced with, haven't we? We had the run out, we had the caught behind earlier on, and now that one.
Kai Smith is the fieldsman. I should say, by the way, Dave's had correspondence about watching a replay of the run out, suggesting that those who've seen the replay do think it was out.
Oh, okay.
So, I mean, we haven't, so I'll go with that.
It just appeared that from the angle we're at, that
yes,
we crossed, but
certainly. Will took a second look at the square leg umpire before so it seemed. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Hamid's got to go as well, but he seemed. I mean, he's within his rights to wait for a ruling, but eventually he got the ruling, and Lintot's taken a wicket in his first over, and it's 48 for 3.
Seems all around the country batting's difficult today.
Yeah.
So, once you got those 3 wickets, started a new over. Rays in and bowls and pushed back down. There's no run.
The new batter is Matthew Montgomery, by the way.
Yeah.
He was at the non-striker's end for the moment.
So Jack Haynes is facing. He comes in again with headband and in bowls, and this is turned into mid-wicket area where we'll get Theo Wiley goes after it and does the fielding. Just can't prevent the single.
If Michael Ray was to become a fixture at Warwickshire, do you think, could you see the club shop opening a line in Michael Ray endorsed headwear, do you think? Because he had a white headband in the championship, and now he appears to have got a suitably coloured dark blue one.
Yeah. Oh, this is short and helped on its way down to third man. So lifted, they want a second, but it will just be the one. So that's Montgomery on his way. Just used the bounce and helped it through. But there's no slips in place, so it was perfectly safe. He steered it, would have cleared them anyway.
Because he seems up for that sort of thing. Michael Ray seems quite a jolly character.
Yeah.
I think he.
So would this be Michael? Would this be a Blu-ray?
Well, it's very good.
He's played back to the bowler.
Yes, indeed it would. But I think it would actually be quite an interesting addition.
Well, nobody's ever heard of him. It would be a hooray.
Well, that not many people had, although he'd been quite a significant wicket taker in New Zealand domestic cricket. Everybody knows him.
Yeah. And he comes again with the headband, and this is pushed forward, and there's no run.
Because his record there is pretty good in recent seasons, and I assume Gavin Larson must have known him very well, or known about him. Yes. So he's an interesting pickup.
The headband is for what reason? Because he's got a lot of hair, has he? So it's to keep the hair out of his eyes.
Does it? If he feels good bowling with it,
if he's sweating in this temperature, then there's something
that's
wrong.
All right.
He comes and bowls, and this is running to the side. This could be close. Oh no! The throw at the stumps. Had he hit Will Rhodes, he picked the ball up out at cover point, and it was a dangerous run. Had he hit, he would have been. There would have been no hope at all there of Montgomery getting back into to making his ground. But in the end, the throw finished probably a yard and a half wide of the stumps. It was.
It wasn't a very good run.
It wasn't a good run. It wasn't a
very good throw in the end, no. But
anyway, he gets his single. The score goes to 51. We've had a dozen overs, and the requirement is a further 132 for victory with 7 wickets in hand and 36 overs to get them.
And on the face of it, Phil, we could actually be in for quite an entertaining game again.
Yeah.
I saw in a similar score game go to the last wicket decider at Hove the other week, which I enjoyed very much. A Super Days cricket on a rather different sort of day than this. Lintott starts a new over, and there's a run pushed through the leg side by Haynes.
Was it a good crowd down there?
It was not bad.
We went to the match last year, the equivalent match last year, on a beautiful day, and the ground was packed.
Yeah,
at Hove.
it wasn't packed, but it wasn't a bad turnout, and it was turned into a rather more exciting game than Warwickshire would have wanted, having bowled the opponents out for 170. But nevertheless, it was good. It was good entertainment. People who went for the whole day saw an interesting game. This is driven away on the offside by Montgomery for no run.
Such is my knowledge of cricket, Mike. I stood next to Jofra Archer talking to him for 5 minutes.
This is Lintott bowling full, and it's driven very well away by Montgomery for 4 runs and kicks up off the bank in front of the spectators, and he's very well caught by a chap in the second row.
We were stood by the pavilion, and I was talking to this chap, no idea who he was, and then my wife came and said, "You've been talking to Jofra Archer?"
Okay.
I said, "Have I?"
You'd know him if he was 22 yards away. He'd soon have your attention.
I would be going the other way.
Would,
I'd be running, or trying to.
You'd know exactly who he was then. You'd certainly recognise him then.
Really nice chap though. He was just, stood watching the cricket and talking.
Well, let's hope we're going to see the best of him again very soon. This is turned away into the leg side to Barnard, and there's no run. 56 for 3. Sometimes you don't recognise sports people when they're not out there doing their thing. Would you recognise Michael Ray if he didn't have his headband on?
No.
Lintott bowls, and they're claiming a catch here. A little feather as Montgomery went to cut, and he's out as well. Another wicket for Lintott, 2 in his first 2 overs. Montgomery caught at the wicket by Burgess. Second good catch he's made, and it's 56 for 4.
Well, that was a wider ball. He went to cut it, got a thin edge through to the keeper, and you say that the first catch he took was outstanding. I thought the first catch from Burgess, but that was a really good one. Standing up, they're never easy, those.
Well, I shall have a local radio update to come in another two minutes or so, and it will be with news that this game is very much back in the hazard, with 2 wickets for Lintott, and we did wonder whether the Warwickshire spinners would get assistance in the same way as it seemed the Nott spinners did, and Lintott, sure enough, has struck twice in his first 2 overs.
Yep. He's bowling a bit fuller today, Lintott. He was a bit short against Yorkshire, and they got into him. But just bowling, I think he's giving the ball a little bit more air today and getting a better length on it. We can't see exactly how much turn he's getting from
now his game's going to be interrupted by the rain. It's been drizzling for about the last 15 minutes, but the umpires have decided that we've reached the threshold where we need to have a pause. So I'm not sure how much leeway there is as to when overs have to start being deducted, or indeed how long this is likely to be around. But the 4th wicket falling is, and I'll do some maths in a minute, but it is likely, in fact I don't have to, the Duckworth Lewis has appeared on the board, and it's 81 that they would need to be at the end of this over. So only being on 56 at the moment, with 5 balls to come in this over, I think we can say that Warwickshire are probably ahead on the Duckworth-Lewis at this point. But one of the reasons they'll be ahead is because the wickets have fallen. The wickets make a big difference in the Duckworth-Lewis calculation.
And we are going to be losing overs because we're already down to 48 aside, so there's no leeway in terms of that.
Yeah, but in the event that we didn't come back on, and I think we will come back on, but in the event that we didn't, Warwickshire now would appear to be to have the advantage. I'll do the local radio update in a few seconds time, and then we will take a pause until such time as the players come back out. Those of you who are seeing the pictures on YouTube will be able to see when the covers are removed, and if you're listening through the BBC stream, you'll hear us chime in again in time when the players do come back out, if they do. Yes, Warwickshire suddenly back on top in this last of their group games against Nottinghamshire, but light rain is now falling again in rugby, so the game has been interrupted for a second time. Notts were 56 for 4, chasing 183 to win. We're in the 13th over. Jake Lintott has taken wickets in each of his first 2 overs, including the Notts captain Hasib Hamid, who looked pretty disappointed to be given out after the umpires had conferred, caught low down by Kai Smith at backward point, and just now Matthew Montgomery edged a cut through to Michael Burgess. Earlier wickets for Michael Booth and Ed Barnard removed the 2 openers. Warwickshire defending only 182 and are on top with Notts 56 for 4 in 13 overs. This is Mike Taylor at Rugby School.
used for the other two matches of the Warwickshire. Sometimes there's ball and Bristol in Gloucestershire as this year. This match is reduced to 36 overs at start. Gloucestershire scored 192.9. In reply, Leicestershire Foxes are more 42. In the match by governance, this match has been used for 7 overs. The Warren scored 230.9. Yorkshire in reply after 13 overs are 38.43.
That's usually the hard, but we didn't talk about service stations. I told you about it, didn't it? Yeah, it's going to be yellow. Yeah. I've worn one the last couple of years. Never worn one. Yeah. Back up now. The last 2 or 3 matches I've been on. See the 4 times. But yeah, I've got the photometric sound, haven't
Good old Duckworth Lewis.
Yeah, lock them right here, so they can't rear around.
Well, I did the ball by ball house.
And then they were engaged, even though it was been second. It's like the police with the mail reporters back in the day, or press soccer.
We still got to play there, haven't we?
Okie dokes.
and gentlemen, following the recent umpire's inspection, play will resume as soon as possible at 1:45. The revised target is 173 to win, or a further 117 in 25.1 overs.
Good afternoon once again to listeners on the BBC Sport website and to YouTube stream watchers and through the Warwickshire Match Centre, and presumably the Notts Match Centre, however else you're getting to this broadcast in whatever form. It has stopped. I would like to tell you there's been an enormous change in the conditions here, but it's gone from it probably is raining to it's probably not raining, with no discernible change in the colour of the sky. But the whatever threshold it is that the umpires were looking for, we have crossed it the other way again. So, which means that we have cricketers going out to the centre, and we have a recalculation. So, when this game was paused, which was just a little over 3/4 of an hour ago, the fourth Nottinghamshire wicket had just fallen with a score 56 in the 13th over, which Jay Clinton will now complete. The target has been revised down. It's had 10 runs taken off it and 10 overs taken off it, which is, I'm not even going to start the maths debate, but anyway, where we now are is that the revised target is 173, and there are 25 more overs available at the end of this one for Notts to get them, and 4 wickets are down. quite how the maths work to come to that, I don't know, but I'm happy to take the umpire's word for it. And we'll see one ball from Jake Lintott, and then we'll have 25 more overs at 56 for 4. The new player is Sam King, and he gets a full toss from Lintott first up, which he bunts down the ground for 1. And that's the end of the over. So 57 for 4. And now for a full explanation of all the mathematical calculations, here's Dave Bracegirdle.
We haven't had any cake. That's
but that's really where it starts and ends for you, isn't it?
The traditional tea time has come and gone, and we haven't had any cake. That's the down mark on the day.
Yeah.
Michael Ray's going to bowl the next over, which will be the 14th. Safe to say, as Mike was alluded to, Notts have got to get a hurry up on now if they're going to win this game. They lost 4 wickets, 2 to Lintott, who's sad to report for Notts only had 2 overs, and he's got figures of 2 for 10. We haven't had an update on. I suppose we could work it out, can't we? In 38 overs, you can't bowl more than a fifth, can you? So
yes,
couple of bowlers will have to bowl 8.
Yeah, yes. Given that where we were, 8 would seem to be the new limit.
Here is Ray, and bowls to Sammy King. He's deflected this down the leg side, whether it was from the bat or the thigh pad. Good throw, and then a hurl down to this end, and there'll be an overthrow as well. With they won't. They didn't go through for it. There was the potential of an overthrow. Helter-skelter cricket, all for 2 leg byes, with the ball deflected down the leg side off the pad of Sammy King. The throw coming in from the deep Tazim Ali. Threw it into the keeper, who then shied at the other end, and was just about, by a combination of a number of bears, stopped, but there was the chance to steal an overthrow. Ray in again, and past the outside edge of Sammy King's bat. Notts 59 for 4. Again, just to reiterate, 173 is now the target in 38. This is the 15th over, and they've lost Slater for 17, McCann for 6, Hamid for 11, Montgomery for 5, and a couple of wickets to Jake Lintott. 1 or 2 people have had the chance to have a little bit of a look again at Asiba Mead's dismissal, and as this is pushed into the offside, and I think those that have can understand why Asiba Mead stood his ground and made the umpires make a decision.
Yes,
let's put it that way.
It was contentious, and Hamid looked distinctly unimpressed to be given out, but that's the game.
Gentleman striding towards us, Mike, holding 2 cornets, or 2 cones with swirls of ice cream on the top. Looks absolutely delicious. I'm assuming they're not for us, as Sammy King guides this down to third for a single.
What I can say with absolute confidence is they're not going to melt and run down his hand, are they?
No, in fact they didn't reach us.
Oh dear.
Jack Haynes has managed to dodge a few bullets, came in at the fall of the first wicket, and still there, 15 not out. Going to see out the remainder of this over from Michael Ray. Also have Tom Moores and Liam Patterson-White, I assume, to come in the next 2 left-handers, as Haynes pushes it out onto the offside. In fact, there's another ball to come. I wouldn't rule out another shower. It's got pretty dark again,
yes,
and those clouds do look as threatening as the ones which forced us off.
Yeah, it's been a disappointing day weather-wise. The forecast was that this morning that it would stay overcast, and it has done that. We haven't seen the sun all day, and it's cool as well, isn't it? It's just not been the first of these 3 games. See, that hasn't been a great weather day.
Haynes drives past the bowler, should get a couple here at least. Ed Barnard leading the posse, chasing the ball, and they do get 2 runs, so decent enough over for Notts, who've got work to do. We're through 15 overs now here on BBC Coventry and Warwickshire. 62 for 4 after. Is this after 16 now?
14.
15 gone. 62 for 4 after 15. Is that what you make it?
I'll make it 14 because we started from the first over was Barnard bowled from the far end, so yeah, it should be an odd number, I reckon, an even number. But anyway, they'll work it out. Lintott is going to bowl his third.
You're absolutely right.
So here he comes now, and he's quite grey, and he hits King on the pad, and he's held it all. 3 wickets now for Lintott in his first 13 balls, and he has turned out to be the big danger after the Knott spinners prospered. So too has Lintott, who's taken 3 early wickets to undermine Knott's chase, and they're 62 for 5 now.
My understanding of the game being challenged once again. Sammy King is about 6'16", a huge stride down the track. It did hit his pad. I can't say what it looked like from behind the bowler's arm because I'm not looking from behind the arm, but if there isn't an element of doubt when a player of that size gets that much stride in, I'd be very surprised. But as I say, my understanding of the LBW rule, a little challenge there looking side on. As I say, if you've got a different view looking behind the arm, doesn't matter, he's gone. 62 for 5, and Knott's hopes take another hit as Tom Moores makes his way to the middle.
They do better be deeper than Warwickshire, I think, in this game, with Moores and Patterson White still to come. The Warwickshire lower order, they had quite inexperienced players at the equivalent positions with Smith and Wiley, but nevertheless Warwickshire are working their way through pretty quickly at the moment, with Lintott taking a wicket now in each of his first 3 overs. He's 3 for 9 at the moment, and he's got a left hand to bowl to now with a slip in place in really grey conditions, and he's a little bit shorter here, and this is poked away on the leg side. Wiley is coming in to do some urgent fielding.
I wonder what that noise was, which Phil with the shutter on his camera.
He's got all the gear.
Yeah. Have you not got a phone, Phil?
It's our bowls, and Moores pulls only just over the head of the short mid-wicket fielder, who flung himself up like the old Sabutio goalkeeper used to be.
I think he got it. I would imagine he's looking at his hand.
Yes.
Put a fingertip to that.
Be looking for his fingernail.
Yeah.
That was fiercely hit.
Yeah. Yeah, you've probably got a camera on your phone, Phil, that will do all that. You don't need these big fancy lenses and £5,000 cameras. Moore's off the mark with 4, but would have summed Knott's day up if Wiley had clung on to that.
He would have taken him with it. He's still wringing his hand now. Lintott bowls to him, and Moores goes back to a ball that skids on a little bit, but he defends with his bat in front of his pad. In his 3rd over, Jake Lintott, and has had Hamid caught at backward point, Montgomery caught by the wicketkeeper, just feathering a cut, and then King LBW. Now Hamid, Moores sweeps a ball away to square leg and takes 1. 67 for 5. Warwickshire made 182, were all out in the penultimate of their 48 overs. The revised target is now 173 in 38, which sounded relatively routine at the start, but looks a little way off now.
Yeah. And
without the lights as a backup here, it really is quite grey. Now there are sight screens there, of course, and we are playing with a white ball, so it doesn't have quite the same effect when you lose the ball against the trees, as Lintott bowls very full and Haynes defends back to him. It's the end of the over. 67 for 5. Moores 5, Haynes is 17, and Knott's need another 106 runs to win.
Yes, the board hasn't caught up because it's now clicked on to 16 overs, but you're absolutely right, Ed. Barnard did bowl the first over. Applause for Jake Lintott as he takes his fielding position on the far side. How many bowlers have been used. We saw Barnard and Booth to begin with, and then as soon as we got into the or out of the initial power play, Ray and Lintott.
Yeah, just those 4 at the moment.
Yeah.
Barnard had 5 and Booth 3. Ray's had 4. And Lintott had 3.
So Tom Moores taking guard from umpire Harris, about to face Ray for the first time. Balls to him and push up to mid-on. There's no run. Wiley doing the fielding. He's a busy man. He seems to be in most of the important places, Theo Wiley. Took the catch to get rid of Freddie McCann after the openers had added 15 in the first couple of overs. Knots have subsided quite dramatically since then. 5 down as Ray bowls again to Tom Moores, turns this off his hip for a single. It'll be 68 for 5 as the bells chime. The bells toll. 68 for 5. Moores on to 6. Jack Haynes has 17. Yet to deliver a match-defining innings for Notts, really. Since joining from Worcestershire, this will be quite a dramatic story if he was to get Notts home from here. He turns this on the leg side and there's no run. Bounced in front of the fielder.
Good stop.
It's Benjamin.
Stop that was by Benjamin. There seems to be a little bit of a bank of dark cloud over us at the moment. Maybe it will ease away. There's not too much on the rain radar, but there hasn't been all afternoon really. It's just little bits of drizzle coming in and out.
Next ball is a sharp one, forces Haynes to bob underneath. Here we go, wide and teary, says Dave from the video, from behind the arm. Absolutely plumb. Okay, thank you very much.
Umpires, whether it has seemed to be the case in recent years, maybe educated by seeing so much Hawkeye footage and things like that, umpires do seem keener to give batters out on the front foot than they ever were.
Yeah. You know, there is that element of doubt, and clearly umpire Cross had no doubt. As Haynes works this onto the onside for a single. Sideways on, I would have had doubt, but I'm not umpiring and I'm not an umpire. Haynes on to 18. Do you want to take over? We've got news in our ears.
Yeah, which means that I'll do a local radio update in about 90 seconds time, and then Phil will come in and talk to you for a bit.
What's it going to talk to me about?
I don't know. probably have a word about that panini you had at lunchtime, actually.
The lens on his camera.
Oh yes. Don't get down the wrong end. Right.
Moores defends the final ball, end of the over, at 69 for 5.
With 16 overs complete, I still get the feeling that if they bat through the overs, even though it's 38 overs now rather than 48, they probably will get close to the runs. Just how's the Glamorgan game doing? Yorkshire have recovered a bit to 108 for 4. They're chasing 231 in 47 overs to beat Glamorgan in Cardiff. So Johnny Tattersall going well in that game. So it could yet be that Yorkshire will get up to that total. And if Warwickshire win and Glamorgan don't, then Warwickshire will be top of the group. And Warwickshire can stand down until Sunday in that event. But Glamorgan's still favourites there at the moment. Lintott, who's been successful in every over so far, starts this one with a big full bunger down the leg side, but it's rather conservatively played by Haynes, a sort of paddle sweep that gets him 1 run down to long leg. We're getting 2 news bulletins, one over the top of the other in area at the same time in a moment, but shortly I'll do the local radio update and then that'll clear. And we're back playing again at Rugby School on the final group game for Warwickshire in the one-day cup, and they seem to have the advantage with Notts now 74 for 5. They're requiring a revised target of 173 in 38 overs, and the game has turned Warwickshire's way thanks to 3 wickets in his first 3 overs for the left-arm wrist spinner Jake Lintott, although the first was contentious. Asim Habib adjudged to be caught low down at backward point by Kai Smith. He then had Matt Montgomery caught at the wicket, and just now Sam King, LBW, on the front foot for just 2. A win could yet take Warwickshire to the top of this group if Glamorgan don't win their game, but they're on top at the moment with Notts 75 for 5. This is Mike Taylor at Rugby School. In the middle of that update, Tom Moores, it's a lusty pull for 4, then bunted one away to the leg side for 1. Now Haynes is guiding another full toss down the leg side for 1. So this has been a productive over for Notts. They've already picked up another 7 runs from it. And it's 76 for 5. Lintott bowls and he hits on the pad. How's that one for LBW? Now umpire Cross thinks about it for a long time, but no, I think we can probably say now that's not out. I'm quite liking that. I'm enjoying an umpire who, you know, builds the drama a little bit. I think that's okay. I'd rather him do that and settle it in his mind than just give it straight out. Yeah. Yeah. So
you don't want them reacting to the appeal.
No, I think they'd prefer that. Now Moores defends into the leg side, and that's the end of the over. So 17 overs are complete. 76 for 5. Notts need another 97 to win. There are still 21 overs available to get them. Moores is quickly up to 11. Haynes has got 20, and Phil Britt's going to come and join you in a moment, Dave.
Thanks, Mike. Yeah, of course they always react to the appeal, but you know what I mean. You don't want them instinctively reacting by giving a decision before weighing it up in their mind. Michael Booth is coming back into the attack. Opened the bowling from the end away to our right, which I think Phil was calling the Collingwood end earlier on. He's plenty of pace, right arm, quick, 3 overs, 1 for 22. Comes in and bowls to Jack Haynes, who drops it on the leg side for just a single. 77 for 5, target 173. Welcome back, Phil.
Dave, thank you. Well, Tom Moore's come out with a real purpose, I think. He's that's his style, though, isn't it, to get on with it. So he's they need just 100, no, 99
just 100,
now.
Yeah. 96, I think. 173 is the target. There's 77 for 5. Yeah, somebody's got to get on with it if Notts are going to get there. Booth into Moores, drives too crisply because he's hit it nice and firmly to mid off, and there's no run. So you, a professional photographer, would just pass scorn in my direction, or anybody who uses the camera phone to take photos.
No, not at all. I use my camera phone loads. If I'm doing presentations now, it's much easier than using one of the big heavy cameras.
Booth bowls Moores with a play and a miss. Went hard at it outside the off stump. It goes through to Michael Burgess, no run.
If I do horse racing and go and take the winners, you know, and the owners and the jockey with the horse, then I use the iPhone. It's just for portraits and things. It's not a lot of use for distance ones.
No.
But that will come. It's not going to be too long before you'll have a good telephoto on them.
Booth bowls again. Tom Moores pushes it into the offside. Booth, the bowler, wearing elasticated sleeves on each arm. Generates plenty of pace, doesn't it? Comes tearing in.
He's quite sharp. Yeah, he's an overseas player this season, but he's qualified, I think, from the beginning of next season as an English resident player.
Comes once more past umpire Harris. Bowls, and Moores has just allowed this to run off the face down to third man for a single. Got up and running quickly. Tom Moore's on to 12, 78 for 5. Jack Haynes has 21, and that makes him the top scorer in the innings. Slater made 17, Hamid 11, but neither McCann, Montgomery or King managed to scrape into double figures. Haynes faces, again turns it behind square, and they'll run the first one hard, and a little bit of doubt there, but don't think they'd have got back for 2, so they're on the side of caution. 79 for 5 at the end of the over. I think the board is still one ahead of where we no, they've caught up now. It is 18 overs, 79 for 5, so just 3 from Booth's comeback over.
Lintop will continue, I think. He's got those 3 wickets. I think that was the first over he bowled, that last one, which he didn't pick a wicket up in.
Yeah, 4 overs, 3 for 22, his figures. Just keep him going, I suspect. Break this partnership. And
having a chat with the captain at the moment. So what have we worked at there, lads? Bowl what now, 8 overs apiece? That's the maximum, isn't it, obviously? Yeah. So they're all still got 2 or 3 left. Here he comes in, bowls the first one. This is turned nicely by Haynes. That to the backward square where Ray does the fielding. And they get the single. Brings the left-handed Tom Moores onto strike. Just beginning to look as though he's taken a liking to Lintop's, particularly the slightly shorter delivery.
3 8s, 2 7s.
Yeah, I think something like that. This one he pushes forward too, and just a little bit aerial, bounces back to Lintop, who gives him a bit of a stare back down the wicket.
Yeah, that adds up to 38, doesn't it?
Yeah.
3 8s and 2 7s.
Ready again.
The bowlers.
Flicking the ball from hand to hand. He's on his way in. Moores thinks about coming forward, then changes his mind, and in the end takes a step back and plays it defensively, just down in front of him.
Yes, he poses questions that really nobody else does, and it's not either an action that you can sort of practice against, is
Not
it?
really, no. He's in, and again back goes Moores, and he steers this one away wide of mid-wicket down to square leg when they scamper through for a single.
Yes, there's not many left arm wrist spinners around. Garfield Sober's used to well, he could bowl also, so he could bowl genuinely quick at one phase of his career, and then medium pace, getting it to swing and wobble about, and then he would adapt this sort of style as well.
This one is a shout for LBW as he tried to Haynes tried to lap that one round the corner, but his foot was well down the wicket, and I think it was more in hope rather than expectation there from the slip and the wicketkeeper. The bowler didn't seem very interested. Not out. Here comes Lintop. This one he has managed to get back to, but steers it down just to Ray, who is down at the backward square leg. He turns the ball to Burgess behind the stumps. End of another over, 82. And 24 now to Haynes, 13 to Moores.
The first innings total has changed to reflect the required total by Nottinghamshire.
It's just that on the scoreboard it now says that Warwickshire made 172. They didn't, of course. They actually made 182, but there's only so many boxes, so many spaces on the scoreboard, and sort of lets everybody know what the target is in simplistic forms. 82 for 5. Booth bowls. Haynes cuts it to backward point. There's no run. Duckworth-Lewis still have to keep half an eye on it. In fact, Duckworth-Lewis stern it should be. 105 at this stage is par. And St Notts 82 for 5. Got some work to do.
If they can keep their wickets intact though, Dave,
yeah, that's
through these 20 overs,
that's what closes the gap, isn't it? But they do need to go along at more than 2 or 3 and over. That's what they've been doing since the resumption. Will Rhodes doing the fielding there on the offside.
Nobody in the game really has got after the bowling from either side so far.
No, Ed Barnard's 31, still the top score.
Yeah, Barnard had a couple of overs where he started, but they've just said he didn't push on.
Comes Booth once more. Bowls to Haynes. To push straight to Will Rhodes. Rhodes, underarms towards the stumps, and had he hit, well, we can only speculate that it would have been very, very close, and we may well have all been looking towards umpire Cross again to see how long he would take to deliberate before coming to a verdict. The verdict might not have been one that Notts would have liked, actually. It was a good bit of work from Rhodes. That was a chancey, risky single. As long as the fielder picked it up cleanly, he was always going to shy at the stumps, and was so close, but got home. 83 for 5. Moore's back on strike and tries to pull this. Has that gone down the leg side? No, obviously can't have done. Goes through to the keeper. Another dot.
I think judging by his reaction, he knows he missed out on that one because it was short and didn't quite get inside it enough to be able to pull it round.
25 to Haynes. Tom Moores has 13. Booth with 1 wicket to fall so far, bowls to Moores, who has to defend. The other wickets taken by Ed Barnard and 3 by Lintott. Still only 4 bowlers used, so we'll get ready for the introduction of Tazim Ali, we would assume, before too long.
Yeah, he's been bowling. He's bowled pretty well in this competition in the games so far.
It's not ideal for a spinner, is it? It's cold, it's chilly. Booth bowls. Moore's are going to play and a miss. He actually had 1 foot off the ground as he pushed it that one. But nothing on it, and it's the end of another over, the 20th of the innings. 83 for 5, so only 1 from that over.
Gets a bit of pace up, Booth. He's coming to the side for the first time, and here we are going to see Tazim Ali now from the school end, replacing Jake Lintott. So Lintott has bowled 5 overs. He's got 3 for 25. So one would say he's still got 2 or 3 overs up his sleeve, and Tazim Ali will become the 5th bowler that Warwickshire have used in this innings. 20 overs gone, 83, and still requiring a further 90 for victory. Cloud, I think it's got not quite so grey overhead. I think it's just lifted again a little bit, so I don't see any umbrellas up either in the crowd, so that's good news. Let's hope we can get through these last hours play and get a positive result one way or the other.
Yeah, Glamorgan looking good for the win now. Yorkshire 117 for 6, targets 2-3-1.
It's Tazim in ball. That's a long hop, which is hoisted into the outfield and will go away for 4. And that was a real rank long hop. And Haynes said, "Thank you very much indeed. I shall put that away. Don't get too many of those." That wasn't a great start to his spell.
No, if he sends down a few more of those, Nottinghamshire hopes will be revived. That takes Haynes up to 29.
That's the sort of... You've got to be so careful with those, because those loose balls, sometimes the batsman's eyes light up and the next thing they know they put it straight down deep mid-wicket's throat, but not that time. That's a better ball from Tazim, which is played by Haynes out into the onside. Barnard does the fielding with a cloth there to keep the ball dry. So that's probably not helping the spinners, the damp ball as it goes into the outfield, picking up that moisture. Here's Tazim in again and bowls, and Haynes again has given this one another pull into the outfield, and this time will get a couple of runs as it's fired out and just 2, didn't cross the boundary, but again it was much too short, and Malik coming round the deep mid-wicket boundary did the fielding at the second attempt. So 6 runs already off this over. Can't afford to be short on here.
No, it's a definite easing of pressure after Lintott had done so well to keep it quiet and take the wickets.
We're getting out. Ray is down. Ray down right in front of us.
Just to your left a bit, Michael.
This one is short again, and it's cut away down to deep backward point. A half stop, but again, and it's getting through for 2. And really, he's got to get that ball pitched up. It's too short, and allowing either to pull it through mid-wicket or cutting that one away down through backward point. So must get the ball up. We get a perfect view of the length of the ball from where we're sitting. This one again is short, and again it's hit away into the offside. So this over proving to be an expensive one from Warwickshire's point of view. 9 coming from it already, and we've still got a ball to go. And Haynes moved on to 34.
The top scorer in the match.
Yep. And Ed Barnard, quite rightly, has gone to have a chat with Tassim Ali.
Yeah. Try pitching it in his half.
He's bringing another man into the offside.
Michael Ray was fielded in a different position to every single ball in this over, I think.
Very obliging to move, though, wasn't he? Gosh, Dave, you must have a real power. Oh, another long hop and wide this time. Yeah.
He smiled and just took half a pace just to the left, which was nice.
This is a very nervous start here from the young spinner. This one is short again and cracked away through extra cover. It'll be certainly 2 runs as the ball is returned. So a big over there for Nottinghamshire. 11 coming from that over. As
12, I think.
Was it 12
83 to 95, yeah.
Oh yes, because they had the wide as well, didn't they? Yeah.
So
that was not
very useful.
What Ed Barnard wanted. The Warwickshire really kept the lid on up until then, but that over they've got away a little. So 95, chasing 173, so just 78 more runs required, and what, 38 overs, and they've got 3 more overs to get them in.
78 in 17, yeah. We should repeating just what you've said. Yeah, 78 in 17.
It should be really quite comfortable, shouldn't it?
Here's Booth into Haynes. Ball's now, and Haynes pushes it to Rhodes and learnt his lesson from an over or 2 ago. They won't take the single this time. It's comfortable if these two stay there, 78 in 17, but another wicket and
Patterson White's not a bad bat,
no,
is he?
He's not. Yeah, I'm just thinking he's still to come. But essentially an unknown lower order. Lord Petman and Hayes with barely a dozen, if that, first team appearances between them. This ball is pulled by Haynes. There's nobody there. That will go to 4 at mid-wicket. And certainly an increase in the run rate over the last over and a bit.
Yep. Once they start getting after 1, it starts to put the pressure then on the other bowler as well. I quite often see this. If you lose at one end, it starts to spread. And this total will come down very quickly once they start getting some boundaries.
And the Duckworth Lewis is getting within range now as well, as this is turned on the leg side. So that is 100 on the board for Notts, 100 for 5, and DLS showing as 108. Not sure if that was at the end of the previous over or at the end of this over, but it says 108 anyway at the moment. Notts are on 100. Not got to be fearful of going off the field any time immediately, so there's time for Notts to get ahead of the DLS. There's certainly time for Warwickshire to pick up another wicket or two and make sure they end the day with the points, as Tom Moores turns this to Ray at mid-on, and there's no run. Still the only result, confirmed result of the day, a match between two sides in Group A that didn't have a lot to play for, and so it turned out as Kent and Northants was wrapped up very quickly. Kent all out for 82, the Indian spinner Chohal taking 5 for 14. Northants knocking them off inside 14 overs, 86 for 1. There's Booth in again to Moores, who pushes it back to the bowler. Can't exactly predict which would be the next one to finish. Right now, there's a whole series of games up and down the country that could go this way or that. At Chesterley Street, where Durham and Derbyshire both eyeing up a spot in the knockout phase. Durham made 253, Derbyshire 201 for 5, need 53 from 9. This next one's pushed out onto the offside, and there's no run. And Samit Patel is at the crease, he's 12 not out. End of the over, 100 for 5, and that's after 22.
A little break, there's a towel brought out for the two batsmen, just a little chat in the middle there. So Will Rhodes coming to the attack. I don't think that they could really risk another over, I'm afraid. It's a pity, but he's got so few runs to play with.
So Tassim Ali out of the attack.
Yeah, just 1 over for 12 runs.
Yeah, so that's an issue for Ed Barnard. He needs 6 overs from elsewhere then, and it's turning to Will Rhodes, who's generally pretty reliable, bustling right arm medium fast.
Yeah, he's got, and Will's bowled a fair bit this season again, so I think that's a sensible move.
It'll be a great feeling for Tassim Ali, but he's got to keep his spirits up. The next one in the air might come to him. The next one along the ground going for 4 might come to him, so he's got to forget about that and just be ready if the captain turns back to him. But in the meantime, pull his weight in the field and show what he can do.
Here's Rhodes on his way in. Bowles and Haynes places this first one out and just drops the bat on it down into the gully. Smith does the fielding, there's no run. It's been a funny old day here, hasn't it? It's been sort of, it threatened at one stage in the early afternoon that it was going to turn into a nice bright afternoon, but that's quickly clouded up again. And even now there's still a sort of feel of moisture and rain about. But at the moment, thankfully, it's dry. Crowd generally has stayed on. I know some I saw making for home during that rain break we had, but been a large number of them stayed to watch this. That's Rhodes in, and this one is again run away. Ooh, Smith rushing on, wasn't looking at the ball, was looking at the bowler's end, missed the ball completely. Now that's when you haven't got many runs to. So you can't afford to field fielding like that.
Just trying to make himself busy. He came swooping in like Derek Randall used to do. You know, I'm here, I'm right under your nose, I'm doing the fielding, but you've got to keep your eye on the ball.
Yeah, you could see he just was not looking at it, and so a single there to Haynes. He goes on to 40 with that single, 101. So 73 more runs required. And, plenty of overs in hand here as Rhodes into the left-handed Moores. He's in and bowls, and Moores cuts this one down to backward point where Smith, who's been moved across to this side of the field, this time fields cleanly. He'll be disappointed with that, giving that away.
Michael Burgess is going to stand up to the stump, so he's discarded his cap, which Kai Smith is going to put it behind his
behind
his back, and Burgess standing up to the stumps.
Rhodes again in. Moores waits. And then he's beaten outside the off stump, and good take from Burgess standing up. Done a good job for Warwickshire since Michael Burgess, both with behind the stumps and with the bat. A lot of people thought he should be in the T20 side, but hasn't been able to get into the Warwickshire, into the Bears side. This one is off the edge, flies away down through third man. There's a man there, short third, Michael Ray, but the ball flew away, and 4 more runs go on to the total, 105 for 5, and this partnership is up to 43. And in the context of the game, they came together when it was 62 for 5, and they've taken it on to 105 for 5.
Yeah, just 5 behind the Duckworth Lewis total on the board right now.
And Moores, with that, goes on to 19.
Wouldn't rule out another stoppage, would you?
Sorry?
You wouldn't rule out another stoppage, another
no, it's
another flurry of rain.
Doesn't look very promising, does it? Again, Rhodes bowls. There's will be more runs from Moores, just tucking it away to deep backward square leg. But, these two making the batting look fairly comfortable at the moment, Dave.
6 from that over. So 106 after 23. The target 173 in 38. So they've got 15 overs and need 67 more. As I was alluding to in the last over, it's a little gloomy out there. Bowling change. The captain says, right, I'll do it myself, bringing himself on. Ed Barnard opened the bowling start of this innings, 5 overs, 1 for 16. $105 for 5. More from Phil in a moment, but Mike's just popped in.
I wasn't expecting the report, but there might be one.
Oh, that's deflected down the leg side, and it's got away from Tazim Ali. Not sure how close he was to it. Dived to his left and didn't get anything on the ball, and it's gone away for 4.
Yes, they've rather drawn the sting, haven't they, in the last 20 minutes, which felt like that.
Board says DLS 112, not so 109 for 5. Barnard's first ball uncharacteristically ill-directed down the leg side. Tom Moore's got his shirt number now, he's on 23. Push this back to the bowler.
Yes, we're just sort of hearing a sports bulletin. I'm not sure. I wasn't expecting to be called in for a piece in this one, but I'll stand by just in case. Yeah, he's running out of options to turn to here, Barnard. It feels like he's worked through his bowlers. Tazim Ali's rather ragged over. It's left him a bit exposed.
Bowls now, and again Moores leaves his crease to push this up to mid-off. We saw Burgess standing up in the last over to Will Rhodes, but not able to do that.
Scoreboard on the ground is a run behind, by the way. The score is 110.
Yeah. Sure they'll sort it out. It's pretty chilly here now. Truth, it has been for most of the day, and Moores pushes this to point. Tumbling stop there from, I presume that's Smith, because he's been at point or backward point all day long. Yeah, it is Kai Smith. 110 for 5. Last wicket went down with only 62 on the board, so they've added 48 so far for this 6th wicket. Again comes Barnard. Lengthy approach. Moore's a delivery that Moores works out onto the leg side, out to Malik. Single taken. Moves on to 24. Jack Haynes back on strike on 40.
Haynes has played very sensibly, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He's maybe working on the basis that if he was still batting at the end, they'd probably win. And if he is batting in the end, they probably will win.
Yeah. It's not a bad policy to have. Lengthy approach as always from Ed Barnard. He's actually the other side of the 30-yard discs, bowls, and this wasn't particularly short, but it's pulled on the leg side by Haynes. And he'll get a couple more. Harder at the moment for Warwickshire to keep the brakes on. But, 2 more. The end of the 24th, 113 is the score, with Haynes on 42, Moores on 25.
Doesn't sound like I'm required, Dave, so I'll put Phil back on.
And that's the 50 partnership as well. Thanks to Mike for diving in just in case. We've still got the 5:30 Sports bulletin on. In fact, they're saying Tatar now. 50 partnership.
I think he got to go back to Jake Lintott, Dave. I was going to say that it's really, he's got no option, but he's got to try and take wickets, and the only one who's looked like taking any wickets is Jake Lintott.
Yeah, well, you know, the one certainty, or one of the certainties, is he was going to get his extra 3 overs.
Yeah,
you might as well use them now, so he can get a wicket.
So here he comes from the school end, in and bowls, and Moores sweeps this one down to backward square leg for a single. So 114 for 5. Remember the target, 173. So this come down really rapidly and virtually parallel now with the Duckworth Lewis score. They've really caught that up quite well, quite quickly.
The one thing with taking, you know, hindsight's a wonderful thing, but he was right in the groove and they couldn't get him away. He's gone off. The batsmen have found a little bit of form here.
Yep. Here he is again, in, gives that again full, and Haynes just waits, opens the face and runs it down to backward square leg on the full. So another single, and this will do.
You know, they'll still treat him with respect, but they've got their eye in, and you know, they've been taking it to Warwickshire over the last few overs since Lintott went out of the attack. He's got to try and wrestle back that initiative now.
He is in and bowls, and Moores is going to get runs down to fine leg. Just a little tickle round the corner. He went back and the ball was a bit short. Elsewhere, Leicestershire look like they're well on their way to victory. They against Gloucestershire. Hanscom, who made 100 earlier in the week, is 49 not out. Rahan is 47 not out. And they've rescued a tricky situation where they were 19 for 3. They're now 118, so they put on virtually 100 partnership for the 4th wicket. There's Lintott in, and this is cut away, and this is going to go all the way down to the boundary. It was short, and Haynes went down. The slow outfielders just held it up, but they're coming back for something we didn't think we'd see on this ground, which is a 3. And I think that is the first 3 that we've had in
today. Yes.
No, in this week, in the whole 3 days here. I don't think there's been another 3 at all.
Well, we had one earlier, but it was there was an overthrow involved.
Yes, yeah, but an authentic 3.
Yeah, no, you're right. Certainly for today.
Lintott in and bowls, and this is short again and pulled away. Oh, nearly was for down deep square leg. It's got there in the end, but another single, and the run's coming far too freely now.
Yeah, not so ahead of the Duckworth Lewis. Of course, that will change at the fall of a wicket, but theirs have got to get that wicket first.
At the moment, these 2 batsmen have got looking really comfortable.
The other thing is, Ali's bowled 1 over, Rhodes bowled 1 over.
Yeah. This is full, and this is turned into the vacant mid-wicket area. They run the first quickly. Malik comes in on it, gets the ball back in, and they'd settle for 1, but another good over there. And Nottinghamshire move on to 121, so remember, target's 173, so just 53 more runs required.
Yeah, Jake Lintott was going along at 5 and over for his first 5 overs. 8 came from that one. As I say, hindsight's a wonderful thing, but maybe if they'd kept him on, it would have made Nottinghamshire's task even harder. But yes, the point Tazim Ali 1 over, Will Rhodes 1 over. That combination, well, there's another 5 overs to be found from somewhere, either between that pair or from somebody else. So that's going to be a thorny problem for Ed Barnard to solve. Meanwhile, the captain comes in to bowl to Haynes again, and he'll force it out towards us and yell 2 straight away, and assuming he gets home, which he has, that takes him to 49. And this has been a timely innings from Jack Haynes, 1 half-century in this season's competition that began with 4 consecutive ducks, and they were talking about the 5 Olympic rings if he got another one at Guildford, but that would have, well, that was stopped by a score of 86 down there. Barnard in to Haynes blocks this one, no chance of taking that single. 123 for 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the board. The target is 173, so Notts require 50 more. And they've got 12 overs and scraps left in this one.
So it looked when the scoreboard, the new target was put, it
Haynes, and well, he's come a long way down and then immediately apologises because Tom Moore's yelled no. Haynes had to go back and made his ground. It's a good bit of fielding, but then he apologised for Tom Moore's for assume what he thinks was a bit of a risky call. Understand it on 49, dab and run, but went straight to the fielder, and Moores was alive to the run out potential.
And they don't need to do that at them.
No.
Now they've got themselves into the position where they don't need to take those sort of runs.
Barnard into Haynes, and that's very, very nice indeed. And he will go to his half-century with a really lovely drive straight down the ground. It's only a single. Only 2 fours for Jack Haynes, which suggests a touch of caution, but it's played very nicely indeed. It's something that nobody else has done on the day. Ed Barnard with the second highest score, and that just 31. 124 for 5.
It's a lesson there for some of the Warwickshire batsmen who weren't prepared to wait.
Barnard bowls, and Moores has played that into a gap, so gets a couple of runs there, and what looked like being a very miserly, that's a better word, miserly, not measly, they're spots, aren't they? A miserly over from Barnard has just linked a couple of 2s, and there's 1 left in the over as well, so it's just developed into another one that Notts will be content with. 126 for 5. All sorts of permutations again as to potential venues and opponents for Warwickshire, maybe on Friday, if Notts continue to get closer and closer. Down the leg side, that's going to be for some things, is it? No, the pace has been taken off it, so maybe, just maybe, Tom Moore's got a bit on that. In fact, it's a wide, so he couldn't have got anything on it, so maybe it's just the sopping wet outfield that slowed the ball up. So a wide, but they went through for 1 as well, so a couple more to the total. And the first half of this over was excellent. The second half of this over has just got away from Ed Barnard a little bit.
Yep.
Haynes back on strike, bowls now, and that's another very crisp drive, and he's got a fielder out on the long on boundary a couple of times in the over. He's been called into action there, Michael Booth. And that is the end of the over.
They're scoring comfortably and not taking any risks here, the Nottinghamshire batsman.
8
going
from
on.
that one.
So down to just 44 required now. As it's looking, it does appear from the way the games are going that Glamorgan are going to end up first in Group B, and that Leicestershire will overtake Warwickshire because they look to be heading towards victory, and Warwickshire would end up third. So it's a question then who that pans out against, and Somerset, taking Somerset who have finished, that they win the group. Then we've got a mixture of Worcestershire, and have a look at those.
Well, the Durham-Derbyshire game is the interesting one. Derbyshire now need 33 from 4.5 overs.
So question on that one. Here's Lintott, bowls full, and that's glanced down fine, and that's going to go all the way down to the boundary for 4 runs. It was just a bit too full from Jake Lintott onto leg stump and swept back round the corner. Nicely played by Haynes, and the runs continuing to flow. And Lintott has, having come back into the attack, hasn't been able to quite get that same accuracy and length that he had on his first spell.
Hampshire are going to win as well. They're in the mix.
So that would take them up to 10. Derbyshire would go to 10. How are Worcestershire looking, Dave?
Worcestershire are 164 for 5, needing 74 from 11.5 overs.
So they might win. So I think we'll just leave this at the moment. Lintott bowls outside the off stump and through to the keeper. So it does look that Warwickshire will be away on Friday.
If Notts win this.
If Notts win this, yeah.
A wicket here and it could still change round in the blink of an eye.
It is beginning to look, though, the way that the Nottinghamshire have taken the initiative here. Is Lintott in and bowls full again and driven down to mid-on. They get through for just a single, shies at the stumps, but batsman home comfortably. 134 the total goes to.
It could have gone anywhere because it was a powerful throw which struck the stumps on the full, and it deflected towards another Warwickshire player, and it just literally could have gone anywhere.
It's Lintott to bowl to Moores. Moores waits, banging into the ground, and then comes forward and ends up at slip along the floor. And they're not claiming that one, Dave, this time. 134 for 5. 56 to Haynes. 30 Moores has moved up to, who's on strike. He's batted really well as he goes for a sweep, and big shout for caught behind and not out. There's pleading and looking, but
They like an appeal, this Warwickshire side, and nothing wrong with that.
Not out, so Lintott doesn't get his 4th wicket. The ball survives. I'm assuming they thought he got a nick to that one.
Well, I was going to say, I
don't think it was an LBW appeal, judging by the way he played the shot. Here comes Lintott, and that's better. It brings Moores forward. He plays us into the onside. There's no run. And end of another over. So we're getting down now to the sort of final part of this. 27 overs gone. And
38 required from 11, which should very much be in Notts' grasp if they stick around for a while. But as I say,
McElroy is back into the attack, you
just wonder where those other overs are going to come from. Should they get into a situation where they do bowl a couple of tight overs that, who's he going to bring back? Will Rhodes, presumably.
I would think so. He's got to use Rhodes, hasn't he? I don't think he'll go back to Tamsin Alley.
So Reggie's had 5 overs, none for 14. He's bowling to Jack Haynes now, and Haynes on the front foot drives crisply up to the captain at mid-off. Barnard with a slide, and you can just see where his body slid there on the damp outfield. Really is a miserable old day, and very much hats off to the spectators. Some I notice, in fact quite a few now I notice, putting their brollies up over on the far side, Phil, and that's additionally not good news for Warwickshire, with the DLS score being left trailing as Haynes again drives up to Barnard at mid-off for the 2nd consecutive ball.
The only way that's going to help, Dave, if they get 2 wickets in consecutive deliveries, then the skies, heavens open, but I don't think that's going to happen. These 2 bats have worked really hard to get themselves into this position. With nothing at stake, it would have been very easy for them to have just toppled over, but they haven't done that. They've done really well.
Ray to Haynes. He'll get a wicket. Okay, won't get a wicket. He'll get a run here, pushing it to the left of Will Rhodes. One more to Haynes. Continues merrily on his way. He's on 57, 135 for 5 in the 28th. Notts require. Let's get this right. They need 38 now. 10 overs after this one. Slater made 17, Freddie McCann 6, Seba Mead out for 11, Matthew Montgomery 5 and Sammy King 2. Tom Moores has 30, facing Michael Ray. Balls now, and Moores chops it down in the ground. He was looking to open the face and just run it away, but Michael Burgess anticipated it, moved to his left and took the ball on the bounce to prevent any runs. Hats off to the spectators. I was saying, as I was looking out towards the far side, there's probably about half of them have gone, but those that are sticking it out deserve to see an exciting finish for whichever side they're following. But there's more and more brollies going up, sad to report. There's more flashes at this one.
He doesn't need to do that now. He's got himself held. He doesn't need to take a risk like that, especially with the way the weather's gone. He can see the Duckworth Lewis, and they know they're in a really strong position. Don't want to give a wicket and get that changed.
Quite horrible now, actually. Everybody's going to be damp to a more or lesser extent out there. It's very difficult to keep the rain off your clothing. Down the leg side, cries of catch, in and out the right glove of Burgess. And that's the end of the over. 135 for 5, so only one from that comeback over from Michael Ray.
I think towel's been brought out for the two batsmen. The umpires are having a chat. I just wonder, Dave, how much longer they're going to leave them out there. It really is miserable, isn't it?
It is indeed.
It's a miserable, dank. It's more like a November afternoon.
Yeah, you're spot on. The cap has been taken, though, from...
they're going to stay on. Well, credit to them that they're leaving it out there. I think bring Mike back in here as to finish off. Thanks, Dave. Nice to see you again.
And you. Phil, always a pleasure. Phil Britt, as damp and sodden as the rest of us, heading for an early exit if he's got any sense. The umpires are chatting. Phil might just have actually commentated on the final ball of the day, because the umpires are chatting, and the longer they stand out there, the wetter they're getting. Tom Moores is I think he's suggesting that he wants to go. Jack Haynes is already marching off, and now so are the rest of the players. And wouldn't be at all surprised, there is still time to get this back on, but I wouldn't be at all surprised if we've not seen the last action of the day, with Notts 135 for 5, Haynes 57 not out, Tom Moores 30 not out, Duckworth Lewis showing as 123, and that means at the moment that Notts are comfortably ahead on DLS, and the covers are being brought on as Mike comes back. And sorry you can't come back to a brighter scene.
Well, no, and I mean, it does look as though there is a little spell of drizzle going, and there might be clearer behind it, but time is against Warwickshire now. Elsewhere, Derbyshire looking slightly ahead in a tense finish against Durham, but I'll be honest, I've slightly lost track of what all these mean now. But Derbyshire just in front, I think, against Durham, needing 11 off the last 14 balls with 4 wickets in hand. Worcestershire on their way to beating... Well, it's going to be a good chase, actually, for Worcester to beat Lancashire. Needs 65 off the last 10 overs, and it's not been a high-scoring day. Hampshire probably going to beat Middlesex. Glamorgan shortly look as though they are going to beat Yorkshire, which will make Warwickshire's result moot as far as winning the group is concerned. Essex have beaten Sussex. Leicestershire struggling to get to their target against Gloucestershire, although they've still got 10 overs and 6 wickets in hand, but it's been a slow-scoring game. So it does look as though Warwickshire are certainly not going to win the group, and they might not even be second. which is going to give them an awkward 24 hours on their way somewhere. That in the circumstances, they will drop to third if Leicestershire win, won't they? I think that's where we ended up.
But there was also the scenario, wasn't there? If it's, and our correspondent, no reason not to believe him. Our correspondent
I'm sure he's right.
If Worcestershire comes second, it seems they're prepared to concede home advantage. So it may well be that if it's Worcestershire second in the other group, Warwickshire third in this group, you might still
anyway. Yeah, but, and that is not.
It's not out
there
the
is a non-zero possibility of that happening. Worcestershire still, they're going to have to get a sprint finish on if they're to win their game. And come second. The cover is on here, or the central cover is on. They haven't put the rest of the covering out yet because the Worcester thing depends on Durham, really, doesn't it? Durham and Derbyshire.
Looks like Derbyshire are going to get home to me.
If Derbyshire do, then Worcestershire are on course to finish second. Where are Hampshire? I've lost track of them. I know Hampshire are going to. Do you ever wish you hadn't started something?
Tell us more, Mike. Tell us more.
I think I've said far too much already. Hampshire are probably going to beat Middlesex, but I still
it's
think
it's difficult because there's so many sides that could potentially finish on the same number of points, but we don't know. It's almost impossible when you're at a game to know how a run rate will be adjusted, let alone when you're not at the game.
Well, it is. Worcestershire are more likely to finish second than anybody else in the Group A at the moment, with Derbyshire and Hampshire in the running for third. I would suggest if Durham lose. And
I just wonder if we've about finished here because the rain's getting heavier and the umpires are chatting.
We must be close to it. We must be close to it. Leicestershire, Gloucestershire is in the balance. So Leicestershire need 56 off the last 10 overs at 140 for 4 after 26. So that one really could go either way. Peter Hanscom 52 not out. So what we've established at the end of all that is Warwickshire are going to finish either second or third and then play any. Yes.
Well, Derbyshire are going to win. They need 3 runs from 10 deliveries.
Oh, crikey, so they are going to win. So that is going to take them.
So you're not going to be going to Durham, I don't think.
I don't think so.
Tomorrow.
I don't think so.
Which is a relief to everybody.
It is. I mean, it might be a relief to dear old Martin Emerson, the Durham commentator, that he won't be getting us. But anyway, that remains to be seen. But yes, Derbyshire, if Derbyshire do win, then they are going to go up to 10 points. They're probably going to finish third in the group. So if Leicestershire win, then Warwickshire would go down to third and probably face Worcestershire at Edgbaston, presumably. And if so, it looks like, and don't take this to the bank, at the moment, the longest trip Warwickshire look as though they're likely to have is Derby, which, is more manageable than most.
Well, if Worcestershire don't win and Hampshire win...
Oh, now see what you've started. If Worcestershire don't win,
look at that one for me. If Worcestershire don't win and Hampshire do.
If Worcestershire don't win,
could Hampshire finish second?
Could Hampshire finish second? If Hampshire do, and Hampshire are likely to win.
Yeah.
So that would take them to 10. I can't believe anybody's still listening to this burbling rubbish. If Hampshire do win, they'll go up to 10 points, but I don't think... I mean, they're going to win quite well, but they'd have to win very, very well, I think, to pull back Worcestershire's run rate. So I still think in that event, Worcestershire would probably finish second, although I wouldn't bet your next mortgage payment on it.
No.
So...
So you're looking at bears and pears as the likeliest at the moment.
Yes, if Leicestershire win, then it would be, and if they don't,
Derbyshire have defeated Durham. That is a result now.
Derbyshire have defeated. I think it's looking quite possible that Warwickshire would be at home anyway. I don't know. don't you just wait and see what happens, Taylor? That'd be the easy thing to do. I'll tell you what's happening here. Nothing's happening.
Most informative.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, yeah.
Look, there's another Sony coming. Eh? If that's not a Sony award win, I've never heard one, and I haven't. So, anyway, so the ground staff are standing there looking wet. And there are still people milling it. Most of the crowd have come to a conclusion here. They've made up their minds, I think, that they're going to go home and seek solace in a roadmap while they work out where on earth they're going. And we await further developments, both here and at all points west and east. But there is a reasonable possibility that there'll be cricket at Edgbaston on Friday at this rate.
I should say we've seen our last ball here. I really would. It's dark as well, Mark, isn't it?
It is. Yes.
You wouldn't take the players back on, I don't think, unless there's an improvement in the conditions here. Obviously, at county grounds or county headquarters, now, in fact, all bar Worcester, the floodlights would be on. But even so, it would still be, I think, too gloomy for the umpires to bring the players back on, even if it stopped raining, and it's not. It's just steady drizzle.
And the best partnership of the game, and not just in terms of runs, but in terms of general control, is going to turn out to have won the game for Notts, because they looked about to capsize at 62 for 5, but in the end, having Tom Moores in the middle order, when the equivalent batters in sort of similar positions for Warwickshire at the time when they were also listing heavily. Not that they're any less talented than Tom Moores, but they are considerably less experienced, and that might have made a difference in Kai Smith and Theo Wiley, both of whom are going to be good players and score a lot of runs for Warwickshire, but might have chosen their shots better today.
And hindsight's it's a wonderful thing, but I just wonder, had it turned out differently had Jake Lintop been kept on, because he was, he was bowling with great control. He was on top. They weren't taking any liberties at all against him. Couldn't get him away, and then suddenly, let's save him 3 overs for a really important phase of the game. I can understand that element, but Tazim Ali came into the attack. He went for 12 runs, and just suddenly there was almost a release of pressure, and it got them both going, didn't it? Moores and Haynes, he only had the 1 over. Will Rhodes came on, had 1 over, and by the time that Jake Lintop was brought back, Moores and Haynes had added 25 or 30 runs in quick time, short space of time, and got themselves going again.
Well, it looks as though it's going to be a win for Notts, but we shan't close down here until such time as that is confirmed. I shall have a local radio update to do in a couple of minutes, so I think we shall probably take a breath until I'll do that, and then obviously we will inform you either when there is a decision or indeed when it looks like we're going to get cricket again. But if this is the point where you leave the commentary today, thanks for your company, and there will be a Warwickshire game on Friday now, almost certainly, and you'll be able to find it on the BBC Sport website or through Warwickshire's offices on YouTube and their match centre, whoever it's against, from presumably 11 o'clock on Friday morning. For Notts, though, they go into mothballs for a week.
Yep.
Before they go to, you did tell me, Durham.
Durham, yeah. Somebody has to go to Durham.
Durham, yes. Well, it's well volunteered. So, yes, Durham against Notts in the Championship. Warwickshire will be in Somerset. But they will have 1 and possibly 2 50 overs games to go before then. But as it stands, Notts are going to end up being declared winners here if we see no more play, and the winning margin is going to be something of the order of 10 runs when it comes out from under Duckworth Lewis, if we get no further play. But we are yet to have an abandonment, but the current betting amongst, well, at least in this gazebo, is that there's going to be one. So I shall do the local radio update in about 60 seconds or so, which will be, as it were, the next voice you will hear.
Come round this side.
How long before they officially
Around. Just what I was just saying. I'm going to have this all the way home.
sunny days and he asked me to come on the
You
day.
chose to. I had already actually just owned up to that.
I have to defend him. I used 4 weather apps and all of them were saying the same thing. It should have been a sunny afternoon.
Yeah, did say that.
Yeah.
Because otherwise he and I are going to have to be in communication.
Okay, fine.
Well, rain has intervened once again here at Rugby School, and it might have made its final intervention. It seems though Warwickshire are likely to lose this game. If we get no further play, they will. A partnership of 73 between Jack Haynes and Tom Moores has taken it away from the Bears, after it had seemed that Notts were struggling at 62 for 5, chasing a revised target of 173. But Notts got themselves ahead of the run rate as Warwickshire lost control despite regular rotations of the bowlers. That means that Warwickshire will finish either second or third in their group. They will have a quarter-final on Friday, likely to be at either Edgbaston or Derby. Those issues will be resolved within the next hour, but we're awaiting an abandonment here. It looks like Notts are going to beat Warwickshire. This is Mike Taylor at Rugby School.
Yeah, I'm just leaving ground now, so. not called it off yet? No.
Well, the one good thing is that See what they're doing now to the covers. Myself up down there. Right, the ball taken out. The ball taken. Right, play to both sides.
Right, just to confirm for listeners on BBC Sport, I think YouTube viewers will have already worked it out, but we've just seen the team shaking hands. So Nottinghamshire have indeed defeated Warwickshire. We don't know for certain yet who or indeed where Warwickshire will be playing on Friday, but that will become known shortly. If you look at all the usual outlets, we should know that within the hour. I would think possibly within the half hour. But what I can tell you from here is that Warwickshire have been defeated by Notts. So thanks all for your company. From Phil Britton, Dave Bracegirdle, myself, Mike Taylor. All the best, and Dave will see you next week at Durham, and Warwickshire's will see you somewhere on Friday.
If there's anybody still there, owing to the continued precipitation, you will not be surprised to know that the match has been abandoned. Nottinghamshire have won.